or Fred?
Okay, my bad. That might not be you then. Okay, we can invite them back up now.
Yeah, but someone left.
Yeah, Yaakov wouldn't have snapped. If he gets frustrated, he'll just leave the stage.
It's not like Sam for Jewish people, because it's like Jacob for Jewish people, right?
No, actually Sam is Samuel. What I was trying to do was, Yaakov is like Fred for German people. Like, it's like such a
But is it
common
Jacob?
name. Yeah, that's Jacob in English. That's just an anglicized name. There's no
Why
J sound.
leave?
Because there's no J sound in Hebrew, Danny. There's no J. So it can't be Jacob.
Why don't we like J?
Because there's no J sound. Look at the alphabet in Hebrew. There's no J sound.
Yeah, that makes sense. That there's no J
just like there's no P sound in Arabic, which is really funny because Palestine is a P. So
Palestine.
Yeah, the closest they can come is say Palestine with an F.
Yaakov, you didn't like my joke when I compared you to David Hasselhoff?
No, I didn't hear your joke. Want to repeat it?
Yeah, she, whatever that girl's name is, that English girl, she was saying, aren't you that Yaakov who was making fun of me?
David, 1 second. What?
She was saying, aren't you that Yaakov who was making fun of my English accent? I said, I don't know. I said you're David Hasselhoff.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll be David Hasselhoff.
I don't know. It's stupid. David Bobadilla, how are you doing?
Yes, hello.
What's new with you? Are you on a jet yet? Drooling into a vodka martini?
Should I get the plus? It doesn't look very compelling, I'll be honest with you. Is there a free trial? Yeah, free trial for a week.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, there's like 3 features.
It's perfect for Edmund. Are you Point Lookout?
Yeah, it is. You know, they wrote that feature for you, Edmund. They wrote it for you. They're like, how can someone record a room and not be thrown out?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're just going to have to throw out everyone but you can't throw out people who are anonymous. That's even better.
Yeah. But you see how that works? It actually reverse engineers the paranoia of the person holding the room, and in a way it neuters their position politically on the app. It's kind of awesome because it demands transparency. And
all communications is hypnosis.
No, all communication is spam.
Oh, your catchphrase I thought was all communications is hypnosis.
Yeah, hypnosis is spam. It's also political, but anyways, it's all spam.
It's around the corner.
David,
the anonymous thing doesn't work if it's like a house or something, right?
I have an anonymous listener in my toxic spam room. That's so exciting. It's just one more little dopamine thing for losers on here to think this app means anything. It's nothing but a waste of fucking time. That's all it is. It's stupid. It's just fucking spam. And once you realize that, it's not even hypnosis. It's literally just spam. And like, as someone who speaks on this app, you are a spam creator. As someone who listens to spam, you are a spam listener, a consumer. You're consuming, eating people's spam. I mean, listen to an audiobook every once in a while. Break up the diet of stupid spam. Hello?
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 Hello? Hello? Hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
My car phone working? Danny, you can hear me?
Hello?
hear you.
Okay, fine. What? Who's saying hello all the time? It has to be it.
I can't tell.
Hello?
I think it's our friend Edmund.
Yeah, but there's no circle around it. Like, I can't tell that he's talking.
He already told us that he is the machine.
Did they add a new feature where you can't tell who's talking?
He is Clubhouse.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Okay, I'm gonna end the room if this is all we get is hello. Have a goodbye.
Hello?
You say hello, and I say goodbye.
I say goodbye.
Isn't that a Beatles like bass song essentially, or is it a Beatles song?
It is a Beatles song.
Hello? Oh, politically incorrect. Yeah, this new feature is like fun, but it's just more spam. That's the thing. It's like, why in the world would I pay $5 a month to not get kicked by people's room?
It's $4.73. It's not $5. Whatever it is.
So the coolest thing is if you live stream on YouTube, you know, it just goes on forever. So since Chillism goes forever, if you could like set up a recording studio, you just live stream Chillism every 23 hours. And those losers will be there all 23 hours. It's fully automated spam.
I'll be right back. We're just picking up a plant.
Fully automated spam.
Freely in the U.S., eating the best food, sleeping, eating, and everything else. I'm happy for you, but there's some people that are not doing the same thing.
So I have to feel bad for them?
All human beings need to eat and breathe and feel normal.
Let me ask you this. Why do I have to feel bad for them?
Because we're humans.
Habibti, that is so sweet of you. You are such a good, virtuous woman.
Oh my God.
So if somebody's a rapist and a killer just because he's a human, I have to feel bad for him?
Well, a rapist and a killer, they have their own facilities where they go. They go to prison, they go to a psych ward.
I didn't ask you where they go. I didn't ask you where they. I just asked you if
yeah,
I understood it. I realized,
with sick people and stuff like that. But I can tell you that you still have to see them as human beings. You cannot, not see them as animals or something else. They're still human beings. Yes, they're not right, but
I'm sorry. Somebody who's a killer, a murderer, and a rapist is not.
I'm not endorsing it, and I'm not saying that what they're doing is right, but I'm saying they're human beings as well. Harry Ballsack.
You know, Galilean Princess, don't you think you're part of the problem by spamming us with your virtue signaling? Like, what have you done today to improve yourself?
To be honest, today I did drink. I think that is...
Oh, you've been drinking alcohol. That's not how you improve yourself. You improve yourself by studying wisdom, of course.
Of course, but today I felt like,
she can be a Charmuta if she's not going to do drink and drugs.
Oof, I don't do drugs.
Your mother هي شرموطة يا ابن الجحبة يا شوكي. Your mother
أبوك خنزير وانت ابن شرموطة.
I will fuck your mother, you host.
You can fuck your mama only and the goat in your yard. That's all you can do.
You sound retarded, old man. Fuck you.
You think this is making peace, Galilean?
There you go.
Why are you talking to me as if
I
I'm a
know why
fucking
Egypt
mother?
won Israel on 1973. Fuck you, Shuki.
There is an anonymous listener in the audience.
Don't curse the hair, Shuki, or I will fuck your honor.
Your mama is a whore, Abuk Khanzir, and you are a result of a brother that fuck his sister.
The amount of
Abu Khanzir. Abu Khanzir.
You come up here.
Abu Khanzir.
Okay, I mute everybody. When I mute, I ask from the people, do not release the mute that I put.
Do not release.
Listen, you want to be the first one?
I want to tell more stories about your family, if it's okay.
Okay, you know what? Go on. Tell about my family, Kaka. Okay. It's better to hear Shuki
Kaka,
kissing.
stop doing this.
Don't release.
No, it's okay. Galileo, you're still
Yeah.
in mute. You're still in mute.
First of
Kaka,
all,
okay.
your mother-
hear.
20 years before she died, she made a letter, like tzava'a, how do you call it? Like saying that extend my life, never extend my life in a unnatural way, artificial way.
Yeah, okay.
What is that?
I have this letter,
Put a breeze.
and I got this letter with me. If you want, I can show you the letter.
You can show me the letter. You
I have-
know what?
Michael
Second.
Hayawani, come up here.
You know who gave me that? Osnat gave me that, wife of Arnon. And yeah, I have all the things. By the way, when your mother was born, her father did a promise to God that when she will be born, they'll come to Israel, make Aliyah from Yemen. And then she was born in a couple of months, I think 3 months later, 3 months later in Yemen, she made Aliyah to the Holy Land. I have, by the way, the papers, if you want, of the Aliyah.
How can you give it to me?
When we become more in touch, I'll give you more details, more papers. Look, I have all that stuff, you know. But did you know about this?
Yes, I think I knew about it, but I've never seen the letter, but I knew about it.
But again, I'm not a medium.
You are a medium.
I'm not a medium.
You are a medium.
Can you prove that I'm a medium?
Right now, you prove me that you're a medium.
And
you're that stupid to believe in a medium, huh, Amos? And that's what you're calling yourself a clever. Do you see how stupid you are?
Tell me how you know things that me and all my family don't know.
Because maybe he was closer to your mom than you and your brothers.
I knew his mom.
Don't raise your voice or I will fuck
Was a wonderful
fuck your kush של אימא שלך, שרמוטה בן אלף שרמוטה.
I will fuck your kids, Shuki. I will fuck your mother. I will fuck your son. I will fuck your daughter.
Wait, you
The
said you
only
want to
thing
fuck
that
his
you can
cat.
fuck is a goat.
He wants to fuck your cat.
Shuki,
That's weird. Why do you want to fuck cats, bro? That's weird that you want to fuck animals.
Because he's an Arab. What do you expect
Can I
from an Arab?
see his picture? What the fuck is that? That doesn't look so kosher. What the fuck is this?
His shit. He ate his shit.
It doesn't look delicious, to be honest.
Don't worry, when it's gonna come to feed you, I will feed you with cyanide. Do not worry.
I will.
That's
You
not
will
for you.
I will put my dick on your mouth, Shuki.
Okay. Enough for me. I mute everybody. I mute.
I'm you.
I mute everybody.
So Amos, why do you call me a medium? I don't understand it.
You know and me knows that you're a
Who told you that I'm a medium? Who gave you that idea?
Zacharia.
Why?
Say you're evil.
Evil? I'm not evil. I did nothing bad to the world. You know, only some good stuff.
You're a very risky person.
I didn't do anything bad.
No one in my family knows the details that you know about everything together. When you all arrived and when my mother birthed and when my mother and father, we are as a family, no one of us know all the details you know.
First of all, Gadi knows
100%
more.
true. You give
That-
me 100% true.
I spoke with Gadi and he has more details than you think about your family. I spoke with him.
I think you're a liar. You didn't speak to Zacharia. Zacharia spoke with him about you. He told me to keep far from you as far as possible.
I'm not a bad person. I support you.
Usually, I'm listening to Zacharia. Usually. But you see that you're sitting beside me.
I have nothing against you.
I know. Everything.
Don't worry, he's not listening to Zacharia. Look.
It's a kind of good thing you say. Yes. But
Vamos,
still.
vamos, kiva, vamos.
Okay, now only
Okay, Amos, You actually
I
said
mute
to me
everybody
that
until
you
Lord, I
and I mean only Michael.
Me, Amos.
No, Danny, I mute you. Michael, speak.
Unmute everyone.
What should I, Amos, what can I tell you in order to
I'm
prove
using
that
everybody.
I'm not a medium?
Hey, I have a question, Amos. Can I put Yahya Sinwar's picture without kicking me
على
out?
فكرة مش عمص اللي قبل شرموطة.
No,
في
you
واحد
can
تاني
put
هون.
anything. I'm the only moderator in this room. You can put everything on your title. Nobody will sell you out.
You mean Shuki is Ibn Sharmuta, yes, we know that.
Yes, Shuki. يا
No,
بنت.
I don't mind your curse, but when after you curse, you listen to Shukri, what he curse you back.
No, Amos, you said to me, Galileo, I'll give you moderator if you bring people. I bring people, now you don't give me moderator. Why is that?
Now let me pose this to you. So I know a guy, he's a treasure hunter by trade. Very cool old guy, Australian guy, lived in Perth. And for years he's like, I know where this certain Spanish ship went down. Long story short, finds it, right? Digs up one single gold coin. He's like, it's here, I know it's here. He's a big spear fisherman, adventure guy. Goes, spends tens of thousands of dollars, not a rich man, spends tens of thousands of dollars, gets all this excavator equipment, goes to this very remote area of northwestern Australia, pulls up something like $10 million worth of treasure, takes it home, legally declares it all, tells the government it's all confiscated. They give him 3 or 4 pieces. You can see his treasure in the museum in Perth. Here's this guy who would have retired, been a wealthy man, had his whole life taken care of because of this thing he was obsessed with and found, and then got the tools on his own dime to go and get it, declares it and has it confiscated. Now let me pose this to you. So I know a guy, he's a treasure hunter by trade. Very cool old guy, Australian guy, lived in Perth. And for years he's like, I know where this certain Spanish ship went down. Long story short, finds it, right? Digs up one single gold.
I thought that was his wife. I saw that picture and I was like, what?
Danny want to be the first one that I put down.
Amos!
I mute everybody.
Please, guys, respect the moderator. Respect.
You don't respect.
Why did I respect you? I respect.
Amos,
Amos, I respect you.
It's including Kaka, it's including you. It's including you, Kaka. Listen, everybody. I don't mind cursing a little bit, shouting, singing Shuki Benzona. It's okay in this room. Everybody can sing these songs, but you also have to listen. The same time you speak, the same time you listen.
Check this out. This is the Shiznik. That looks like 10 grand, don't it? Hell no. That's the best prop cash on the planet. See ya.
Now I speak. And listen, I think that this success and this proof tonight, count 1, 1, 2, 3, count how many people there are. This success is because everybody understanding that in the end there will be coexistence. Just now, you don't see anything, a lot of blood, starving in Gaza. The hostages are still in the Janaz after 600 days. And nobody sees solution. Everything is dark right now. Darkness. When I say darkness, I'm talking pain.
Be optimistic.
It's darkness. But it will be solved. Take 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. There is election 26, May 26, there is election in Israel.
And Bibi will win again. And Bibi will win again.
Chucky, Bibi's gonna win my dick.
By the way, what are the majorities in Israel? Are they leftist? No, they're not. I mean, the right wing or what?
Shuki, don't beat me. I'm your wife.
Oh my God! Wait, did he beat his wife?
He always beats me because I wear the Palestine flag.
Yeah, Chucky
What
beats his
the fuck?
prostitute wife.
Amos, can I bring more stuff about your family?
You know what? Ken, take a moderator.
No, moderator.
Why are you gonna give Kaka moderator and not me? I'm very disappointed.
No,
with
don't
you.
give me. I don't want. Please, I It's not something for me. I'm
Just
sorry.
mute everybody so you can
No,
speak.
give it to me. Why are you scared to give it to me? Because I'm Palestinian?
No, I don't want. Decide it. I don't want to.
Yes, exactly why.
You know what he said
Because
to
you
me
got
before you
one.
guys joined? I swear to God, before
Shuki,
you
you're
guys
bent
joined,
over.
What
before you
about
guys
me,
joined the room, he was like,
I thought it
he
was
was like, I'm gonna
for
give you mom.
me
Almost
and
would give me mod over you, anything.
the most beautiful women.
Okay, Kaka, let him speak a little bit.
It would be beautiful, but Shuki beats my face.
Guys, please stop.
Okay, why would you beat your wife?
had a small dick like the Egyptian says.
No, that's not the reputation.
No, they said he had no dick.
Who has no dick?
He's talking about Osiris or whoever they made.
don't they all?
They said that the Egyptian cut his dick on Egypt.
Is it true?
Horus or something.
No, that's
Is it
not
because
true.
they said for
That's not true. I put his dick on my strap-on and I fuck him every night.
He still had a dick?
Shuki, how come you don't say Baruch Shah?
شوكي يا ابن الشرموطة يا ابن الجحدة.
You guys talk a lot about dicks. You sure you don't like dicks or something?
Amos, you
That's
know
what they like, Harry.
I like you dick, but Shuki dick is
Like,
fine.
You didn't want it.
I muted everybody.
Galileo want to give me $1,000,000 to give her a moderator.
No, that's not
you
true. I don't have
give
million
free.
shackles.
I'm
Amos,
surprised Shuki's not panicking. He's not moderating.
شوكي يا ابن الجحدة open your ass now.
אמק כחבה, אבוק חנזיר,
Oh my
وانت
God.
Open your ass now. Who says that, bro? You
انت ابن الشرموطة يا
fucking weirdo.
شوكي. Your name is شوكي.
אבוק
I'm sure he's
חנזיר,
done that to some
אמק
guys
כחבה,
before.
وانت ابن כחבה.
Medicine شوكي. Take your medicine.
Dr. Osama, you like fucking guys in the ass?
I like
Who
fucking
No,
actually-
Harry.
I mean,
No,
are
Harry.
you
He just like to fuck
maybe
goats.
so
the
much
wine or what?
on his
He
mouth.
just
and his
like to
ass.
fuck goats,
I like to
Harry.
fuck you, Shuki.
You wanna fuck Shuki?
Benzona.
Wow, they're actually really gay, these Muslims. It's really
Shuki
great.
Benzona.
Tell you.
Amos, why does
שוקי
the
אתה
גליליאן.
סרט,
انت بنت الكعبة.
אתה חי
כולנו ביחד נשים לך בתחת. תדאגי ישיבה שכונה.
Fuck you,
אתה
mother.
אתה כחפה.
Shuki bends over.
Galileo make you so much.
It's Benzona, dumbass. Learn how to say it right.
Shuki.
Shuki Benzona.
He's a fucking Russian piece of shit, Harry.
Shuki,
Oh
you're
my
just
God.
jealous.
Should I put
But aren't you
you?
also Russian, Shuki?
He wishes. He's a Benzona. Ancestry.com said I'm 100% Benzona.
So why are you coming always to my room?
To
Why are
fuck
you
you,
coming?
Shuki.
To get abused?
Good.
To fuck you.
Gosh, this is
To
so
get
fun.
abused?
You guys are making me
Yes,
like
you
I went to your room to see Danny, not you.
Amos,
I went to your room
Did
to
you
see
know-
Danny, not you.
please let me speak. Amos, you know that your father was in organization Achalut before he came to Israel, and he was one of the first people who established Kfar Nahum back then. Have you been there? And again, I'm not a medium. I really do it with the knowledge.
He's taking a shit right now. I'll be right back.
Did you do researches or what, Kaka?
Oh, he's checking off of the voices of the people.
Everything what you say is true.
Okay? Everything what you say is true. There you go.
Everything what Kaka is saying is a modern, and they know everything.
I'm not a medium. I told you. I met your family. I was sitting so many times with Zaharia, and we drank some coffee. And by the way, you look exactly like your mother. I remember your mother. She looked exactly like you.
And what if I put Zacharia on the telephone right now? What would you say to him?
Look, it wouldn't be fair if you bring him on because he would like to know some stuff, and I don't know, like.
He will tell you by yourself that you are an evil person.
Why you call me evil? I do not understand you. Why you call me evil?
Shuki, is that how you look like when I put my dick on your ass?
You have the power. You have the power.
Shuki, is that what you look like?
Why do you speak over the moderator?
Yeah, put this guy down in the audience. We can't listen to Kaka.
No, don't put him down. No.
Yeah, no, put him down.
Shuki.
Shuki, is that how you look
He's
like?
obsessed with Shuki, this guy. He really wants to fuck Shuki in the ass, this guy. It's crazy. They're really gay.
That's amazing. Ooh.
Wow, you hear this, guys? Everybody's listening to this right now, right?
Shut up, Trump.
Okay, let's listen to.
Isn't this haram? I thought it's haram.
Okay, let's listen to Kaka now. Who's so much?
Oh, it's not haram, right? Okay.
So, as I said, Amos, I was a good friend with Haria, and I met Dani many times.
These warriors picked up their mantle
Exactly
of
like your
duty
mother.
and service.
I've seen her the days that she was, after the accident. I know her,
knowing that to live for
but I'm not a medium. Stop calling me a medium.
I see a lot of people like you, Shuki.
I mean, if you know somebody, there's no way you could be a psychic medium. Like, that's...
Shuki comes from Amos comes from amazing family. Amazing.
Wow, really?
Yeah, his father was...
He's the black sheep, Eric. He's the black sheep. He's the only fucked up in the family.
That makes sense. I see.
His father was in Netanya helping blind people.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
And what is Amos doing?
Amos is a great person as well.
Amos is an anti-Jew.
News alert, primetime FOIA the Secret Service over the cocaine investigation, and we just got back over 100 people.
You just have a different political view, like different political opinion. That doesn't make him anti-Jew.
Pages of
because he has
document.
that.
And the Secret Service has been lying to you about everything. Here's why. When the cocaine was first found,
For that.
Yes, Amos is the best Jew in this app.
GAO estimate, so this is not our estimate. I believe it was on the order of only 10 to 15.
Shuki, I've done more for Israel than you. I am a rabbi, of course.
Amos is here. Hello.
Amos always here. But I mean, I let you curse at these people, like
But
Shuki.
why let them curse? Let's.
Because this is the situation in the real life between the Palestinians and the Israelis. It's a
So
war
let's
time.
solve it.
So the people who represent Palestinian, let's say that Galileo and Dr. Usama and Fatih.
I represent Israel.
Yes, Judy. They're hating Jewish. The Jewish killing them.
Shuki is rich.
Amos' father used to help the blind in Netanya. Amos helps those who are about to be blind soon.
Okay. Okay.
You can ask Danny, I'm Jewish.
Let's see if you can bring Amir to you.
Yeah.
This will be.
He's not Palestinian.
Let's speak about. Please stop making rumors that I'm.
Where masked ICE agents handcuffed people outside the courthouse in.
Because you didn't tell me your name.
Gaga. Gaga.
I'm not a medium.
Gaga. Only
Immediately
a
after
very
their
stupid person
EPA,
can
FDA,
think that the
political
medium
leaders, where have
can find out shit from far, far away. Only stupid. A medium need to feel the person that is doing the medium.
I will sue you.
So your mama. So your mama, you fucking faggot.
I'm your wife, you little bitch.
Thanks God I don't have one now.
Shuki, did I tell you to talk, bitch?
You are going to see what I did to my child.
Osama, the goat is waiting for you.
Bitch,
The
but you
goat
fuck
is
up.
waiting for you.
You are not here on
Osama,
Here you
go
are
to
a
the
slut.
goats.
You are a fucking
Go
slut.
to the goats, Osama. Osama Baba, go to the goats.
What
The goats.
did you say? What did you say?
Go to the goats.
Did you say here you're not King Shuki? You're.
He is a sharmuta.
What
Amos, charming crowd in this room. They are really charming.
No, you see here Palestinians and Jews trying to coexist, but it's not working.
It's working a little bit.
You see, the Jews are hating on other Jews.
All the Palestinians need to die.
It will work.
Kill them all.
Accept it.
Kill them all.
But that's not gonna. But you're sounding like a fucking Nazi.
Kill them all.
Do you hear yourself?
Kill them all.
Imagine a Palestinian. Imagine a Palestinian would say
Do
that.
you understand the difference? The German did not get killed by the Jews.
All the Jews needs to die.
The German,
crying.
you dumbass bitch, cunt, you dumbass bitch cunt. The Jews did not kill the Germans. The Jews did not kill the Germans.
Yes,
So therefore, we are not like the Nazis.
When you're saying all the Palestinians needs to die,
right, because the Palestinians wants to kill the Jews. So if somebody wants to kill the Jews, he needs to die first.
It's
very simple, cunt. It is very simple, cunt.
Doesn't exist. You're literally fucking
It is very simple, Palestinians.
Shuki, the Palestinian needs to take.
Mr. Mayor, we've seen the
It's
administration
never
go
gonna happen.
after.
Look what's happening in Gaza now. Look what happened.
But it happened on Sinai, bro. On
Look what happened now. Look what happened now.
What happened now? What happened now? What is
that
now?
is that throat cancer is too advanced?
The whole world knows Israel for what she's doing now.
And what they do? What they do? What the whole world do? What the whole world do? Nothing. Waiting for Israel to finish the job. Waiting for Israel to finish the job. That's what the entire world do. Sitting quiet, supplying Israel with all the ammunition that they need, and waiting for Israel to finish the job. That's what the entire world do.
Shuki, can I ask you a genuine question?
Because there is no peace with garbage like you. There is no peace with garbage like you.
Fuck you, I'm Egyptian. And you
Fuck
the
your
one
mama,
who want peace with the Egyptian, bro.
Fuck
you,
your mama.
Okay, hold on. I have a genuine question for Shuki. Shuki, what happened to your voice? Why does it sound like that? Like I'm being serious right now.
Choking on too many dildos and cancer, maybe?
I don't know. Like I'm not trying to be funny or something, but what happened to your voice?
It's cancer. It's cancer. He has cancer.
Cancer your mama.
Assalamu alaikum. Why do we hear Shuki, when you die, please put me in your will.
You see,
I will put you in the grave before I'm gonna die. Do not worry.
You call me, and now you don't.
I want to inherit your Jews.
You see, you just want to break my rules. That's all, Kaka. That's
Jews
all
or
you did.
Jews?
Break my
You
rules.
mean like shackles?
No, Kaka invite me, and I refuse, of course. So now I give you a moderator that Kaka will come to me private and
Hey,
see
Dennis,
how I...
I saw that one looking at my profile. I took a screenshot of it. I made a YouTube video about it.
חדר חדש בטעות, אכפת לי. אני רוצה את קקה,
Music
אתה לא
Anonymous.
מעניין אותי.
I did not
Do
take
you
a
want to
screenshot
talk
of
to
your
Kaka?
profile and make a fucking
Invite me.
No, I made a screenshot of your profile.
If I go
Why
to
would you
give,
do
this
that?
room is finished.
No, I mean,
So
I
give
took
you
a screenshot of who viewed my profile, and I made a video about the people that looked at my profile. And your PTR is in the video.
Why would you do that?
It's fucking artwork. You're an artist. It's my art. Don't be such a critic.
It's not your artwork. It's my
You're such a
artwork.
critic. Stop being such a critic and just create more art.
You're a medium.
What the fuck
And
is
you have
wrong
no
with you,
name,
man?
nothing.
I got
Just,
some
you
intel
know,
for you.
What's your intel? What's your
You do that.
What's your intel? Okay, what's your intel?
Okay. You know who your our sworn enemy Diego's real name?
Yeah, it's Robert Taylor.
Robert Taylor, correct. You know he's here in New York, right?
Yeah, he got sentenced to 5 years suspended probation.
Right. Well, I looked up his info.
Oh,
So
really?
check this out. Yes, I did. The problem is getting a hold of his private info. That's a little bit trickier because there's about what I calculated. There's about six Robert Taylors in the nation that fits the age bracket between 30 and 49.
Mm-hmm.
So that one's a little bit harder to differentiate which Robert Taylor is him. Some of them, at least 3 of them, are in New York. That's another problem. So I was able to track down and corroborate the address, his work address, which is the building that Miss Nora visited when she had her glorious breakdown. If you want that information, I'll be happy to forward it to you. And if you go and check the YouTube, guess what? Remember that whole entire conversation that we had about flaxiology?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? He actually has videos on the subject dating back about 5 to 7 years ago.
I know.
With this chick called Flaxy Girl.
Yeah, I've seen the videos. It's like somebody discovering English for the first time. I never knew about this. I can't believe I didn't know about it. Now I get to tell you all about it. It's unbelievable.
But the issue that I'm facing is that video. There's a video of him with Jay Dyer.
Yeah.
But Jay Dyer actually sounds like him and not Robert Taylor.
Now, listen, I don't... Danicus, I hate to tell you all this. This is all old news already at this point, and the guy is still stupid. Right. So what's your point?
Well, the point is I'm trying to track down the actual personals. We got the job, but we don't got the personals. So that's what I'm leading on to.
Well, I'm sure he's I'm sure he's committed crimes, you know, but a lot of people have committed crimes, and they don't get prosecuted. So
absolutely, he's committed crimes, and we know that he's committed crimes. You know, he's a raving lunatic and a raving anti-Semite. So, you know.
Well, it's more than that. I think he owes a lot of taxes. Probably, he's probably.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's done a lot of nefarious shit. So it's just a matter of time before Danicus finds the info. Just a matter of time.
Well, the best revenge is just to improve yourself, because that guy doesn't spend any time improving himself. And, you know, he's a moron. And I've met him in the flesh. And, you know, he's got a Ukrainian robot wife, 2 Ukrainian robot children. And he comes on Clown House all day long to talk to Princessia. So how cool could you really be? You can't be very cool. It's not cool. It's just pathetic.
What's up, Monica? Yeah, you're right. You're right, John. You're very right.
Seriously, I mean, this is what all these... I read books, and the books say to improve yourself. If you want to improve the world, improve yourself. Coming on here to worry about some loser who has created a tornado in your brain to make you think that, you know, like, it's even worth your time to have any interest in him is the biggest faux pas. I mean, you know, this is why you need to read the Torah. Welcome, Dr. Adams. We're talking trash about Robert Taylor and his clique of Clown House losers. Are you excited about the new anonymous feature? Because I am. That means I can't get kicked from rooms anymore.
Oh, I know you love it. I know you love it. Like, you're the first person I brought up. I was like, this is going to be gold. Absolute
I've been
gold.
kicked 1,500 times.
I feel like it keeps people honest, you know?
Fuck yeah, it keeps people honest. Be careful what you say, because now somebody's going to record you, and you can't just kick people and control the narrative, because, you know, part of it is like psychological. It's like, by kicking me, they're getting that dopamine hit, and they're feeling a sense of power. But really, I mean, we're talking about people that don't even use dental floss. So we're talking about like the biggest losers in the world who think that there's something in this Clown House universe, but in the real world, they're a zero. In Clown House world, they're a hero. And, you know, this $5 feature to not get kicked. I mean, basically, Marshall Rankin can't just kick me from every room now because I'm willing to pay the $4.75. It's like,
He
okay.
doesn't kick you. He gets pressured into kicking you.
So
So
no,
if
no,
Marshall
no.
has
He
his
kicks
way,
me.
lets you continue.
He kicks me.
Yeah, because he gets nagged into kicking you.
No, he doesn't get nagged. He just kicks. He's a gatekeeper loser, and you know, it doesn't really matter. He's a total loser. Like even bringing him up is a waste of time. The whole point is, this new feature is actually just more stupidity because, truthfully, all this communication that this app generates, it's all just spam. So to pay $5 to listen to these losers spam you is even stupider. The only thing I can say which is cool about it is they can't kick me. So the thing is, if you want to automate this app and you want to live stream it, Chillism is like the perfect example of a room that goes 23 hours and you can set it and forget it and just walk away, and it would be fully automated. I don't even know how Nathan and Tali, like how their brains can even process and like manage these rooms in terms of consistency. It's so much that it's like shocking that people essentially stop doing things in the real world and just talk to Lion and Concrete and the other clowns in the room all day long. I mean, it's unbelievable. But the point is, in terms of like creating, you know, fully automated variable content, like that's the perfect example. And that's why this $5 feature exists, because, you know, now I can just set up one phone to record, you know, the room, and it's awesome. You know, I can live stream all these rooms now, which is fantastic, and they can't just keep kicking me because to create like a fake profile where they can't identify me. See, people go to my live streams to see if I'm live streaming the room, but now with my anonymous accounts, I will live stream the rooms and they'll say, fuck, Edmund's recording the room. Fuck. Well, which account is it? Fuck, let's just create a new room. That's what has already happened.
Well, they're gonna have to keep closing them because again, this is what I'm saying. They need to figure out exactly every single account that's yours and block it for them to be able to successfully keep you out of their rooms at that point. And then you have to make sure that everybody's still on that stage at every given time that the room is open is it has you blocked. You know what I mean? It's like it's a virtual game of whack-a-mole. Like this is
It is.
Yeah, pretty fun. It's funny, I'm pretty sure that cans of Trump.
This is gonna be the downfall of this app.
Mentioned you couldn't record shit.
Downfall. The app already is a downfall.
Yeah.
The app.
No, I'm talking about this will cause a great migration for this app. Like meaning that they already
No, it
have
won't.
low numbers.
It just
It's
creates
gonna
one more game for people to play, and nobody's going to play it. And you're going to see like 1 to 2 anonymous accounts in every room, and it's only going to be short term because nobody's even going to want to give Clownhouse $5 for this bullshit. Why would anybody pay $5 to have themselves spammed? It's like, let me open up my email and just go to my spam folder and then send you $5 for looking at my spam folder? What? No. This app is full of fucking neurotic losers who waste all their time, including myself. I mean, you know, I'm just a mirror here to reflect you. That's it. You know, I can call a spade. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but like, if you're not reading a book or listening to something intelligent, you're listening to losers spam you. And now losers are going to pay you $5. The point is, if you're not live streaming the content out of here and exposing the stupidity, it's totally a waste of your time. I mean, just drive your car without Clownhouse on. You know, go to work. Stop using Clownhouse. It's like, this is the viral, like self-perpetuated this is automated spamming. It's unbelievable because they have figured out a way. It's the same thing as Facebook, but Facebook doesn't have this feature. It's no different than Zuckerberg's Facebook. But see, I don't think Zuckerberg even wants to give it away like this, like, because it's so toxic. You can't actually monetize it on Facebook because it's that toxic. It's like death threats. It's just insane screaming over screaming. The bang rooms are the crazy.
Racism,
yeah, those are the
victimization, and all that bullshit every day, right?
Yeah, it's all just racism. Politic. It's crazy.
Let's
weaponize religion. That's crazy. It really is kind of the seedy part of society. I thought at one time maybe some people were maybe like getting something good out of this, like. Because I've heard people say, "Oh, the FBI is listening to this." The CIA. There's not much. There's not much value in here. I mean, it's all the same people threatening each other, or crashing out, or arguing about the same shit.
You know, no offense. I mean, I think we're all pretty cool, but I mean, I think the FBI probably lost interest a long time ago.
Yeah, because they have these things called jobs.
No, it's devolved into a sounding board for miserable people. Like, that's Edmund's whole entire point. Like, these people are absolutely freaking miserable.
It's pathetic.
They come on here and try to rank between each other on who's the most happy of the most miserable. And they're just miserable human beings. Like, that's just what it comes down to. And then they find a kinship in complaining in misery about other things that
Misery loves
they
company.
feel should make them miserable when they're the only miserable ones talking
It's
about
true.
these miserable things.
It's true. Misery loves company, and Robert Taylor's little clique is essentially a group of people who have misery in their lives. I mean, they can't see the.
Oh, Robert? Yeah, he bullied me yesterday because I disagree. Because he thinks that, you know, we should be over there in Ukraine and fucking World War III and shit, and I disagreed, and so, of course, I got booted. Because I feel like, in a lot of ways, we were responsible for some of that.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people are saying we shouldn't have anything to do with it, but it's like, okay, but we are the primary reason for the whole thing happening. I mean, where does our personal responsibility?
Don't that, you'll be booted.
Yeah. Roger Mayhem. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, Pink Taco is actually probably my favorite person to record because I think he's funny. Welcome, Sella, to Wet Vibes in Anonymous with Wisdom. But yeah, I think Roger Mayhem puts together good content, and I love the comedy aspect of it. And you know, whatever his political positions are, it's his opinion. But misery does love company. So the question is, how do you know, why do you want miserable people as your company? I mean, I don't. You know, I want happy, upbeat people who are being productive and actually achieving some type of a goal other than just spamming each other, because this is just spam. This would be no different than if we were just like constantly putting letters in front of each other and saying, here, read this, read this, read this, read this. It's just spam, 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 spam. So
I fixed this. If you want productivity, I fixed this dude's $30,000 boat this weekend in 7 hours. You know, so boom, baby. Lasted well and full.
Well, see, and Edmund, this is why I started screaming at people over the last couple of months, because I'm quite frankly tired of my ears being polluted by complaining. And complaining about things that they can change, especially the economy. It's like, okay, well, I mean, you have so much free time to be on Clubhouse until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Go get a second job.
Well, it's not about, what I'm talking about is personal development, self-improvement. How do we really optimize ourselves? And, you know, I think everybody's interested in that topic. So, I mean, there's the 1% of the spam here, which could actually be therapeutically useful for you, organizationally, action-wise, whatever. I mean, this app can be some kind of a high-value transmission, but you have to force it. You can't just lackadaisically have random conversations about anything, because you can prove that just by introducing a new topic, people will start talking about it. So it's like leading people down a pathway of shit, of spam. So you just have to be able to accurately diagnose and observe it and call it for what it is. It's a waste of your time. I mean, if you've ever been in a high value communication transmission or experience or situation, it's not a waste of time. It's super high valuable, but it's even within all that communication, there's still a lot of spam. So the compression is what we want. And this Robert Taylor room is really just a response to Danicus telling me what I already knew about Robert Taylor, because I have people coming into my rooms and anonymously in the chat giving me gossip about these people because they hate these people that much, because they have fallen victim to their spam. They're just spam spiders, and they're parasites and vampires drinking your blood as a fly. So stop being the fish or the fly caught in the net. You know, maybe become the spider. I'm just saying, don't be a part of the problem. Be the problem. You know, Dr. Adams, you could be the problem. Doctor over there, you could be the problem. But you have to.
The difference is I'm a real doctor. Dr. Adams isn't a doctor.
Just you see my point, where it's like, this isn't really improving you, and you're not improving the world by being here. You're just falling victim to other people's stupidity. Like, this is just a spam trap.
I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
I mean, that's all I'm saying is I hope you appreciate, because it's all about optimizing your life and maximizing every opportunity, every situation, all your experiences for the rest of your life. This app will just drink away all of your opportunity costs. So
I have tried to find. I'm going back to what seems like higher vibration individuals. I've tried to have good faith conversations. It seems difficult in here. Okay.
But I'm just saying, like, don't spam us with conversations about higher vibrational people or something. I mean, just either be quiet or say something. Say something intelligent. That's why I kept telling you. I'm like, if you don't start reading the Bible or reading something into this app, like, you're just a spammer. This is about your speeding up your brain, making your brain more intelligent. Like, if you're not doing that,
this isn't about me here, there, Edmund. This is not just about me here, pal. So
I'm just trying to give you. I'm just trying to give you some type of alternative perspective or opinion to encourage you to pick up that book and start reading a book on this app, because this app is a waste of time. Don't let it waste your time.
I'm not gonna read. I'm not just gonna read to the star.
That's it. I got to take my own advice, don't I? You are now anonymous.
That's why I've been sort of comfortable. I mean, after many months of having, money in there, I had money in there since like Q4 of 2024. So.
And of course, that's it.
And you bark like a cat. I mean, you you meow like a cat. That's all you do. Meow like
I speak facts. It was facts. You said about the nonsense about the Americans and the.
I have a moral consciousness.
You talked about the Americans and the British.
You're not on the right. Well, are you jealous while you have your broken accent?
Why should I be jealous?
So why are you making everything about my accent?
I didn't say anything. I said once, yes, that you're a British. You got an accent. Your accent is British.
I told you. I came here when I was 13. I was born in.
So you got a passport.
Who gives a fuck whether I have a? That's not.
So you're British. You're British.
I was born in the UAE. I was not born in Britain. I'm not a British woman. The skin is too brown to be British.
No. I know your ancestors. I know. No. If you want to talk, you talk about the current situation. You live in Britain, right?
Yeah, let's talk about the Nakba. Let's talk about the current situation.
No, let me finish though. You said you come to the UAE. You live in Britain. You got the passport. You're British. What's the problem with that? I don't understand. What's the problem with that? And about what you said about the Americans and the French or whatnot who finance Israel.
About the French.
Okay, the Americans and the British.
Britain that helped actually execute this plan.
So let me tell you something about that.
It was Britain that helped. You don't know anything about your history.
Okay. Let me tell you something about. I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about right now. You say they are financing Israel, right? Let me finish my thought.
I live.
The money that the Americans are funding Israel is like 1% from the GDP of like the Israeli money we make every year. So it's nothing. Now another thing people don't understand: the British, let's say in some ways, get paid. They benefit from this arrangement we got with the United States. Why? Because when Israel are developing, let's say, technologies who revolves around weapons, they get some of the patents. This is the reason they do it. It's not from charity. It's because Israel
started off as
is very
charity,
advanced.
Actually, they did help in the formation of the state. Don't even gas it. And they helped you with the technology as well.
No, they don't. You're talking about.
Yes, they did.
You're talking about right now?
They did. America definitely did help with the technology. I don't know.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't.
No, I'm a
You say that because you don't understand what's going on.
Isn't that like
I do know what's going on. What are you fucking talking about?
You don't, because
I know that
even
an Israeli state, if it
Hey, bro, what is this Arabic in your bio?
Britain was part of that. Part of that, yeah.
But and be one of the biggest hunters as well in this fucking genocide.
You spitting nonsense. You got no facts. You're just saying words. זה אידיוטית. אחי, תמיד זה אנשים יצורים, אתה מביא לפה המוסכים. בחורה עושה לך עיניים, אתה מתלהב מזה? אחי, אני לא מביאה עבודות, לא כלום, סתם מדברת שטויות. אחי, בריינלס, אחי.
That you say what in the end. She go out, but you didn't know to make conversation. You didn't know to make conversation, so she go out. She don't.
אני לא יודע.
לא, אתה ולא היא, לא יודעים לנהל שיחה, כן.
מה אתה מדבר שטויות, אח שלי? אני רק, שמעת אותי זה? מקלל אותה, שמעת איך דיברה, אחי? מה אתה מדבר שטויות, עמוס? אחי, רק כבוד ודיברתי לה יפה, למרות שהיא דיברה שטויות, רק כללות, קורס וקורס, אחי. כשאני מדבר את הפקטס, מה היא מדברת שטויות? She's cursing. אז מה אתה אומר לי שזה, אחי? אין לה טיפת כבוד עצמי ולא כבוד למי שמדבר איתה.
עמוס, מה קורה?
מה קורה?
בואנה, תגיד לי, אתה ישראלי אתה?
לא.
בואנה, שמע, אתה הזוי, שמעת לך מדבר מפה. ברח, זה? מה, עזוב אותך, אחי, פה מדליקות אותך קצת, ישר אתה זה. אבל אותך, אחי, יש דברים, איך אומרים? מה?
אני רוצה לעשות איזה חדר שאנשים יבואו, ידברו,
אתה יודע למה חותכים? אתה יודע למה חותכים לי? כי אתה נותן לה...
What?
Stop.
Okay, yeah, I'll try not to be explicit about it, but
hey, it's like, what does that mean? But if you're saying, hey, this person is a little too personal with certain groups, or this person is being a little standoffish with other groups of people, that makes sense. To say that they're too gay, it's like, what, now we too black?
Well, the story was
There is such a thing as too black, for the record.
Okay. Yeah. So the story was of interest because ultimately he got a $10 million payout because they fired him before completing the investigation. As in, a gay got mad and he was like nearly fired on the spot. And you can't do that. So he missed out on like balloon payments or whatever they're called when you fire the executive and they get money regardless of their performance. So yeah, he still won and he was probably right about that.
There is such a thing as too gay. There's definitely a thing as too gay. You can say somebody, you're too gay for this conversation. You can say you're too black for this conversation. You can say you're too white for this conversation. It definitely entails all arguments.
There is a black gay and a white gay. I think what they prefer on TV would be like a white gay.
No, and here's my thing. I feel like that's why y'all have the problem, and that's why these people are getting these payouts is because you're putting it on personalities and races and color and ethnicity instead of actually focusing on the individual. Here's my thing.
I think they
No matter what you call him.
mild
No,
manner
listen.
versus the outrageous, irrational,
He
screaming over the
doesn't
top.
have to do anything.
That ghetto gagging gay. I don't think they want that on television.
And that's just not corporate of you. And let's be very honest, like Lion, like you can say.
I think they kind of want the Anderson kind of gay.
It's people who can call people out as an individual, not as a group. If he would have been like, oh, I think this is your issue 1, 2, and 3, instead of saying like, oh, let me just wrap it all up and be like, oh, it's your problem because you're gay. Like, people are getting sued for that. Even though, like, Lion, you're bringing it up as like a point, people are getting sued because they are talking about like, oh, you're black. I didn't think you could afford a check here. That's $1 million. Yeah, lady. You are too old and too white. I thought you were a homeless person. That's $1 million for that nigga. This white man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying every single time you try to disrespect people, when you're disrespecting them, you're putting them in the position that they're the victim, right? You're trying to make it seem like, oh, it's okay because people do this, people do that. But when you are attacking someone and putting them in the position where they are feeling uncomfortable when they're just doing the normal things that they're supposed to do living, you are making them the victim. And so in this position, yes, that person was the victim. That's why they won all that money. That's why a lot of people win the money that they do. It's because you can't be putting people in a position that you're personalizing all of your racial beliefs on one person. It doesn't matter what race, ethnicity, color they are. Like, they're talking about rolling DEI back. Okay, yes, cool. But at the same time, that doesn't make it cool for you to be like, oh yeah, go ahead and attack this person because they're white, or go ahead and attack that person because they're black, or go ahead and attack that person because they're disabled. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't.
All right. So I think they want the Anderson Cooper type, and they don't really like the Don Lemon type, and I think it's because they kind of brought their politics to their the profession. And Anderson, if you wouldn't look them up, you would have never assumed that he was necessarily a gay man. You would just, I don't know, you just never really thought about him and his sexuality at all. He just kind of gave you his views based off of what CNN wanted to say versus
he gave his gay
versus Don Lemon, who constantly kept trying to do the just try to tag his political views in the conversations. He likes to also add the black part in, and I think that's the flamboyancy that the general population of watchers don't really care too much to see. They would much rather you just stick to the prescribed topics, and move on.
I think it's convenient. If it serves a purpose, they'll put them on, and if it doesn't, they'll take them off. There's certain things you can't say, even if you feel. And that's probably what happened. I still don't know what too gay means. It's either that you're gay or not. That's a weird thing to say.
That's levels to gayness.
It's a spectrum. Because, like, honestly, truly, like, when people say, like, things are too gay, I feel like we know usually it means either someone's very comfortable in their gayness or they're a feminine gay person. Like, that's usually what it means. Like, they're too gay. And so it's like, it means that, like, that person's gay. A lot of people are cool with people who are gay and they don't know about it. They don't talk about their personal lives, or you don't talk about your personal life. You just got a job, it's whatever. But once they know about it, it's like, oh, well, you talking about your man as a man is too gay, or you talking about your woman and we want to hit fine shit. That's too gay. We don't like that. You never know with these dudes. Like, a lot of men are like that. And I would say, just because you're not like that, I do like psych, y'all, even though I was fighting with him the other day. I just be like that. But it's just like, I feel like just because you feel like you're not that serious, where you're like, I don't be fighting with people if it's not serious. If you don't come for me, I don't come for you. A lot of other people aren't like that. Like when niggas say like something is too gay, it can be as easy as you told him that you have a husband instead of a wife, and now that nigga's mad because that shit is too gay for you. It's just it really is a spectrum of not just gayness, but like what people are accepting of. And I feel like that's the whole thing that like we're missing. We're just like people can get mad about it, but at the same time, there's a reason that he got the payout. They don't get these payouts like just for like some, you know, random comments or someone being rude. It's a pattern of behavior that lets these people know that's why they deserve a payout. So
I'm gonna say that there is the spectrum is there's the extreme, super flamboyant. Everything consists of being gay. Every single argument, every time they open their mouth, they're talking about their gaynessosity, and that makes it an issue. So we could be talking about ice cream and the next.
And most of them can't afford the insurance. They got children, they got families raised, they're working all kinds of overtime. As a matter of fact, when they get hurt and disabled, which happens far more frequently than being killed, their pay is cut to about 66% of what they did before, and there's no overtime. And most of them go bankrupt. So they don't have that ability to get that extra insurance, that extra thing, unless they have a spouse.
Wait a minute. There ain't nobody talking about ice cream. And please don't do that, anybody. Flanders or Nathan or any one of you other dunce in the room. So I think what the issue is, people much rather deal with a more palatable individual like Rachel Maddow, who's also gay, because she doesn't go around just screaming to the heels that she's gay and gay, and nobody cares, you know? Or like I said, Anderson. Hey, I was done. Anderson. He also doesn't do the same thing. But when it comes to the flamboyant side, it just always seems to be the raunchy black gay that wants to scream high and low into anybody who hears them and wants to yell it in your face and bring their boyfriend to the stage and kiss on stage and all that other shit. There's just a bunch of unnecessary shit that's not really valued or wanted. They want to push it in everybody's face, and I think that's the reason why they get fired. Because nobody wants to see the shit. Nobody cares. You go be gay over there. Stop trying to force everybody to accept your lifestyle. Fuck you, nigga. Nobody cares.
Ryan, I feel like the issue, like with what you were talking about, is because I feel like you don't feel like you're pushing your lifestyle on other people, while you do feel like other people are pushing their lifestyle on you, right? Like, for example, even when we talk about like, oh, the flamboyance of, you know, gay black men, like I do be having that same issue where I'm like, oh my gosh, it's gotten to a point that we went from, yes, ladies, show your body, you know, fuck these niggas, do your thing, to like, goddamn, you got your whole ass out? The fuck? Like, no, girl, put a little bit of that up. Put a little bit of ass up, girl. You know, but it's just like, that is where the culture has pushed them based on like what we're talking about. So you're being like, why these niggas got their ass out? Why they doing this? Why they doing that? You was clapping hardcore when the girls were doing it. And like, when it really boils down to it, a lot of feminine gay black men are around black women. It's actually not just the black ones. Honestly, I will say it's very diverse. There's a lot of, it's diverse. Like, honestly, I know all my bottoms. Stop playing with me. You know, I love them all. But it's just like, I feel like y'all act like y'all don't know where the culture came from when y'all were one of the biggest manifestors and the pushers of the culture. Like, y'all push this type of culture. Like, honestly, truly, if you really think about it, like 30 years ago, people was not thinking about ass. They was thinking about titties. But because of how y'all push it, yeah, now we got niggas out here being ass. I got white girls, you know, competing with me. I'm like, girl, no, I don't even want to compete with you. They're like, nah, I got a bigger ass. I remember back in the day when it used to be like, my skin's darker than yours because I got a tan. They don't even say that shit no more. They'd be like, I got a bigger ass than you. And I'm like, oh my gosh, girl, okay. I don't be in the gym. It's gonna be okay. But it's just like y'all have to act like y'all are the pushers of that culture. It's not like they're doing this out of nowhere. It's not like these gay black men who have like gone up and like now they're like some of them are like, you know, making motion off of supporting black women, but also some of them are making motion off of being themselves. But like the whole thing comes from y'all niggas. Like, what are you talking about? The BBL culture, like the culture of getting BBLs, being thick as shit, making sure your thighs match, all of that shit. You're mad that gay people are taking this on. But being realistic, a lot of gay people have like taken up and been there for black women, but they also see black women as something that they like want to see in themselves. And then you have these standards for black women. And then you are confused why these men want to be out here with fat asses.
That don't make
Like,
no damn sense.
Saucy Santana is out here. Literally, there's so many like people on TikTok doing like the same like little things he does, where it's like period, this and that. Why do you think they want to look up to black gay men instead of black straight men?
Well, I want to say that now that gender and sexuality are on a spectrum, meaning they are fluid, that we should not have to consider sexuality an immutable characteristic. I don't think it ever was. So take those right.
All right, so
if man can be woman and woman can be man, then you know what? Fuck it. I think gay men can be straight, and straight men can be gay.
And I personally may have a vagina and be a bad bitch. Shut up. But I am a big nigga. I know for sure if I was trans, I would be 6'5" with a big dick.
That's just stupid shit in here.
Shut up, Lion. Go ahead, Monica. I'm sorry, baby.
All you
Shut up, Lion. Monica was speaking. I don't want to hear you. Let her go.
I don't care what you want to hear or not. You shut up.
I actually the conversation.
The overall point is...
Shut up and let her go. I'm never going to listen to you. I don't respect you. I don't respect you and I don't care.
Because I wanted to ask Nolan a question.
This is the stupidest shit ever.
I don't want to listen to him.
Okay, then shut up. Go somewhere else.
I want to listen to her.
I don't care what you want to listen to. This
you're just talking. I'm not going to answer you.
Lions are respected. Lions are a respected member of the community.
So look,
he's a coon. He's a coon.
What's wrong with this crazy ass woman? Look, here's the point. Well, we don't necessarily know that anymore. The overall point is you think that they're your allies, and in fact they're your replacements, and you're an idiot for siding with these people who all they do is copy you, trying to beat you so they can take what's left of the heterosexual men if they can. That's the ultimate point. They're here to deceive and trick niggas, and you help them. They never actually was on your side about anything. Let's look at the political standing that they have with you. What are they actually fighting for? For you, black woman. What? What do you get?
You want me to answer you, Lion, for real?
Wait. The right
Lion, you want to answer?
Wait, no, not yet. Nope, not yet. The right to abort your children is what they stand for you. And what else? What other political statement are they making for you, dumbass woman?
Okay, is it my turn? No, I do. Let's be very clear. What they fought for was our fucking freedom. Are you fucking stupid?
From who?
Like, the reason that we even got here to America is because black people didn't respect each other enough to not sell each other into slavery.
Hold on, Lion.
Black people didn't even respect each other enough to not sell each other into slavery. And then we got into here to America, and I can pop shit, and I'll pop shit with any white man, but at the end of the day, they can always be like, yeah, but who stopped that shit? Who stopped slavery? Who stopped it?
It was facts.
Let's be fucking for real. Listen, y'all niggas was not on that. Y'all niggas was like, even to this day, there's people who come from the African continent that we have always been trained to love and care for, and they're like, we're happy we sold you into slavery, blah, blah, blah. These people around me, they do not do that type of shit. What are you talking? It's crazy. it's crazy behavior. And the fact that you can even be like, what did they give you? Bitch, America, what are you talking about? I'm happy to be in America. What are you talking about? I literally don't have to work hard at all. Like, even when they have all these, like, they, put people out the country, and they're like, who's going to work these farm jobs? Not me. I work a cute little job. I do my little thing. I don't do too much work. Like, honestly, I'm happy to be where I am, and I feel like y'all feel like they never gave a shit. But to be honest, like, that's why I do take up for my homegirls, because I definitely understand where sometimes, okay, people be talking shit on you, you have to move on. I'm not saying that being Black in America means that we're, like, being treated like the nicest ever, but honestly, it's better being treated nicely in America than somewhere else. Like, what the fuck is you talking about? Like, we have cute little work from home jobs. I don't even have to get dressed to go to work. I be talking to people, like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not the same. Like, the whole idea of, like, these people are fucking us over and it's the worst thing ever. Even me personally, that's why I came into the room and I apologized. Like, because I was drunk that day and I was like, I'm sorry for being mean to you.
I apologize as well. I didn't hear you apologize. I apologize as well. But it's all just letting you know, a new day is a new day. I don't hold anything against you, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I reciprocate it back.
Can you make y'all what you
I could be talking about shit sometimes. Shut up, nigga.
Knowledge, did you hear what happened?
I got this girl for idiot.
That's
Wait,
what I'm saying.
Someone with a plus sign spoke to me. What's up, Monica?
Hey, yeah, plus community right here. So, Knowledge, did you hear what happened? I learned something really valuable on Clubhouse recently.
Yeah,
I heard that calling someone weird is actually worse than calling them the N-word or an atheist. I did not know that.
Yeah, that is unfortunately true. And I don't understand it, because I'm just saying you're weird, like you're being strange, like you're not being normal. I feel like the niggas is taking it too hard. I feel like it's a lot of more than shit.
For the record, in this room, there's a list. So from worst to bad, the worst word.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm in the middle of something. What's up?
Well, just looking through a 2017 Kiplinger magazine I used to subscribe to, and that's when Trump was in office, and the like CD raisins, they're all very low at that time.
Yeah.
And I remember I just sat on money, not investing it, waiting for this shit to turn around, but it took till 2024 to turn it around.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Oh, you know what else? There's an article. There's a number of articles. Back when you got caught up in that 2019 deal, it's still being talked about as one of the worst times that ever happened, or of the era where people like your age range did get caught up in that shit. Really makes me mad every time I see it. Anyway, what are you doing?
I'm about to go work on the coach house.
Oh yeah, do what?
Tape it all up and lay plastic all around so I can. I don't really want to do 2 cans or even 1 can today, but I have to get this painting done because I just had 2 new cans shaken up. So.
Well, they do say it holds for a couple of days. I sure as hell wouldn't trust that.
Take it
What do those guys know? They're only selling this shit. Doesn't mean they know shit.
What do you mean? You think I should bring it back and have them shake it again?
No, I think you should stir it. Don't you always take stir sticks when you have paint?
I also bought like a metal mixer that I can put on my electric screwdriver to.
Ooh. That'll spit all over the place. Yeah, you didn't need. You just use a paint stick. kind of like dig it up from the bottom carefully.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I was there. I'd paint that little beauty for you. What color is it?
It's just white.
But you got to paint it again. Only time
There's
I ever
stains,
saw it.
you know,
Looked like it was
because
in good shape.
it flooded, so there was all this staining on the walls from all the moisture.
Oh, whoa! I don't know if the paint's gonna cover that without a primer.
No, I can wipe down most of the stains.
Well, you sure should first. They got a product called TSP,
I know.
trisodium phosphate.
I know. I literally just, you can use a wet rag and paper towel. I don't need to scrub all the freaking walls. It's too much work. And that chemicals, you know, you're dealing with all that chemicals. It's like, this is the thing I hate about painting is you're literally exposing yourself to all these chemicals. It gets all over your skin. It's such a pain.
There's a real prep period. That's what painters get $5 for, is that prep work.
Yeah.
Tarping everything down, taping it. But it's still not worth it to me because I can invest in a $5 roll of tape and do the baseboards. I'm glad I'm done painting. It is. I painted this whole damn place myself. Every wall, ceiling. It's over. Now don't paint during the heat of the day. Start getting that. Get out there in the morning while it's still nice and cool. Have the doors and windows up, and roll it out. Do you have a Harbor Freight near you? I don't think so.
No.
Nah?
No.
That's where you get the best prices on that paint stuff. I bought myself a Sawzall yesterday. I'll leave it in my will for you. Yeah. So everything else okay? You okay?
Yeah, things are going fine. I just gotta keep moving. That's it, and everything will be okay.
Yeah. That's what Aunt Linda said probably about a year ago. She said, you gotta keep moving. Because when you get older, I don't really like doing paperwork anymore. I don't really like housekeeping, cleaning anymore. I'm even slowing down on cooking. It's like all of a sudden, bam, all.
Yeah, cooking.
It's hitting me. I'm slowing down.
Did you or Samantha ever get that thyroid treatment surgery where they cut into your neck?
No, but Aunt Linda had that when she was a kid.
Really? As a kid she had it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess they wanted one of the 5 daughters to get caught up in some kind of surgery so they can make some money.
What I don't understand is how you're the baby of the family, right?
Yeah.
So how the hell how is Nancy doesn't have the same father as you? But what, did your mom get back together with your dad after?
My mother went outside her marriage. And Nancy was created, and I believe that's why I was created, to cover her indiscretion up.
See, that's so conspiratorial. It's like you think you were a cover-up baby. It's so stupid.
You know what? I like myself. I do, because I can see that I just kept on pushing forward, although I was like kind of left out there all by myself. Well, even when I was a young child, you're on your own.
Yeah, but I mean,
myself
I know.
Because of my succeeding, but and it really doesn't matter
Exactly.
who your mother is or who your father is.
Exactly. That's my
If you
point.
grab on and hook in,
Yeah.
that's the only way. That's the only way it happens for you.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Not
why I
with
say when
somebody
you.
else.
That's why I'm making fun of you when you say you're a cover-up baby. I'm like, yeah, like you just came up with the correct answer, but you know, I was just wondering, because, like, how the hell does a woman get back with the man that, well, I guess it makes sense now that I think about it, but it's still.
Well, think about, I just thought of this. So Nancy was the fourth child. Mom was probably out of her mind, right? She's got 3 kids already. Now she's got a 4th one. So just having those 3 tipped her over the edge to having an indiscretion moment.
Uh-huh.
But when I was just a teenager, she invited me out to lunch, which was really off. That was out of the norm. And we go to meet this guy in a restaurant. His name was Mike. And I had to endure having lunch with a man that she's having an affair with.
Mm-hmm.
And Nancy finds a love letter in my mom's purse, and she shows it to me, and she says, show it to Dad. That was George,
Mm-hmm.
my stepdad. Show it to George. So I did. I just handed it to him. And I don't know the discussion that he and my mom had. But this guy was flowering my mother with gifts. And I think that's when she started those babysittings out of the house.
Mm.
So that she could have him come over to her babysittings. Because don't you find that odd? That she's babysitting other families' children, leaving her own kids. Nancy and I were left in the house.
Mm-hmm.
She would come over to our house and make a sandwich. And Nancy and I would let ourselves in the door. We had a key because we'd walk home from school and have our lunch and then lock the house back up and walk back to school.
Mm-hmm.
While my mom's at the other person's house.
I have this book about.
Anyway, I thought of an idea. Here's a suggestion. No, an opinion. I think Trump is promoting crypto because he wants to close down the Treasury
Mm-hmm.
because it's a big waste of money.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of start fresh and anew where we have control, because the U.S. has completely lost control of all the agencies that run it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's way too much fat, so he's trimming off that fat. And he's got his hand in crypto himself, so he stands to make money.
Mm.
Anyway, that's my opinion. I took a 2-hour and 20-minute walk with my neighbor today.
Nice.
It was a big walk. We walked. Intel put trails in behind their big-ass building.
Mm-hmm.
And so this guy introduced me to those trails. And it's kind of nice. God, we just talk politics and news. And he's great. He's a married guy. He's a man that did all the plaster work here for me. And he was a Catholic, so he went to Catholic schools. And he lived in Naperville.
Naperville's very popular now.
Have you met anybody exciting lately?
Yeah, I met this girl, but she's moving back to Germany, so it's not going anywhere.
Oh. Cut them off when things aren't even looking good, right? I've always wasted my time hanging too long.
You know, I was kind of upset, and then I did some yoga in the park, and I looked up at this beautiful tree, and it you know, some kind of like a eucalyptus tree or something, but looked so amazing. I was just like, the message was everything will be okay. You know, like don't be upset about anything. Just day by day by day, and That's it. Like people
Yeah,
come,
you know what it
people
was?
go.
You were seeing the moment, the beauty, spring. Spring is kind of like a blessing in itself, and you were appreciating the moment.
Yep.
Don't read any more into it than that.
No, that's
You
it.
were being thankful.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that I got the message.
Yeah, nice, isn't it? I get those little epiphanies every so often too. And I'm so glad that I took that breath, because there it was. I don't get them too often, but I sure do recognize them when I do get one.
Marriage is like the perfect analogy to debt, meaning that you create this essentially an artificial contract which involves all these unknown third parties in the future.
Who are those third parties?
Judges, lawyers, police, counselors, society, basically.
Okay.
So I was just saying, I was listening to Bill Maher, and he was saying that marriage jokes are very popular because marriage sucks. So it's fun to make fun of it. But yeah, I mean, if you find somebody you really like and everything is going well, it's a beautiful blessing. So that's where I want to be. But unfortunately, because I have this lawyer and a judge up my ass, it adds another layer of penetration to all my relationships. And
that's where a girl's gonna take a hike.
Well, my point is, if a girl's gonna take a hike, and then maybe she's not really interested. Well, the point is, she's not interested in me. So it's like, I guess I need to unfuck my situation to get a girl interested again.
It's actually
it's a filter, basically.
Like you said, if the girl's into you, she will step up with your problems. But you gotta tell her the truth. And then, it's not a bad, what you did, 2019, property values dropped. It was all a bank win-win situation. And you said, fuck you, I'm out. That's exactly what you did. Now, when she tells her parents that's the other layer you're talking about.
Yeah.
They'll probably say, just keep going, honey, keep going.
Yeah.
I know I would if you were my kid and your girlfriend was in that dire strait.
Well, that makes me kind of jaded about love, meaning that it's not really about. It's not even about It's not even about attraction.
In the apartment building.
Well, what I'm saying is, love is. You should. I guess it's a good way to actually do like a diagnostic on love. Both ways, whether it's not really love and it really is about arrangement, or providing security. So, yeah, I understand it from the position of like an animalistic position where that man has to go out there and come back home with meat. So, that's basically the situation.
Some girls gonna say, yeah, we can live there. We can pay that mortgage. It doesn't matter to me. It's not my building. But as long as we got a nice apartment in our lap, we'll live there.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, is there's always levels, meaning somebody who's living in a Roach Motel studio, in a shitty part of the town, if you can fall in love with somebody who has something significantly better than you, you've just improved your situation. But that person is usually like a low quality tenant, somebody you don't even want to rent to begin with. So
we're not talking about renters, we're talking about girlfriends.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm already living with people in this building, it's like ridiculous. It's like a big house. I live with 2 people, 3 people. If somebody else moves in, the whole thing is, if you don't have a kid, Mom, there's like no reason to live with somebody, to tell you the truth. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, because what's the point of living with you if we're not like creating a baby and raising a child? Like, I just find it to be kind of, you can enjoy your boundaries. I'll enjoy my boundaries, but I prefer my peace and quiet by myself. I mean, I think
It
that's
is
just my
nice to
truth.
have somebody like once a week
Yeah.
committed to having dinner over at their house, or they come over to your house, you split it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you go dancing with them when there's music to go out. That was pretty nice. I'm really missing that with that guy.
Well, that's
But
dating.
that guy
That's going
was
out on a
nuts.
date. There's lots of people who want to go out on dates, but there's a lot of people who also don't want to pay for dates, and thus they're just looking for sex. And those are like sociopath or just basically drug addicts. They're sex addicts.
Or maybe they're looking to hook a guy with qualifications.
A lot of it is spam too. A lot of people are just talking on these apps, and like it's all just spam. So I don't know.
And what a waste of time.
It is a huge waste of time.
Haven't you seen anybody? My health club's full of girls that have their camel toe hanging out with these skinny spandex panties on.
I know. I went to the gym today, and there's just so many beautiful women that I'm like, all you have to do is have confidence and communicate and ask if they're interested in going out on a date. I mean, that's all. It's not, I'm past the shyness aspect, but it's also, I just want to work out. But it's in the summertime, I'm going to be asking, beautiful girls if I can get their number and take them out on dates. I mean, I don't have a problem, trying to talk to people. A lot of it is just the motivation.
If they don't like a date that you're not paying for anything, and you just take a walk and talk, that's the only way you can really see what. Let's say they see a dime on the ground.
Mom,
they bend over to pick up the dime, and they're excited. Look, I found a dime.
Mom, a lot of women, unfortunately, they just don't like to drink $1.50 Miller High Life. I don't see any difference between that and a $20 cocktail. But a lot of girls, they just, they want. I think girls who get everything paid for, it's exhilarating for them, and they feel like they're walking on a cloud. And you can, if you buy somebody $100, $200 dinner, $300 dinner, the joy that immediately comes out of them at that exact moment, it's because they feel like, God's grace is pouring down riches to them at every moment, and you're just that guy on a Tuesday, and then there's somebody else on a Wednesday and a Thursday. I mean, I don't know, there's some girls that live like that, it's the Marilyn Monroe dream, I suppose, if you're really beautiful and you work it, because again, it's all spam, and there are girls talking to hundreds of people on their phones. So it's a crazy way to live your life, because it's spam. You have no real peace of mind. You're kind of a
And let me tell you, when I was having that guy come over to my house for dinner, it would take me a couple of days to grind up walnuts and put cocoa with it and make these like dessert balls and marinate my meat. And it gave me a chance, shave my legs, paint my eyebrows, look good, look sexy, feel good, cook my ass off, had him come over. It felt so damn good. But he was an uncommunicative user, liked service, had a lot of money, didn't spend any, didn't bring anything except maybe a handful of cherry tomatoes or rotten pears that he picked up off his ground under his tree. But I felt, until I finally said to myself, why are you spending your money making these appetizers, main encore, and dessert for this jerk? But it was exciting. It was a way to show off my culinary skill. You see, you don't really need to take somebody out to dinner. If you can impress somebody with your cooking, and they're appreciative because you know that they don't know how to cook, that deal once a week. You go to her place 1 week, she comes to your place 1 week. And if she can't come up with a menu because she's, not a cook, then the two of you put your heads together and you come up with the diet menu. Don't you find that engaging?
Mm-hmm.
That would help you push you forward too into figuring out food. Oh, I got a story to tell you. Went to a barbecue across the street, a graduation party for the autistic son, graduated high school. So this lady sitting at the table I was at, she says, I know you. He said, you do? I said, I don't know you. She says, yeah, we work together at La Peep in Park Ridge. She says, I was only 18. And you were about 30, 31. I said, yeah, that is the age I was when I was working over there. And she says, I remember what a hard worker you were. She says, I asked you to hold the dustpan while I swept it into the pan. And you said to me, here's how you do it. Put your left hand on the dustpan, you put your right hand on the broom, and you sweep your own dustpan full. And she says, I remember how physically fit you were. I really was enamored by you. And then she talked to me about, remember that place you wanted to work at, the Edison Park Inn?
Uh-huh.
Remember that along the railroad track?
Yeah.
She says it's even expanded more. And she said Trader Joe's and Whole Foods went in Park Ridge. She said La Peep is gone. But what an interesting... Oh, yeah, she went to high school with some of Jim Chivister's children. How do you like that small world?
Small world after all. All right, well, I want to try to save some sunlight here, and I have probably fucking 10 hours of work ahead of me. Who knows how long it'll take me to paint this stupid place. One coat is never enough, so thanks for the call. I hope you're doing well and had a great day, and let's talk later this week.
Okay, let me ask you one thing. You get up on a ladder and cut the ceiling and the wall in. You don't paint the ceiling.
No, the ceiling needs to be painted too.
That needs to be white.
Yeah, it's gonna be
reflect
white.
The light.
The whole thing is white.
The whole thing is white?
Yep.
And what shine did you get? The satin, the flat, or the...
Satin. I think satin.
You got satin? That's what you should have got. You did that right. Did you take all the wall plates off the light switches and the plugs?
I'm gonna tape them with painter's
No,
tape.
no. Take them off so that you could just roll right around them, and you won't get that buildup next to the plate.
Yeah, some of them.
I'll fly in tomorrow.
No, you can stay right where you're at. If you'd like to come here, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're going to your house in October apparently for the big 100. Can you imagine what it'll be like when you turn 100?
I hope I die when I'm 84. 82. Make it 80.
Why? You could
That
still.
means I only got 9 years left.
Why
That's enough for me.
Your 80s can still be very, lived very well. I mean, you can really enjoy life in your 80s if you take care of yourself.
I don't enjoy life.
Oh, you don't enjoy life? But what's the difference? I mean, whether you're 80 or how old are you now?
71.
71. Well, 9 more years, you'll be 80. I'm sure you're going to make it to 80. At least. And then maybe 89. And then when you're like 94, I'll be like, wow, do you think you'll make it to 100? And you'll be like,
I don't know and I don't care. We'll find out.
and then when you get to 100, you'll be like, you'll still be talking about, who knows what you'll be talking about when you're 100, but.
I hope I get hit by a car.
You want to get hit by a car?
That'd be the easiest way out.
Getting hit by a car sounds horrible. It's not an easy death.
Who cares as long as it does the job?
Well,
I'm less interested in continuing to live. There's nothing left to live for.
I think
I've
that's.
done it all. I've done it all.
Yeah, but then that should be a good place to be when you've done it all, because then it's literally just about every day. See, you know that movie with Bill Murray, Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
He was trapped in a time loop. He couldn't get out of, the same Groundhog Day every day until he finally became happy and he realized that he was getting angry over everything. And then he fell in love with the girl, and then the movie ended. It's an interesting movie to watch. You should rewatch it because it's really all about anger management. I mean, here's a challenge. I'll give you a challenge. Try not to be angry for 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. Imagine if you could go 30 days without getting angry about anything. That would be, it's a challenge. It's very difficult because there's so many things that happen all the time where you're just like, motherfucker, this is fucking unbelievable. So, I mean, I went to the gym the other day and, the light turned orange as I'm through the intersection and the camera goes off and boom, I got another $100 ticket. And so you're just like, even when you go to an intersection and you see that timer counting down, 10, 9, 8, if you don't have enough time, and plus basically that means you can't even be going fast. So I'm saying like the speed limit here is 30, 35 now everywhere. You can't go over 35 anywhere. So I'm just saying you just have to drive very slowly here. And anyways, so my point is it's the same thing in life. People are road raging all the time in the real world, at work, in their car, on the phone, on the internet. They're road raging, road raging, road raging. So the revolutionary or the enlightenment way to live your life, if you want to change your life, Mom, is to try to go 30 days without getting angry over a single thing. And you'll be like, huh, well,
I don't have the obsession of the telephone or the email or that stuff. I'm chill. People like a chill. They like being around me. I'm really easy going. It's you guys, your age range.
Yeah, but you just said
twice as fast.
You just said you want to die at 84 and get killed by a car. Like that doesn't sound to me like somebody who's chill. That sounds to me.
That's one way. I could probably come up with a few other ways, but if it happens,
and you just said you've already.
I'd be lucky.
See, my point is, you just said I've already experienced everything, and everything is boring. So I'm just trying to point out that, like, if Dad has told me this too about being bored, about not having a job. This is the thing about Aunt Pat, at least, like the artistic, the manufacturing of art, and creating art, you'll never be bored because there's infinite possibilities. But people who are bored are essentially lazy. That's kind of what happens. They no longer want to create shit and they just want shit to be automated for them. So that's just my opinion.
You just have to eat again. It's like life amounts to eating. You have to go get the shit to eat it. Or you can pay for shit food in a restaurant and be angry about it.
Well, this is what I like about living here, at least in northwest side of Chicago, is that I have 50 different good food options that I rotate, amongst. So my food intake is always high quality and always varied. I never get sick of what I'm eating, and then I try to find the most high quality food for the best price, and then I mix and match. I mean, it's and it gives you, and food is so amazing. It just tastes, some food is just so good. You're just like, wow, I'm in heaven right now, and it's fatty and delicious. But I just worked out, so I earned it.
Fatty and delicious. When's the last time you had a physical?
Last night. But yeah.
You should have a physical and probably a prostate check.
Oh yeah, I want some Indian guy from Hyderabad sticking his finger up my butt saying, "Oh, Mr. Kitover, your prostate feels very nice. To feel so good. How does it feel when I push here?"
Have you ever had one yet?
No.
No? How about colon checkups yet, right?
Nah, no colon checkups yet. Nah, I'm good on the colon and the prostate for right now. I got bigger things to worry about, like paying my gas bill, paying my electric bill. Oh my god, the fucking utility prices are driving me crazy.
Okay, just checking to see if you're taking care of yourself. You
Yeah.
have free health care.
I just went to the gym today. I'm doing more pull-ups than I've ever done in years.
I know, but you gotta check the cholesterol, thyroid, all those checkups. And all, that's what they do when they do a checkup. They do a blood draw and it tells them everything you're lacking.
How many boosters have you gotten?
2.
And you got 2 vaccines?
Yeah.
So, there's so much information out there that I'm sure you don't even care about or have ever read about. But, you do know that it was probably a bad idea to take those, vaccines and the boosters. But
I think it was all a shit show for some deliberate purpose.
How can you
I think it was a cleansing to get people off of Social Security to save the system.
It was a purge.
I think there was a number of reasons to do it.
Yeah, it was a huge
They need
purge.
and when all those people that did die, and they had large estates.
Oh yeah.
So when those estates got cashed in, that's when the tax revenue came in.
Well, the thing is, they spent trillions of dollars on loans, on borrowing. Heroes Act, 1.5 trillion. So the country's now at 40 trillion in debt. So that was the biggest scam, is all the COVID relief funding and buying 30 fucking million vaccines every month. I mean, the government
and masks.
Everything, yeah, masks, the rotisserie chickens, the incubators. I mean, this is the thing that I really dislike about life, is that it's like lawyers and doctors, and that's it. They're like those two fuckers, those two categories of reality control so much of the pie, and where your taxes go and how your life turns out. I mean, it's those two fuckers. And the worst one is the doctor, in my opinion. I heard this doctor at the gym today talking about how they can no longer get Medicare, and so they're switching to Medicaid Advantage as their way to lure
Medicare Advantage.
to lure new customers in, and they have to adapt with the times. And hearing this conversation, I was just like, ugh, what a fucking scam artist, like just finding a new way, meaning that without the government, these doctors wouldn't even be able to earn a fucking living. They'd be making pizza prices, because they're a dime a dozen.
A doctor appointment here now. These doctors are leaving. They've already left. I was getting a colonoscopy, and the guy had like an Israeli accent. I said, "Oh, where are you from?" He says, "I'm from Israel, and I'm here." Jordan. He was from Jordan, and he said he was here for 5 years, and then he leaves. He was a young man.
Yeah.
So they're doing maybe what they would call a residency, maybe.
Yeah.
But that's who they're bringing in here, because all the doctors are leaving.
Well,
it's a shit show here.
Oh,
and that's just another reason I want to say, Daddy fucking knows. Whatever's happening has nothing to do with my doing, but it affects me. Try to get a dermatology appointment.
Yeah, crazy.
It's like they're letting you just die here. I know. And yet you get to pay them $180 a month for that Medicare Advantage plan. That's coming out of my Social Security.
Exactly.
That gives me less to live on, and I get less protection.
So why didn't Trump and the Republican Congress stop taxing Social Security benefits?
Well, because they took tax out of that money when you were working. So they were double dipping.
Yep.
And they just stopped that here in New Mexico 2 years now. getting on your little $2,000 a year. Not a lot. So they couldn't tax you that much. I mean, shit, maybe you're getting $200 back. That's what I'm getting back, 200 instead of them keeping the 2. I'm getting that 2 back. Wait till it's your turn.
Well, any other positive, optimistic, joyful advice or thoughts or comments?
Nope. Counters are full of shit, paperwork. I've been living like this for so long, I overlook it now. And I say, I'll get it done when I get it done. Sit there, and I can keep looking at it and walking past it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I got a lot of shit I got to do. I got a lot of paperwork I got to go through and finish. I got to send this appeal back to the Treasury into their Civil Rights Office. So today I'm going to draft the letter. And
I find by getting up at 6 o'clock, I get a lot more accomplished between 6 and 9 when I go to the health club. Those are my 3 best hours.
Yeah, I agree. That's probably the optimal way to do it.
I'll be outside painting by 6:30. I just did wood putty on my posts and sanded them today. Now tomorrow I'll put another coat on and then sand that, and then I'll paint that area. Whew. Okay.
All right, well, enjoy your evening, and I'll talk with you soon, and be well. And, you know, people love you. Be happy. Life is short.
Yeah. Someday I'll get a dog. Maybe that'll bring happiness to me.
You need to be, I don't know,
It's hard to find happiness when you live alone.
I think maybe you're just, you're not, I think you need reprogramming, you know? I think you need to be updated. I think you need a makeover and an update, like a software update in your brain.
You know, I don't think I ever have been happy. I think I've been content because I've always stayed on top of everything. But happy?
It could be your perspective, but I bet how much you want to bet it's your conditioning, that all your life events, all your experiences. I honestly think a good book, is better than a lot of therapy. If you really read that book and it's basically meaning intelligence. It's like if you were smarter, maybe you'd actually be happier. That's the theory.
If you were smarter, you'd be happier? I don't know about that. I know some pretty damn rich people, and I would say when you have money, you just want to protect it and make more with it. That makes me content. Doesn't make me happy. Makes me better off than a high percentage of people that don't have any. So that makes me content.
So part of happiness is basically realization about who you are and where you came from. And that's why I say your conditioning has created such a powerful personality and identity that if you had like an ego death, so to speak, you would be happy. But you associate so much with your identity, meaning that if you go within, it's infinite within and it's infinite without. Like, you are the universe. So it basically comes down to meditation. And there's a saying, a Native American saying you might like. It says, if you can say it, it is not true. So, if you can say, I don't think I'm happy, well, then it's probably not true. You probably are happy. You just don't know it.
I'm content. God, I just had a real thought on that. No, it just kind of left me.
Oh, perfect.
I'm not angry. I know what I was going to say. My confidence is is so rock solid that I don't feel anything can mow me down because I'm the human mower myself. Yeah, people think that because I'm gray-haired and because I'm in a house like this and I can have them come in and ask them for quotes, they don't know you. So they always go off the charts thinking they can, rape you for money. And I just go, thank you very much for coming over. I will take your consideration. And I go, next. I've gone through so many people for this house. I hate people. I hate them. But what I do have over them is I've got the money because I have made it in this business. And they don't know that. And they think they got the upper hand. And they don't know that I've got the upper hand, you dumbass. So it's been a good field for me. But now I gotta find something else. And I don't know what that other thing is.
Well, you should come here, in the summer and rent one of my apartments, and I can give you a bunch of good books, a good joint, and some Miller High Life, and you can go sit on my boat. Enjoy your summer.
Hey, you didn't get any takers for that boat?
No, just spam. I'm gonna lower the price.
What do you think about that? Would be risky. Rent it out.
No, I don't even have insurance on it. So if somebody I can put it on Airbnb, and I can try to rent it, but I just want to get rid of it. I don't even want to have to fucking manage that stupid. It floods. It's got water. It's got this. It's like I don't even want to deal with it anymore. I like going down there. I like the location, but fuck it. It's a floating bed for thousands of dollars a year. It's a waste of money.
Right. I agree. Before something happens,
I told my friend Ryan, I sent him a picture. I was like, dude, check out the boat I got. He goes, congratulations, you got the shittiest boat in the entire harbor.
That's funny. That's funny. I'm gonna go sit in the bathtub and pour water on my dusty body.
Okay, have a good evening. Thanks for the call. Love you. Talk to you soon.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay.
Call me sometime, huh?
Okay. Talk to you. Bye.
To being, oh, these are my kids. Now this is my life. We have seen that and understood it. I feel like just because y'all niggas don't have that doesn't mean that we can't understand that. Yeah, y'all have all these niggas rapping about the same thing.
When I said if.
Oh, okay, I'm still talking.
You hear this, Bima?
Be quiet.
Spam.
Yeah. Thank you. You see how the same thing of like these niggas be rapping about the same shit, and you can be on that. You can be like, oh, I don't understand why things don't stay the same. But if you actually look into women, not just black women, Southern women in general, like we will listen, Big Dolly, we will guide you throughout the whole fucking thing. There is a thing where Beyonce was that bad bitch. And we was like, yeah, we twerking with Beyonce, to being like, yes, big mother, big auntie, big Solange. It's a movement that y'all are still doing the basic things of and not understanding how people grow. I feel like you think you're on this stage being like, oh, I'm that big nigga. All you're really showing us is that you a little nigga that don't grow.
What do you mean? So you think growing?
So I said if.
I was if. But if you felt you said y'all
niggas. Y'all niggas is more than one person. So you wasn't talking to Philly. You were talking to two people.
So I said if.
Go after.
I led with the if.
Your mic is so big right now. Why?
I'm sorry. So I led with if. I said if, right? Which means if. So if it ain't true, what is it? Let it fly. Any event, number one. Number two, a movement, right? So she's matured and got a husband and kids. So that means her listeners should have a husband and kids. So I'm assuming, since you are caping for her, that there's a husband and some children around there somewhere.
I just wanted to add also specifically about the Monica Lewinsky lyric. When you compare her lyrically to other artists in her landscape, saying that is like imagery, but there are the girlies who are out there saying the thing with no veil, just throwing it out there, being very explicit with their words. And I don't think she's doing that.
Right, so there's Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion who want to talk about WAP. But then you got Beyonce who's doing it in a much more sophisticated way, which to me, I appreciate someone like telling you like it is more. Then you can just kind of throw them in the trash where they belong. But someone like Beyonce, she takes the good, this wholesome, beautiful image that she's created over the course of 25 plus years, and then she mixes it with this poisonous message that, you know, she makes the bad look glossy and glamorous. And that's almost a little bit more pernicious. So I agree. She's definitely not as gratuitous and as explicit as a Megan Thee Stallion or the Cardi B or whatever y'all want to tell, Sexy Red with the booty hole color, right? There's that very graphic approach. Then you got Beyonce who pretties it up. And to me, there's an argument to be made that that's even more gratuitous because she's putting gloss on a piece of shit. This message is not good. And trust me, if I know it, sitting here, I'm a nobody, and she definitely knows it. And I believe that she's compromising on her values. She was raised in a church. Listen to her second Destiny's Child album. They're doing a whole commemoration. You singing Amazing Grace beautifully. Okay, listen to when she got on with Michelle Williams, and they talking about when Jesus can't say no, whatever that. They're doing it. So she knows, she has the awareness, which makes it even more of a sin to be so aware of the truth and to be so, being prophetess, being so profiting. You're profiting off of selling people a poisonous message, especially young little impressionable girls. Especially, it's just sickening.
What young? I don't Beyonce right now. Like, how young is her fan base?
Her fan base extends from people in their 40s all the way down to the teen girls who look at Beyonce as a beautiful image of what it means to be a woman. And I would be cool with that if she just.
But here's the thing,
That's not true.
Yeah, guys, on top of that, are you saying the same things about, the male artists that are sending poisonous messages towards young men?
Come on, that's a little whataboutism. That's a little whataboutism.
Yes, but just to answer the question, my message is consistent and across the board. Beyonce's just on the table right now.
Here's my thing about the whole thing. It's like, I definitely feel like you feel like you're coming from a point, but I feel like you're really not coming. Okay, I'll be completely honest with you. I'm trying to say this in the nicest way possible.
Wait, can you repeat that again? You seem like he's coming from a point, but not coming.
She don't know how to be nice. She's about to be mean. That's all right.
No. She has something cooking, bro. She's like, you're coming from a point.
No, I'm trying. I get where he has a point. I'm trying to be nice because it's like, I definitely feel like it's different for different people. I definitely feel like I have seen conversations where I'm like, okay, y'all doing too much of black men. They feel this type of way. I feel like you feel that type of way heavy. Me personally, I don't feel that type of way heavy. Like, I don't.
I feel like, what type of way heavy? Which way do I feel heavy?
Hey, listen, don't interrupt.
No, but I don't understand what you said. I feel some type of way heavy. Which side?
It's gonna make sense when she lands, brother.
I feel like.
But just know she feel your way real heavy. Go ahead.
I feel like you feel a type of way heavy, where it's just like, okay, and I'm gonna be honest with me, for example, right? I'm a Black American. I'm from Memphis. People know this. Like, my grandfather was a sharecropper. My dad went to the Navy. He made his money. My mom has always been about the money. Like, it's, so me personally, I have been privileged, but that's what y'all niggas have worked for. Y'all worked for us to be privileged in the way that we are. But I feel like sometimes y'all still want us to step back into something that we've never experienced. And so that's what I'm saying, where I get where you're coming from, but I feel like me personally, like, heavy is not something I've experienced.
So I'm not like putting you down, being like what you're talking about isn't true. What I'm saying is that's more of my daddy, grandfather type of shit, not me.
But what is something that you haven't experienced? What haven't you experienced?
Honestly, truly, I have not experienced a lot of racism or crazy shit. Like, honestly, that's why I'm such a girl's girl. Because the niggas don't be mean to me. Even in this room, like, Psycho was in the room, me and him was going off on each other. Even when I said something that was funny, he was like, I'm going to let you have it. And he let me go. Like, he could have went off on me and really grabbed me by my hair and whipped my ass. But he was like, nah, all right.
Yeah, but I don't see how that's related to the Beyonce conversation. The fact that you haven't experienced racism.
What I'm saying is, and I'm trying to explain it to you, what you're saying is all of these people have to experience things in a certain type of way, and we don't. Honestly, truly, Beyonce has done a lot for people, not just like in the idea.
Oh, another beehiver. That's what it is.
Yeah, but I don't understand. All I said was, I said according to Tommy.
I'm trying to win. Y'all don't. And I feel like y'all don't want to fight. Because honestly, every time I fight with y'all, I win. And they be calling me mean for going off on y'all. So let me finish. Because you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like, shut up. Because y'all gonna call me a bully if I go
Nathan, you wild, Nathan. And you doing it again, Nathan. You encourage this foolishness. Nathan.
He does. I love that. I love that black men encourage this foolishness because you know what? They got black daughters, nieces, they got their homegirls that they fuck with, and they be like, you know what, girl, go off. Period.
I would never encourage foolishness.
And you would never, but I would.
Exactly. And I would too.
Y'all would never, but they would.
All right, if I ran a crack house, I would absolutely encourage people to smoke crack too.
Y'all get back to the subject. Go ahead,
y'all up and kick y'all down, but I'm being nice to y'all, and I feel like y'all don't even respect that. For real. Y'all don't even respect the bare minimum of shit. Like, for real. Like, I will apologize and be cool with people because I know, like, oh, okay, it's cool. Like, I'm not trying to do this too much. But y'all be thinking y'all on that bully. If I want him to kick y'all down and I was going to talk shit to y'all from the top, I could do that.
All right, back to the subject. All right, go back to this.
You just be lucky that she don't want to.
You're a pussy. That's the subject. Honestly, no, they want me to turn up.
That's all right. I ain't worried about it. She ain't nothing but a gutter bucket. There's a ghetto gutter bucket.
You're a pussy.
It's like ghetto gutter bucket ain't got no good face.
It's like people itch to be ignorant.
All right. Yeah, it smells a lot better than what you got in between your legs. With that wig on your head. Take that wig off your head.
You have to say something.
Take the wig off your head, though. You want to call me a pussy? Your pussy, my pussy smells a lot better than your pussy.
Tyler Perry.
Anyway.
Tyler.
I'm looking at that big old wig on your head. Take that wig hat off your head.
Put that wig on and shake your ass.
Take that wig hat off your head, though. You walking around with that wig. Beyonce got you thinking it's cool to wear wigs. You look crazy with that wig on your head. Anyway, I was responding to Tally. And Tally, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion over here. Beyonce is doing it in a worse, pernicious way. Sophisticated because she's taking a bad message and she's putting lipstick on a pig.
And that bad message is better
Tally, you understand what I'm saying? Tally, I was talking to you, Tally. Can you understand? I ain't talking to you. You ain't nothing but a dog face. We saw your face. You don't got a dog face. You don't got a dog face. Your face is like a dog face. You should say dog face. Because that wig you got on your head, girl, I know you ain't talking no shit with that wig on your head. Take the wig off your head first. Anyway, Tally.
No, leave her alone. Get the
Tally,
fucking
where you
money.
at, girl? I'm talking to you.
She got money and information. She don't need
where you go, girl? I was responding to your point.
She got green beans.
Can you respond to my point, girl?
No, she don't have to.
She just want to hear me drag you across. I can't drag you because your wig keep falling off. When I try to drag you with your hair, it fall off because you got a wig on your head, girl. Take that wig off. Go put that PTR back up. Everybody saw that big old wig you had on your head.
Ask your mammy about that shit.
Dog face, this dog face. You look like a dog over there. Dog.
Face is giving a pit bull.
Dog face, not dog face. I'm gonna call you dog face from now on.
Your bitches to dogs.
I'm gonna call you dog face from now on. You ain't dog face. That face is like a dog.
I love
anyway,
that.
I'm trying to get back to the conversation.
About how
you the one who want to take it there and call me a pussy. Well, I'm gonna call it right back to you. You call me a pussy. My pussy don't smell like the way your pussy smell. And you got a smelly ass, stinky pussy.
Because I would never let a loser like you about it.
You think just because Beyonce wear a wig don't mean you should wear a wig. Your wig is terrible.
You're a loser.
Anyway, can we move on, please? I want to get back to the conversation. Hey, moderators, are y'all going to moderate? Y'all going to let this girl go home? Come on, make it
moderation. Final moderation. Let's get back on track, guys. Come on. Let's don't talk about people. Let's talk about the conversation.
That's right. Let's get to the
I want to say this to man.
Nah, he wanted that smoke. Let him get that smoke.
Listen.
I feel like y'all gotta let him
Beyonce, regardless of what you feel.
Oh my God, Nick, you gonna do something about this?
When I was being nice.
Oh my God, there she goes.
When I was being nice.
Tell dog face, respect the room. We don't want to hear your dog breath no more. Let the man talk.
Yo, Nathan, this is your fault, fam.
Dog face,
this is your fault.
Already, let the man.
All right. I had to spray some water. I just wanted to say this. Dollface and Manfinity, listen. It ain't good to be mad at each other. It's good to be positive. Be friends with one another. Learn how to communicate your differences. Alright?
She wanna call me a pussy. I like her. I think she's cool, but she shouldn't call me a pussy.
Nathan, I want to.
You know what it is, bro?
Nathan, it's your fault. It's your fault, Nathan.
Y'all ugly. Y'all ugly and y'all poor.
Alright, cool. I love you too.
Listen, there's this concept within relationship rooms what people call nagging or or something like that. It's like when you be mean with someone that you're attracted to, take it as that, man.
I'm not attracted to that face. I'm sorry. When she put her real face up, that was disgusting.
Exactly. Call me ugly. I love that. I love when
I did not like that. Anyway, let's get back to what you were talking about. You had that fake wig on your head. I just made it all the way on.
Y'all two get your hands off each other.
I love that.
Stop it.
Stay away from me.
Like, y'all two need a room. Y'all two all sexually frustrated.
I'm Team Nathan. I'm Team Nathan.
Come on, man.
I'm for it, baby. Keep these
you don't need to be having that wig on. You're too young. You got your own hair.
Keep these niggas away from me. They're being aggressive.
Give me a badge for
I don't know why these niggas are.
She got her own hair. Why she got to wear a wig? I don't understand it. You should be forced to wear your real hair.
I have a lot of hair.
You catfishing people. Nobody want to. Nobody want to
be Team Nathan, man. You can't be Team Nathan. Let's get back to the conversation.
You can't do push-ups, but you want to talk about real hair.
I saw your PTR, mama. Your PTR is terrible.
I'm gorgeous. I know I'm gorgeous.
Dog face. D-O-G face.
Listen, that's why I give D-O-L-L and the whole
No, not at all. It's D-O-G. You got to spell it the right way. D-O-G.
And you're mad about it because I would never want somebody like you.
Oh, my God.
You like
that's all right. I don't want
and you're mad.
Nathan,
I don't like women.
I don't want to move anyone down, man. Come on, don't make me use moderation. I don't like modern people. Please, I look at it as my weapon. I don't want to put anyone down. Anyway, let me just go back to what I was saying. Manfinity, you gotta remember this, right? Beyonce is an entertainer. She started off as every black let me not say every. The majority of all black musicians in the church. That's their stomping grounds. That's how they developed their talents, and from there, she used it, but she still paid homage. But she was never a gospel singer.
No, I know she wasn't a
black girl from the South.
But she's mixing the good with the bad. She's mixing the good with the bad. She's putting lipstick on the pig. That pig lifestyle of promiscuity and jumping, and want to go ball, balling out. All of these horrible messages. She's been talking about horrible messages going back to 2001, man. She shouldn't be pushing two messages. You can't be singing about Jesus on one end and then going over there, getting on the show with Michelle and Kelly, talking about when Jesus can't say yes, Jesus says no, whatever the lyric is. And then over here, she wants to talk about dropping like it's hot, Monica Lewinsky all on my blouse, drunken in love, all these horrible languages. You can't mix it. That's what's bitter to me. When you mix
to be fair, drunken love. She's talking about being a married woman. Just to be fair.
If you listen to the lyrics, what she's talking about, go pull up the lyrics and read.
She's talking about being her husband, though. She's talking about her husband.
You shouldn't be getting drunk.
I'm no Beyonce fan. I'm no Beyonce fan. Listen, my wife said that. Baby, I'm no Beyonce fan. In any way, shape, or form, I'm not going to pretend that I am. That's why I said if she is not mature, this is my opinion, right? I'm giving my opinion of her music. Because I don't listen to her music like that. I believe that as an artist, you should progress, which is why I have respect for the poet Jay-Z for no longer rapping about big pimping, right?
Oh my God!
I think, and I appreciate that he has matured past that, and in a genre of misogyny and hyper masculinity, he said, "I'm going to humble myself and make a song to my family, chronicling my mistakes and showing the maturation." Right? That's what he did. Which is why, I wasn't done yet. Which is why I respect him, right? And I said if Beyonce has not moved past, and yes, Tally, I like it. I like Beyonce better than Beyonce. I like it. So I'm stealing it. Judge me as you wish. If she has not done that, then my critique of her is that she should, because I think at some point, especially when you're a 40-some-year-old woman, you should leave the club music alone and move on to more adult type.
That's all I'm saying. Don't devolve, bro.
My opinion.
Devolve.
But I will land by saying this. I do understand that the Hive will come to a Beyonce defense no matter what. Beyonce could shoot someone. The Hive would say, well, the person jumped in front of her bullets, traveling at a high velocity. That's what they're going to say.
I definitely feel like y'all be acting like just because we like Beyonce, we'll kill anybody for Beyonce. But it's really not that. Like, honestly, when we love girls and we're in a girls system, we are banging for our bitches. Like, okay, I don't care. Are you talking? Sorry, y'all.
I love Beyonce more than anybody.
Nathan, this is the doxing justification all over again, fam.
Listen, hold on. Anyway, though, what I will say is, when it comes down to it, not bitch, okay. But, like, honestly, I will say, when it comes down to it, I feel like, even when y'all say, like, oh, well, Jay-Z wouldn't do that. Okay, but we was all happy to see Beyonce, Blue Ivy, and Remy on the tour. Like, it's like, why can't girls be happy and be supportive of each other? Like, why is that like a contention of a problem? I feel like even when y'all talk about things, so like Jay-Z didn't have another part of this. It's like, okay, well, he should have been off. And honestly, he was doing what he needs to be doing. He was in the background clapping for his daughters. He should be happy that all of his girls are on stage. His wife, his daughter, like that. You should be happy about that. Like, I feel like y'all niggas is acting like, oh, it's a problem.
So even if it's a question manure, the girls are gonna support it just because it's the girls, right?
It's not even the question of manure. Like, I feel like y'all sometimes act like. This is why I can't stand is because y'all be mad at like black people for like being great in certain things and like not.
I'm a black person. I love when black people are great.
No, okay.
Hold on,
and we're all
Mr. Billy, right? I don't think she's understanding me.
So why are you mad at people who are privileged?
I'm not mad.
I'm not mad at her. Dollface, right? Hold on, Mr. Billy. Let me respond. Hold on, let me respond to her real quick. I'm not mad at her, right? I specifically said she's upholding positive imagery and she's sneaking in poison. So yeah, you're right. It's beautiful to see the family up there together. So I can offer criticism and at the same time say, you know what? There's some good things about this image. I like the fact that they're representing a wholesome family. But on the other end, they're pushing poison at the same time, which makes it a problem. So I'm agreeing with you. There's certain aspects of her image that are things we should reach for, that we should put out there for girls. But when she ruins it by saying, drop it like a thotty and whatever else she's talking about, that's what I'm trying to say. It's a duplicitous message that is not healthy for society.
I have a question.
Why is all critique looked at as anger?
Because she don't know the difference.
No, she wants to know specifically. My sister has a question.
Or jealousy.
Because I'm with her now. What is the poison specifically? Let us know what Beyonce is doing. No, but Tell her. No.
Okay, let me give you. Let me tell you
Man, Penny, you know the sister that can't hear that, right? They don't even hear it.
I can't hear.
I come in peace. You hear me? I come in peace.
I come in peace.
Kumbaya.
Thank you, man.
Kumbaya. I was just wondering when you said she sneaks in the poison. What's the poison? I'm not in disagreement. I'm only listening. Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you Sister Fran. Sister Fran, let me just tell you. So I said Sister Fran. That's my Sister Fran right there. I like her. So the thing is, right? So the thing is, when she says something like a song like "Church Girl" on her Renaissance album, she's basically talking about drop it like a thotty. Yeah, you a church girl. Yeah, you go to church, but I want you to go to the club, let it all out, drop it like a thotty. We know thotty stands for that hoe over there. Why is she pushing this message, glamorizing behavior that leads people to being baby mamas and baby daddies? Let's promote messaging that's going to bring husbands and wives together so that they can have a family in the way that she does. She wouldn't push that message on Rumi and Blue Ivy.
Hold on, y'all. My sister don't be on the app that much, but she want to answer. Go ahead, baby.
Let me tell you, I agree with you. I'm sorry. I agree with you. I agree with you. However, that's just not her mission. You got to go look for the people who actually do want to uplift us, encourage us.
So all I'm doing is offering a critique.
That's not her.
You don't got to do it.
That's not who she is. That's not Beyonce's MO.
I agree with you. So she don't have to do what I'm saying. I'm just offering a critique to Beyonce.
Answer me why you feel that way.
There's nothing we can do about it. People are going to do what they want to do. And that's the choice that she's made. We can get mad about it, but we can't do nothing about it. You have to look for the role model she wants to be role models. And she's not it. She's not it.
Right, I agree with you. But the thing that we can do about it, wait a minute. If there's enough people like...
Hold on. But you also said that, like, oh, I look up to Holly and it's this and that, but I do have a big sister. And you said, what is your big sister? My big sister does feel that way because she feels like I can be better. So why is that
the woman that was just talking is your older sister or your younger sister?
I'm her older sister, but we just got different personalities. That's okay. Everybody different. Anybody who wants to do something that's not in their best interest, that's their choice. You can't change nobody. You only can change yourself.
Right. So,
I'm not trying to only upset yourself. You only upset yourself when you concern yourself with stuff you can't do nothing about. But I understand this is something that y'all talking about, and I agree with you. However, nothing's gonna change. Like that's their job. That's just their job.
So I agree with you. I'm not telling her she needs to change. I'm merely offering a social critique. I'm offering a criticism, and you can take it or leave it. I'm not saying Beyonce got to do what I tell her to do. She could do whatever else she want to do. I'm outlining and observing that what she's doing is she's portraying a wholesome image while selling a message of poison. That's all my point is. And she don't got to change because I said it. And all I want to do is wake people up to that fact. And maybe if enough people stand up and say, you know what, Beyonce's doing the wrong thing, maybe she'll change. Maybe she will, and maybe she won't. That's right. I understand that's a high bar. But at least I'm going to be the one to tell the truth.
I also want to point out.
Let me speak for a moment. The reason that y'all feel like me, and that's why I did let my sister get her shit off, because, like, honestly, truly, y'all not like her for real. Like, y'all not growing plants. Y'all not out here trying to grow mushrooms. Y'all not out here trying to, like, really do what's good for Black people. Like, honestly, truly, anytime my sister is like, let me cook up another concoction, I gotta go get my mama. I gotta tell my grandparents. I gotta tell this. I gotta get that. She's getting us on like the healthiest shit possible. She out here making like little gummy worms and shit for us to get like the healthiest food. She growing mushrooms and shit so everybody can have like the best food possible. Y'all niggas not like that.
How do you
y'all
know?
want us to be in a position to
How
be
do you
like,
know?
I don't know you. You're not giving that energy though. Because honestly, truly, if you was giving that energy, I feel like you'd be a better person. Like, my sister's a better person. She's
I'm not a better person.
Nobody's better than nobody else.
How do you know this?
Unbelievable. I can't believe you said my sister is better
I'm
than
not a nice person based on what?
That's how you talk? You really talking like your people are better than nobody's better than nobody. I ain't better than her, and she ain't better than me.
Hold on. He didn't call me out my name at all. He's not been mean to me or like yelled at me or called me anything crazy.
Neither has Manfinity.
I'm spoiled. And he was not being nice to me like okay,
just ignore her. Just ignore her.
He was being nice like I like it.
Okay. How old are you on Dollface? Sounds like you're pretty young.
I'm old as fuck. I'm 32.
And so why did you call me a pussy? Why can't you speak at a higher level?
When did I call you a pussy?
32 is a big age. 32 is. Are you the sister or are you Dollface?
I'm Dollface.
Okay, Dollface called Manfinity a pussy.
Oh.
So I don't know why you lying. You 32 years. That's a big age to be acting like that, girl.
I do be saying stuff like that. That's my bad.
Come on, you better than that. You bet. Are you drunk or high? What's going on?
I am high, but honestly, I forgot calling you a pussy. Honestly, you said something mean to me first. I feel like you said something mean to me first.
I never throw the first punch, but I punch low. When I punch, if you go low, I go to the earth's crust. I don't stop.
It was one of the other ones. I feel like they be talking shit, and then I be backing that shit up. I'm like, don't be talking shit about my people and my
Why you
girl.
always want to back shit up? Why you always being a thought? Which one you want to back it up? You a thought, girl.
That's not like, I'm not appreciating that.
That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Exactly.
Come on.
I'm not strong. I've never been a whore.
She said I want to back it up. I'm just joking. I ain't calling her.
Exactly. I got my sister on you, nigga. What you talking about?
No, I like her. I like your sister. Your sister has a level head, and she understands what I'm saying. She's just saying we can't change them, and that's true. I'm not here to change nobody, but I'm here to put a spotlight on it, and y'all can do what y'all want to do. If you want to keep behind Beyonce's bullshit, keep behind Beyonce's bullshit.
I'm not going to be mean to y'all because my sister is here, so I can't be bullying y'all where my sister is here.
I wish Sister Fred. I wish you heard what she was saying about me. She called me a pussy. She called me all these names, and then as soon as you come in the room, now she want to act right. I don't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
She said, that's crazy.
Come on, man. Keep it on the up and up. Don't be calling people out their name.
I be nice to other people. Listen, for real, the other day, I was going crazy on Psych. I did apologize to you, didn't I? Tell my sister I apologized to you. I was apologizing to people.
Are you gonna apologize to me for calling me a pussy?
You don't even have to. You're good. It's a different day, different thing.
Yeah, apologize. Goddammit, apologize.
Are you gonna apologize for calling me a pussy?
Yes, apologize.
You don't gotta do anything.
Dollface, I asked you a question, yes or no?
Just say no.
You see that? Psych, you want to be the only one she
Listen,
I never wanted it. I just did it. That's the thing.
I came to that one on my own conclusion, but you're right. My sister was like, I should be nice. Psych did that by his own. Y'all are right. I should be nicer to y'all. I do apologize.
Sir,
Mike, how many times did you look at that picture and thought that you saw something different from what you saw the first time?
The one that you drew?
No. The one that you mentioned to me yesterday in the DMs.
Oh man.
Go down in the DMs.
I was just like, I don't know, bro. That was, you know what I'm thinking is like, someone lied to you.
Are you white?
That's not what you think it
Are
is.
you white, Psych?
Hell no, you're not.
I'll let you guess. What do you think?
Yeah, you sound whiter than me.
Okay, then I'll be that for you. I'll be anything you want.
Leave Psych alone. I like him.
That's pretty gay too. Don't do that.
I am gay. Be careful, I might like you.
Oh, you are.
Mike, you're the Spectrum fan. You're not gay,
right.
for the Spectrum.
I might like you. Calm down.
No, that's not.
You got that you got that lazy swag voice of yours. That's kind of hot.
That's not good.
See, look, you're trying harder now to do it.
What in the ditty? Baby oil activities. Was you here, Patrick? I don't want to hear it. I didn't hear it. Oh my God.
You don't want to do it now, look.
No.
Look, you still want it.
No, there's certain doors I don't even want to go in the door no more. No.
You good though. That's a good one.
Hey, can I be moderator in this room? I need to help moderate.
Don't be asking for moderators. Let's have.
No, cause you seem like
being
you
a moderator in this room.
No. You would delete everybody in this room.
It's not a privilege, bro.
Who would do that?
Manfinity, do you have anyone blocked?
I have 0 people blocked. I don't block nobody.
Don't do it.
I tell you this, bro.
Bruce, what you got a problem with me for?
No, you gonna delete 2 people in this room right now.
Are you the type of person?
Why would you accuse me of that?
Are you the type of person who is not willing to abuse his mod powers? Meaning that if someone's cursing at you and all that other, you would have to be humble. Like you see, I handled a situation with Dogface, but I was like, "Hey, calm down." Most people would just moved it down. But being a mod is
But why did you allow me and her to go back and forth for so long?
Because he's a good mod.
Because I felt like it would have been wrong for me not allow you to express yourself.
Right.
Did you enjoy the concept that was created?
Not really, because I don't like to see women and men go at it because I always think that the man is pushing down. Exactly. Is a dictator, not a moderator.
This is a free space.
I guess I don't know the ground rules for this space. I would allow people to attack people personally. Everything will be based on the argument. No personal attacks.
Everybody should calm down.
You would man. No, you can't. No, you can't. I like.
Last night check, Bruce. Who are you? Where did you come from?
Because
you're trying to get some content right now. Why you keep getting in my face?
You muted me right now.
Why you keep getting in my face though?
You would have took me out.
Hey, I asked you a question. Why you keep getting in my face?
Thank you, Nathan.
What did Bruce do?
Nathan, this is a younger 7th son for sure, bro. I swear.
Bruce is about to catch a straight shot. Bruce is about to catch a straight shot. Keep going.
Sharper, but like he has a 7th son.
You've been in your feelings and stuff like that, and that's the problem.
Bruce, you about to catch a straight shot.
Look. A good mod. Let me tell you something. A good mod will just let shit flow, and then everything would just flow with by itself. You would not do that, and anybody that like just not let me talk and just let me in would have, he's good. Nathan, hey, brother, thank you. Man, you've been a bitch. You've been a bitch. You've been a bitch a long time. See, I can't say that. I can't say he been a bitch. Then he would have pushed me down. See, that's what I'm saying. Nathan is like, let shit flow. Me as a mod, let shit flow in the store.
No, if that's the rhythm of the room, I'll let shit flow too. I'm telling you, if I was to have my own room, no personal attack, everything on the issue. For me, if this room allows for that, I'm gonna follow suit. I'm not here to impose my view on people.
You sensitive, nigga. You sensitive. You sensitive.
I ain't sensitive at all. If I was sensitive, I would have done something.
No, nigga, you've been sensitive. You sensitive right now.
What makes you think I'm sensitive?
I'm telling you, Nathan's like, dude, just let it flow, let it go. You're like, what you gonna say that? Why you put me as a mod? Anybody that says, let me be mod is sensitive, dude. You're not a good mod.
Bruce, you didn't hear me say that if that's the vibe of the room, I'm gonna rock with the vibe. I said if I had my own space, I would not allow personal attacks. But if this room, I wasn't done talking. Excuse me, I wasn't done talking. If this room is called chillism, and y'all are chill when it comes to personal attacks, once the ground rules are explained, I will enforce. I will gladly encourage the rules of the game to be followed. I'm not here to
You've been the only one talking in this room right now.
That's right, because I'm talking. I got some sense. You ain't got no sense.
No, nigga, you've been talking about the most negative shit ever.
One good time and see what happens.
Nigger.
And you put the ER on it.
Yeah. And I'm black.
Not the ER.
You ain't black. You ain't black. You ain't been black a day in your life.
All right. But see, I bet you've been the first one. You've been the first one muted me, putting back down.
I don't
wouldn't let me say anything.
Yes, you happened today, so why are you tripping? I didn't see it happen today, so why are you
tripping? I'm asking Nathan, you want to give me the green bean?
No, I hope Nathan don't get you. Nigga. I ask you a question? I'm a nigga now.
Yeah, you want that.
Bruce, chill out, Bruce. Come on, man.
No, I asked Nathan a question and you got something to say. Why you keep getting in my face though?
No. These are trolls,
If I ask Nathan a question, what you got? If I ask Nathan a question, what you got to say about it? Shut your ass up.
See, we already see that you're fucking.
Let me tell you something. You lucky I'm a Christian. You lucky I'm a Christian.
I'm moving down,
Christian, I'll smack the shit out of you. But luckily for you, I'm Christian.
Sorry for that, Manfinity, bro. The thing is this, man. We have a lot of trolls coming into this room. But my question is this. Why would you be seeking a moderator? Let me ask that.
The reason why I would be seeking a moderator is because I haven't flexed my moderator skills in a very long time. And I've been asked on another major room on this app to moderate as a solo moderator. So I want to basically flex my muscle. It's nothing to congratulate about, but I want to flex my muscle a little bit, and it's only going to be for a period of time. I'm not asking to be a moderator from here on out, but I do have great moderator skills. I listen, I allow people to finish, especially if we're having a discussion about a certain topic. I want to show you and others that I got the skills, and I can go do my own room, but they got me shadow banned on here, so the people come in 1 at a time, 3 at a time. I don't got no time for that. So at the end of the day,
you have to ask for it. You're not ready for it.
This nigga want us to turn him for politically correct.
Yeah, you have to ask for it. You
say what you say, man. What you say, man? Hold on, what you I hear what you just said. What did he just say?
You want to come get the sauce over here and bring it to politically correct? Come on, man.
No, it wasn't politically correct. It was not politically correct, brother. It wasn't politically correct. It was another one of them rooms. And I've been offered to mod the room by myself.
Hey, yo, man, the jokes, he said in this room, the joke is time now. Then I could not take that shot.
I don't know what he said, but anyway.
Say this, man, Finney. Like I said, man, in this room, being a moderator is more of a hassle than a privilege, bro. Like, you won't be able to, like as a moderator, you won't be able to interact like how you normally do without the badge. Like, as mods can't be like all up in the videos, you know, like Diddy. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. I would like to do that. I want to fall back and control conversation and allow. For instance, I would allow you and Dollface. I would. You ever seen Lufax, Intellectual Gangbang? I love how he mods. Right. If two people are going on opposite side of an issue, he'll call it a squabble. I like how he came up with that term. And basically, everybody gets muted. The two people go back and forth, no interruptions. Like he'll ISO.
We already do that. We already do that in this room.
No, I don't hear it. It does happen. That's the place I hear it happen. And then Lou was like straight up. And Lou said, "Listen,
you're not even a regular here, bro. Respectfully."
Right.
I didn't say I was a regular here. Did I? Did I say that?
You said you don't see it.
Right. So I'm speaking from my limited access here. Based on my limited access, I haven't seen that.
Too eager.
For real. Don't ever come over here. Listen, don't ever come over here and talk about like, oh, this is how Lufax does it. This is how he does it. That's how he run his rooms. Everybody knows how Lufax. No, hold on. Let me finish. That's how Lufax get down with his rooms. You can't come over here and being like, oh, I want to talk this shit. I want to talk. Oh, Dollface, let me get at you. The next person will get at you. These niggas not getting at me. What are you talking about? Like, you think that you're on a certain like a level, and you're really not on that. Like, you gotta calm down. If you want to be a nigga like Lufax, you gotta get on your Lufax shit. Start your own room. Have your own conversation. You can't be, okay, well, don't want to be that type of person in the background either.
I know, I just said let me be the moderator. I didn't mean to make it a whole conversation.
No way, bro. No way this guy fucking... If you asked for it, you're
I wasn't asking you, psych. I was asking Nathan.
I don't give a fuck. You see how it works? You see how it works? I don't give a fuck.
You see how when I asked Nathan the question, what you got to say about it?
You see how I didn't ask you if you asked?
If I asked Nathan the question, what you got to say about it?
Like you don't
The
have.
when I
an
asked Nathan the question, what
right
do
now
you
it's
have to
just
say
fun.
about it, sir?
You're a tool right now. We just
You're,
like to
if,
give
no,
moderation.
don't
You're speaking while not being spoken
That's
to.
what's happening.
Don't, no,
that.
I was speaking to you. I was speaking to you.
Unless
And I said no.
I'm speaking
So
to
don't speak to him. I said it.
Now he said.
Right.
I
But then
said
Psych is
it.
booty clapping for you in the
I
background.
don't give a fuck.
Psych
Okay,
got
he
his
can booty
pom-pom
clap all he
on.
want. I got a fat ass.
See how it
I
looks
clap
here?
it. So what's up? I said no.
I was asking Nathan
So
the question,
no.
and Psych came up off the mic. Last I checked,
right.
Psych ain't got shit to say
We're a
about
unit
Oh my
here, bro.
gosh.
We're a
Hold
unit.
on. Shut up.
We're a unit
Shut
here.
up. Shut up.
That's
Is
why.
that
That's
pocket?
how I go.
Right.
If I ask Nathan the question, he got 2 lips. He can talk for himself. He don't need you to respond
He
for
got
him.
2 lips.
Shut up.
I know he does.
Pocket.
But he also has pawn. I'm a pawn. Hey, I'm a fucking pawn. How about that? I'm a pawn.
No, listen.
Whatever.
You can say what he wants.
Nathan, you got something to say or what,
No,
man? What's
no.
going on with it?
Oh, hey, Pocket. It's okay if it don't make it sound. I still love you, Bookie. Hey,
Don't tell me that's the real
Hey.
question.
Manfinity. Look, on Mondays, we have a day called Mail on Mondays. You stick around for 1 week until next Monday. I'll make you hard on Mail on Monday. To test you out. You gotta be a regular, you know what I mean? You gotta go
That's
here.
fair. That's fair. But I've been in here.
First of all, that's a lie. That is a lie, Nathan. Nope, you mod random mediocre white women every fucking
That's
time they show
different.
their raggedy,
That's different.
saggy ass
That's
faces.
That's different.
Damn.
Listen, Tally dislikes the fact that white women or women in general are more privileged than men in the world.
Wait, so
And then hold on, Pocket. You can't be mad. You can't be mad of them enlisting white women because they also be enlisting dark-skinned black women. We also be. Stop playing like you don't do the same thing. Don't play like you don't do the same thing. So don't come to people.
No. Man, he just be here. But he's here like off and on. I need him to be here. I need him to be inside here for a week to see how the shoulders really run.
what if he identifies? What if he identifies as a white woman? What then? Well, you're gonna give him the green bean?
Well, and I don't think he would identify as a white woman. He's a God-fearing man. You know what I mean? And no.
Ask me a question.
Nah, they trying to say, hey, what if you identify as a white woman? Like,
Yeah, I do.
You do?
In order to be, if I gotta say that to become a moderator, let's do it.
Okay, let's go. We'll have to go through the questionnaire. You willing to go through the questionnaire?
Let's do it.
All right. As a white woman, do you spit or swallow?
Yes.
Neither.
Now you gotta pick one, buddy.
I gotta pick one?
Yes.
I spit.
Okay.
You bet.
As a white woman, do you prefer the BBCs or the WCs?
I don't understand what a WC is.
And he may be worse than. He may be a white woman.
No, man, man, listen. I'm a lesbian. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a white woman lesbian.
Hey, man, Finny, you know what's wild? I'm a lesbian too, fam.
Hold on, because I be saying what I'm saying, but when y'all do this white woman shit, y'all be going, like, trying to entertain a certain type of black woman. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. My sister, fine as hell, bad bitch, she's the same type of person that be turning y'all down. She don't think that shit is cool either. Y'all think that shit is
cool. She don't think what shit is cool.
What don't you think is cute?
I don't know what y'all talking about.
She said she don't know what we're talking about now. She said she don't have that to do with this now.
Let me tell you. All I said was I do not agree with the white woman privilege either. I know there's white women privilege, there's white people privilege, and there's male privilege. I don't agree with none of that.
Ain't no black male privilege.
No. There is black male privilege under being black men. That's male privilege.
And we have no privilege.
Mr. Finley got my high club privilege.
Yo, that's Pockets from way back.
Your Pockets.
Yeah,
Pockets was good.
Pockets, I keep telling you, airplane bathrooms are disgusting. I will never be in a Mile High Club unless
I was in there. It wasn't that bad.
They yo, man, Finity, I'm telling you, They discussed.
Here's my thing. Honestly, no, he's talking about bathrooms. Here's my thing. Mr. You and Anthony, the crazy thing that you don't know is I love Pockets down. Honestly, the fact that y'all as niggas think that like, oh, we gonna put you in your place. We got the white girls here.
Who said they were gonna put you in your place?
Look at your ass, and I have to look around to realize what's happening.
Who said they were gonna put you in your place?
Let me get my flowers, Mr. Finley.
Our Pockets, my fault.
Okay, and then it's double hands. Like y'all be trying to do certain things, and then like you're on that shit, you're popping, but like the same white girls that you want to platform are the same white girls. I'm like, yeah, that's my bitch. What are you talking about? She whoop your ass before I even know you're coming.
Hey, yo, Pockets, doesn't she sound like MG?
Yo, I forgot the some. My fault, Pockets. I forgot that some black women is a perpetual victim narrative when it comes to us men. My fault. Go ahead. Yeah.
Fine, Mr. Finley. Yes,
Y'all be losing. I be winning when it comes to my family, when it comes to my friends, when it comes to my homegirls. I be winning. Y'all be losing.
I'm not keeping score when it comes to your family and your friends.
It's a personal problem.
My fault. I wasn't keeping score. My fault.
I be keeping score. It's honestly hard not to because y'all be talking shit and I'm just always winning.
Yeah, I haven't talked smack to you since you've been in this room.
The way you see how she got on your ass, relax before they really get on your ass.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's only because I got flyer points. That's why it's been nice.
I love Pockets though. That's my home skillet. Even though she didn't see me when I was in Phoenix, but I'll be back. I think.
That's gonna be bad.
In 3 weeks, I gotta go to layover out there.
Oh yeah, he's buying me drinks and I'm whooping his ass in pool.
Yeah, you might smack this pool. I can't play that.
I will stop.
You don't remember me from way back
I
when?
will stop referring to
I remember you.
Your turn. I will stop.
We used to play that game, the hot seat. I want to play the hot seat in this
I
room.
will stop referring to white women.
I remember that.
Who would like to do the hot seat? Who wants to get in the hot seat?
Let's do it, man.
I will stop referring to white women as mediocre when you show me one exceptional white woman.
Pockets!
There isn't any.
Yo, Pockets is an exceptional
Just one
white woman.
I'm waiting.
There isn't any. Callie, get over it. There isn't any. It's over. There isn't any.
I know. So then they should cease to be amazed when I call them mediocre.
Can I put you in the hot seat?
I'm gonna co-sign Pockets every time.
Charlie, can I put you in the hot seat?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So there's a bunch of questions that are gonna make you squirm, but you either have 5 seconds or 5 words to respond, and it's got to be quick enough. You don't got no time to think. These are questions that are gonna
before you ask that, you
spot.
have to answer a question. How about you?
Me? What question?
Make me a moderator.
Would you
I'm not
rather
doing nothing crazy, but make
would
me
you
a
rather
moderator.
get
Pocket.
boned by a man or to have sex with a female gorilla? Until you answer that question, we don't.
What was the question? Owned by a gorilla or what?
No. Go ahead, Mike. I'll let you have some.
Would you rather get boned by a man or sleep with a female gorilla?
I sleep with a female gorilla.
Bam! Told you, Mike. I told you.
All I gotta do is lay down. All I gotta do is lay down and go to sleep. That's it. Anyway, Tally, can I answer your question? Tally.
Sure.
Tally, they're gonna make you squirm. If you squeeze out of more than one question, you lose. You gotta answer every question I throw at you.
You don't know me at all. Wow.
Hold on, I'm coming at my good sis. Why are y'all asking her to answer questions? What did she get it wrong?
I think you would be a funnier test case. You want to do it?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Tally,
wrong person said on my big sis. Leave her alone.
Why is your sisterhood so powerful? Why y'all can't just back up for a second?
Okay, I'll back up. What's going on?
Who's gonna be in the hot seat? Who's in the hot seat?
Why can't we be in the hot seat together?
Y'all can.
Okay,
right, so
whoever answers first.
We got Dollface and Tally. So Tally, I'm gonna call your name. When I say your name, you better answer quick. You don't got no time to be thinking. If I hear you thinking too much, I'm moving you out the room. I'm moving you out the hot seat. All right. It's gonna start off slow, but trust me, it gets very hot. Tally, how old are you?
38.
Dollface?
32.
This is gonna take a long time. These are introductory questions. Let me just get to the juicy one. No, let me go do it in order. Where are you from? Where y'all from? Just answer quickly. Where y'all from?
I'm Southern.
Okay. Dollface?
I'm also Southern.
How tall are you? Tally?
6'4".
What? How much do you weigh?
Hell no.
What's your shoe size?
Also no.
Okay. Did you grow up in a 2-parent household?
Yes.
Did you earn a college degree?
Not quite. I'm a dropout.
At what age did you lose your virginity?
No.
Okay, that's three. That's three that you bailed out on. I can't even. You ain't ready for the hot seat, girl. You ain't ready. Who wants to take the hot seat? Because the hot seat gets bad, very hot.
You need to.
Who wants the hot seat?
You need to put yourself on the hot seat.
Sounds like
I do that after. I already done
Questions
one.
like that you can skip.
I got questions for you.
I have a bunch of questions though. I didn't even get to nothing. She didn't even answer. She didn't even answer the basic questions.
Those weren't basic.
Yo. Tony, I didn't know you didn't finish the collect.
Oh my God.
Those questions were very insensitive, very inconsiderate, very personal.
Those are introduction.
You ask people that you do not know personally. That was very deep.
That's what it's all about. We're on an anonymous
app. Those are questions that you need to ask someone that you want to be in a relationship with.
I can do that. This is an anonymous app.
Yeah, it was my last. It was my last. Oh fuck. My last 12 credits, but some courses you have to retake after a certain amount of time.
Okay, when was the last time you had sex?
No.
Have you had any children out of wedlock?
I'll take the hot seat, man. Infinity.
Who wants the hot seat?
I'll take the hot seat, man.
Hold on.
Man, Mr. Philly, my man, Mr. Philly. Here we go. Mr. Philly, you ready?
Let's go.
All right, welcome to the hot seat. How old are you?
38.
You gotta be quick. Where you from?
I'm from High Springs, Florida.
How tall are you?
6'1".
How much you weigh?
177 pounds, 178 pounds.
Shoe size?
12.
Did you have 2 parents in the home while growing up?
Yes.
Did you earn a college degree?
I have 3 of them.
What are your pronouns?
My pronouns is Mr. and Finley.
Do you think it is good for people to wait until after marriage to have sex for the first time?
I do, even though I did not.
That's a yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Are you a virgin?
No.
At what age did you lose your virginity?
20.
At what age did you decide to become a sinner?
14.
When was the last time you had sex?
Last night.
Have you had any children out of wedlock?
Negative.
Are you a single parent?
No.
Are you above the 6-figure income line or below?
Yes, below.
All right,
above.
Okay, now we're going into the next phase. Above. All right. Are you religious or spiritual?
I am religious.
What's the difference?
I practice I think spiritual people are just lying to themselves.
You're taking too long. You gotta be
I'm
quick.
sorry. I'm religious because I go to church faithfully.
Okay, are you a Christian?
I am a follower of Christ, no.
No explanations. We can do explanations after.
Yes.
We gotta get
I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
All right, you're not a Christian. All right, is Jesus the Son of God or God himself?
Jesus is both the Son of God and God. He's part of the Trinity, but he's the Son of God.
All right, what is a woman?
A woman is a person born with the XX chromosomes and has the ovaries and the vajayjay.
Thank you. Are women the weaker vessel compared to men?
Yes.
Are women equal to men?
No.
Is a
legally yes? Otherwise
excuse me. Is a woman's mind naturally more illogical and emotional than a man's mind?
Yes.
Is a woman's nature especially wicked?
No.
How do you deal with a woman who directs vicious anger towards you? 5 seconds.
I ignore her and move on.
Do highly educated, career-driven women make for good wives and mothers? Yes or no?
No.
Should women obey their wives? Should wives obey their husbands?
Yes.
Sorry. All right. Should men obey their wives?
No.
Should women have the right to vote?
Yes.
Is it in a woman's nature to lead?
No.
What is a man?
A man is the XY chromosomes, testes, and penis.
Okay. You're not married. Okay. What is the greatest evil?
I am married.
Oh, you are. Are you the head of your wife?
Yes.
Okay. What is the greatest evil?
Broken families.
Is it okay to hate?
Yes.
What does it mean to love your enemy?
Pray for them and wish them well.
Who is the biggest enemy of all time?
The enemy, also known as Satan.
Okay, so do you love your enemy?
No, I don't love the enemy. The enemy and the enemy are two different people. Two different.
Think about that. All right. Do you have anger?
Yes.
Do you recognize anger as a tool of the devil to cause overreaction?
No.
Okay. Let me jump in here. Okay, these are some good ones now. All right. What country is the freest, most opportunistic country on the face of the planet?
Yeah, what is this fucking
I actually don't know that answer to that question.
All right. Is America God's gift to mankind?
No.
Is climate change real?
Yes.
Was Kamala Harris a good role model for women?
No.
Will Kanye West become president one day?
Never.
Did you vote for the Great White Hope?
I don't know who that is.
I will be the greatest president that God ever created.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe that there was election fraud in the 2020 presidential election?
No.
Is Joe Biden a good president, or was he a good president?
Time will tell, but early returns, no.
Okay, is the world overpopulated?
No.
In general, what is a red flag when getting to know someone?
Yo,
lack of emotional control.
Excuse me, who's interrupting?
That's
yeah, I am, because it sounds retarded, bro. Like,
so then why'd you leave quietly?
Hold on. Let him answer his question, because after he does it, I want to do it with my sister. So let him.
So we're going to double up on the retard. Okay.
If heaven exists, will you go there when you die?
Preferably, yes.
Is the angry black woman a myth or reality?
The angry black woman is a reality.
Should schools be pushing the LGBTQ STD agenda?
No.
Is it wrong to cancel people? I had to throw that in there, I'm sorry. Is it wrong to cancel people for expressing free speech?
No, can we have like this?
I mean, yes, it is.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hey.
How long is this question in real talk? Just real question.
I got a good amount of more questions. Y'all want me to?
Oh no,
to be fair to the stage,
the full story.
To be fair to the stage, just ask me a few more.
I'll jump down to the end. I'll jump down to a few more.
No, Man Infinity.
These are some good questions.
Man Infinity, hold on. You're asking him a lot of questions, and you're putting him on the spot. I would like some of the questions. I would like to answer the questions for my nigga.
I want to do that. I tried to do that earlier, but you said no.
No, I said yes. I
think it was taken too long. Tolly wouldn't answer those questions, and then it messed up.
Okay, can we not do like the 20 questions thing? Like, I'll show you guys debate something.
Can I tell you? I would absolutely answer questions about my political alignment and.
Okay, let me get to that, Tally.
But what I won't do is that other shit.
So Tally, Mr. Finley, and Dollface are now in the hot seat.
Hold on.
The remaining questions will be asked of all three of you guys. All of you go in order, all right?
Yo, I will kill myself. Yo, Nathan, can we like have some fun or something?
If Tally doesn't want to answer, then I'll answer.
Yo, you could actually defend your beliefs, though. That'd be interesting, right?
But we can do that after we get through the hot seat question. We can't do it while we're doing the hot seat.
Yeah, if Finley don't answer and Tolly doesn't want to answer, I'll answer.
That's A-Walk.
Excuse me.
I want to get on the hot seat.
Dominique is one of my favorite people ever on this app. Dominique is my main man, bro. I love Dominique. Dominique, where you been, bro? How you no more?
Man, you doing this, but let's be very honest. You was vibing with my sister. My sister wants to ask you questions.
All right, we could do that too, but let me try to figure out what
you asked me. Yeah, you asked our questions first, and then my sister want to ask you questions.
Oh, she got her own questions.
For the record, I just want to say, nobody was eager to get in the house.
Somebody kicked down the
Philly got up there and held the throne. Just saying.
Yo, Mr. Finley, did you watch that new season of Nathan or that rehearsal? You might find it interesting because it goes into like
what Nathan? Nathan?
Oh, you ever see that show Nathan for You?
Nope.
Okay, look up this show called Rehearsal. It goes into like pilot culture and stuff. You'd probably find it interesting, actually.
All right, so you
pilot culture as in my profession?
Yeah. As in your
it's
profession.
Called Nathan?
No, it's called Rehearsal, season 2.
Rehearsal?
Right, can I finish the question?
What is it on?
Hello?
I'm sorry, man. Real quick. What is it?
HBO.
On.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yo, can we finish with the questions?
Go ahead, man, 50.
All right, thank you. All right, is Jesus a socialist?
Yes.
All right, should we defund the police?
No.
Should it be criminal to give sex change hormones to children?
Yes.
At what age should children be taught about racism?
Ooh, that's a hard one to answer. 10.
I need 5 seconds or 5 words.
10.
Come on, man.
10.
At what age should they be taught about sex?
7.
Actually, what age should they be talking about it? You a man.
Are police hunting down black men?
No.
Can you be moral without God?
No.
Is sex
this
love?
is like retarded.
All right, can you tell this dude to leave? He's an atheist.
No.
Remove him from the room.
No, okay, ask us this question.
I can't deal with this dude. He's like a mosquito buzzing in my ear.
Come on, man. Let's actually do some reasoning.
We'll get to it.
You don't want to do it. Like, honestly, yeah, answer the question. Honestly, don't feel bad about it. Like, don't feel bad about like the position you're taking. Fight for your position. If you can't feel like you can't fight for your position and you feel a certain type of way, you feel that way. Just that you don't want to.
I'm saying I'd like to continue to ask Mr. Finley the question without interruption.
You shouldn't hold that position if you get defended. I mean,
you
that's
can
just
tell
like obvious.
if you could tell this dude A-hole, I think his name is A-hole.
Oh, yo,
you can tell him to
shut
stop
up. No one wants to hear you,
buzzing
bro.
in my ear, bro. He keeps buzzing in my ear and I can't deal with it.
It won't be you want to hear. Finley goes through the rest of the questions. Yes.
Yeah, then you're a faggot, Tally. I'm sorry. I'm just having to lay it down.
Cool. All right. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's a nobody. All right. Should a man ever tell a woman his problems?
Nobody. Yeah.
Let's move on.
Should a man ever tell a woman his problems?
Let's move on.
Yes.
All right. Have you ever been a slut maker?
No.
All right. Are you in favor of same-sex marriage?
Yes.
Fucking Andrew Tate fucking questionnaire.
Oh my God! Can you remove him or move him down, please?
Basically, yes.
Can you move him down? I can't.
No, bro. Why don't you actually fucking defend your views? I don't want to hear you give a fucking 20 questionnaire.
Wasn't there supposed to be a limit on the question?
Yeah.
So A-hole, why don't you leave quietly?
How many questions?
I'm a breeze.
Now we know he's going to be a moderator because you would have kicked A out already, sent him down, and A's not even breaking any rules.
He is. I'm trying to get through the questions.
That's not a rule.
Well, you're not going to ask all these questions.
No, there's no rule. You just gotta deal with the stress here, bro. If you don't have it, you don't have it. That's how it works.
Okay, so the reason it's okay for him to ask these questions is because there are already several points of interest that I know at least AWOC wants to inspect with Finley. So it is.
No, I don't want to talk to Finley. I want to talk to this fucking Manfinity guy.
Okay, then Manfinity. These are questions that would not have been brought forward.
I haven't even signaled my positions on these issues, AWOC.
Yeah, let's talk about them. Like why are you coming out? I can write down questions on the list and read them off. Nigga, you said that fucking 5 minutes ago. You said that 5 minutes ago.
Give me 10 more minutes. Sit back.
Sorry, like what?
I don't even need 10 minutes.
Give you how many more minutes, nigga?
4 minutes?
Hell no, man. You got to put a time limit on me. Put
a time limit on me.
Keep going, AWOC. Do what you do, AWOC. Go ahead.
Nah, AWOC shit.
Yo, it's like, I
like AWOC.
Yo, Manfinity, like... Yo, Manfinity, we'll actually have like a conversation about like, okay, you said that you can't be moral. Do you think you can be moral without God?
So I'd like to do that after I'm done with my questions.
No, wait, come on, bro. I literally came back.
You've been going.
I came back from Costco, bro.
I want to answer.
yo, what is wrong with this? Why
Did you get some Kirkland's?
Why is nobody in the moderator moving him down because he's interrupting?
Yeah, why are you crying like a little pussy, bro? Why don't you defend your views?
Because I'm trying to get through and I can't finish.
Oh, so you are a pussy though. I mean, that seems like a tacit admittance.
For the mic in this room.
All right, y'all got it.
Yeah.
Would not call him that to his face.
Yeah, I bet you I would call him a pussy to his face. What do you mean?
I don't think Infinity need a Robin. I think he's a Batman already by himself.
Hey, no problem. Y'all just ran him off the stage.
No, I'm right here. Dominique is my favorite.
Wait, are you like? Is that nigga like your boyfriend or something, bro? Is that nigga like your boyfriend or something?
Favorites, bro. He's an
so why is he glazing
amazing
you without ever having a justification? Articulator. You mean
somebody move this Negro down?
Stop bothering. It's like, mind your business and ask.
Hey, dear mods, if you have Andrew blocked, unblock him.
Andrew.
Thank you.
No, I'm not doing that.
Alright. So,
Who is Andrew?
back into it. Here we go. Should a man ever have control?
Okay, what did you want to talk about? Hey, what did you want to talk about?
Yeah, I want to ask
Why can't he finish the question? Why can't he fucking finish the question?
What is it?
Don't you think that's something better than fucking
Alright, sorry.
You just came in right asking me, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Why you being petty?
Next time I'm going to giant shit inside his room, bro.
That's all.
Yo, Nathan, how about this one? You ping me when this. No, you ping me when this faggot's done.
I'm
How
gonna
about
start
that?
my
I
own
can blow
room,
him out.
y'all. Somebody meet me in my own room. I'm gonna start my own room.
Bro, I can't stand none of y'all, bro.
Go ahead and
I can't fucking stand y'all. No. Let's move on. Let's move the fuck on. Let's talk about what A-Wall want to fucking talk about. And it better be fucking good, bro.
Okay, before we
talk about dumb shit. You got 5 minutes, bro.
Oh, I got 5 minutes. Okay,
oh my god. I just put Andrew's profile in the chat. Just click his profile. If you haven't blocked, unblock him.
Yeah, so Manfinity, do you think you can be...
No, don't talk about don't fucking talk about no. Make up your own shit. Don't use no. Make up your own shit, nigga. Make up your own shit. Don't use that.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I can talk to someone else? Is that what you want?
No, make up your shit that you want to talk about. It ain't the, hey, I want to question people hour, bro. You better have something fucking good to talk about. Because you just read something that I thought was good. Go ahead.
That doesn't make any sense,
okay,
Nathan.
cool.
You just let men.
Get out of it.
Okay, cool. So, I guess we talk about, do you guys think that, reasoning involves coming to a conclusion about data?
Do you have to pay for this upgrade trip that y'all have?
No, I don't think.
Who is that? Who are you?
You get a free trial.
I mean, what do you think you can reason without having an outlet or something?
Yeah, you can reason just purely logically.
No, I'm sorry. I'm Harley. I'm
without
not
there being any
seeing what's
specific
going
data.
on because they switched
Shut the fuck up there. You hear two men talking shit? Don't make me shut you up. Shut up. I'm just gonna move you down there. I'm gonna move you the fuck down. Go ahead, A-Walk. It gotta be fucking good, bro. You got the whole fucking stage. You got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Nigga, shut up then, bro. Stop talking then, bro.
Hold the fuck up then.
Nigga, shut up, bro. I'm gonna block you on Instagram if you keep talking to me like that, nigga. Fuck.
Bro, what's up with you, nigga? You come in your room in the fucking atmosphere. Go ahead.
Well, I had a better question, bro. It had to go off the topic, though. That's kind of rude, right? Well, Milf, don't you think the idea that's let's say I have data, right, and I come to a conclusion about that, you think that necessarily is reasoning? It has to be reasoning?
If you have data and you come to a conclusion about it?
Yeah, let's say,
yes.
I'm a historian. Okay, cool. So, what fucking Matt said is just, irrational, right? Because, if I'm, some type of historian or some type of, scientist, right, and I have data and I come to a view on that, right, it seems as though that implies I'm reasoning necessarily. So then it comes to the question of well then how do you deny reasoning and then be a rational agent or something, It just seems obtuse to me or something.
Wait, so someone wanted to...
You got 2 minutes, bro.
Someone wanted to deny reasoning and say that they're a rational agent?
But that was Matt's whole argument with him in like chat.
This is why we killed the conversation?
Yeah, bro, we want to hear you answer questions like a damn.
Nobody in this board conversation either. Now imagine if I were to filibuster in a kindergartner type way, like you did, Walk. You my boy, man. Come on, man.
Hey, Mr. Something else, Mr. Finley. Like,
What's up,
the
dude?
question's gonna be like,
I am
why
still
do you think?
alive. Damn, that's 4 days in a row, Dewey.
Hey, Dewey.
Yeah, but like Mr. Finley, why do you think you can't?
I should be your kid's goddaddy, Dewey, for this.
If you pay for
some
something in college, I'll let you do that.
Y'all interrupting A-Walk. Y'all interrupting A-Walk. Go ahead, A-Walk.
Oh, thank you, bro. Mr. Finley, why do you think you can't be moral without God? Like, what's your view on that? Like, what's your justification?
Because I believe that God determines morality. Otherwise, morality is subjective, and I don't believe it's subjective.
Yeah, but do you think you can act in accordance with God's morality without believing in Him?
Yes.
So then you're a moral person, then, right?
I believe I'm a moral person. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to be a Christian or believe in God to be moral.
Right. If you adhere to God's morality, then you can be
even
moral.
ignorantly.
But I don't think that morality in and of itself exists without a God. Otherwise,
I think it's like contingent on God.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, number one, like, does God determine like what is moral or not?
I believe that God determines what's moral. Yes.
Yeah. So then, how is it not subjective, given that God's an agent?
What do you mean? How is it not subjective?
Because it comes from God's mind. It's like it's contingent on His belief states.
What do you mean?
What? That doesn't make it subjective. That makes
Mr. Finley, he's right about that.
Yeah, totally.
No. Here's my question. What
so
do
you're saying
from God's mind? Like what is that?
So you're saying
because we have the conversation of God, the Spirit, the
Wait, that's
Son.
why are you going off on something?
That it comes from God's mind. Like
yeah,
what are you talking about?
If God determines what is moral, right, given His belief states, right, they're contingent on His beliefs, right? They are coming from His subject. He's a subject, right? He's a mind. But if you
don't believe that His beliefs change, how would it be subjective if they were?
It doesn't matter. Like if I was a person and I was like I never changed my belief states, right? Nevertheless, I had beliefs, and those truth values of those beliefs were grounded by my attitudes. They would still be subjective, even if they were stagnant or kind of like crystallized, right?
Yeah, but
they still come from my mind.
I think you'd have to argue that God's mind is objective.
There you go, Dewey.
There you go. That's a weird argument to make, but maybe you could make that.
But right, because I believe.
What does objective mean to you? Not like to be honest. What does
objective means it has a meaning. It's not what it means to you.
Not
right? So like
you,
objective just means not dependent on any agent's stance. So like non-dependent on agential attitudes is like the definition of objective, right? And if God is in fact an agent, which He is because He's like a mind, right? And if it's His attitudes that are the thing that's determining what's right and wrong, then they're in fact subjective. Yeah, but the nature of God is also different because God's will becomes objective, right? I mean, if God wills something, it becomes.
Wait, no, it doesn't. I think He's equivocating on like objectivity.
No, my question was.
I don't know. It means if He says "Let there be light," if He says "If let there be light," there actually is light, objectively speaking.
Okay,
you're just equivocating on objective. Yeah, you're just not.
I don't know. I'm just trying to play with the idea. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. Like you can't even fucking play with ideas. You're like, what are you talking about?
You're doing it again, man. No, hold on. If we're saying things are subjective, right, and it is based on just what we see and not how we interpret it, that means that you do feel like there's two separate type of women, right? Because in the beginning, God made man and woman, and then later He made Adam and Eve. Like Eve also that. So like if we're gonna do subjective things based on just randomness,
yeah, I agree with all that. That was great.
No, Dewey, please don't encourage her to gibberish. This is like
I loved it. I thought that was brilliant. No, I thought it was really good too. Maybe we can move on though. It was such a good point. I don't think anyone's agreed. I agree. Everybody agrees. So that was good.
Finley, now that we know that objective is not mind dependent, right? And God is a mind, it would be subjective, right?
Well, I don't look at. I don't. The reason I think it's objective is because because I think that subjective means that it's subject to change, right? This is my very oversimplified explanation.
That's wrong.
And I don't think that guy. This is Millith. Relax, man. Jesus Christ.
Relax.
What is? I don't know what it is with you, Millith.
Out all day.
No, because you always no. So relax, man. We're having a thought experience.
Relax, bro.
I literally said.
Relax, bro. Relax.
I literally just said it's my oversimplified definition. It could be totally wrong, but it's mine. Don't take from me. But that's just how I look at it. I also don't look at God as a simple
If you
agent.
found out the definition of how you're using it is wrong,
Then that's fair.
change your belief.
Then that's fair. But I don't. It wouldn't change my belief though.
That it's subjective.
As wrong, yeah. As wrong as my definition may be, I look at God as being different than just a regular subject.
So
Or agent.
Okay, and we can talk about it, but why do you feel like it changes your belief? Why is it that when people say certain things about the Bible, it's like, okay, we can move on from that, or like, okay, I get what you're coming from, but I still move on from my belief?
Because you're probably not addressing their points. It seems as though you're like an incompetent reasoner, given your attitude in this conversation.
I was being nice to you, and I see you don't like
that's
that.
like that's me being honest. Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm saying like that's probably an account.
I feel like, honestly, my whole thing is just like, y'all are saying like, oh, these things are true, when I'm being like, oh, this is why I stand up for my girlies, and like, this is it, and you're like, okay, move past it, and then you're being like, okay, well, this is the thing, and I'm like, if we're gonna talk about Christ, I know why Jesus loves me. Like, we can always have that conversation. I don't like when
What does that have to do with anything that was said here?
No, when they were talking about earlier, like, where it's just like, oh, well, this isn't Christ-like, this isn't this isn't that, and I'm like, as soon as I said something, they was like, we gonna move past it. I don't like that.
No, I can agree with you. I like people
talking about themselves in these rooms. Like, I don't get it. Like, people are having a discussion about, like, philosophy or something, and like people will come off the mic and just be like, well, I feel this, and like I felt like I was being, and it's just like, try to focus on the points.
Oh, so I'm making general statements about dumb people, bro. Talk to the individual. Be a man, Miller.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yes.
They've been shutting your mouth, bro.
It's a general point, dude. I literally.
No. You talk about one person.
People do it all.
You're not talking about people. You talk about one person. Address the one person you're talking about, bro. Because only one person started talking.
I feel like you should say I.
Put a name on it. That's what he's saying.
Try to address it.
Yeah, what's good, AK?
What's good to the room? Respect to the mind.
Hi, AK.
I mean, like, Dollface, like, there's probably, like, a couple odd options. There's, like, number one is, like, people aren't really engaging in good faith about the contents of the Bible, right? Which is probably true given some of the people on this app. The second point is, like maybe, like, you're not being as direct as you think you are with your arguments. And, like, there's always, like, a way to improve that, right? Like, like, you can actually work on having these more structured arguments, and that might help you, like, show that people aren't addressing what you're saying to them,
I feel like, honestly, truly, like, I fuck with where you're coming from, and, like, honestly, truly, there's no way, and, like, honestly, people like Nathan, Tim, Psych, Pockets know this, there's no way that I can come from more of where I'm coming from without y'all calling me a bully and me being mean. Like, there's no way where as a Black American woman, I can say what I'm saying and y'all don't be like, she's being mean. Oh my gosh, just the pretty girl is being mean to us, without, like, being on, like, my square, being like, no, I don't agree with what you're saying.
You being pretty when you said that?
No, the whole point is that, like, it's not personal with all this. It's not personal. People are discussing ideas, right? So, like, when you say something, they're not thinking like, oh, here's the pretty girl doing X, Y, or Z again, right? They're just trying to discuss the ideas.
You're not
like personalities.
But, like, my homegirls are, and I feel like that's very different for, like, you versus me. Like, that's why I even came into the room apologizing to, like, Psych, because I'm like, yo, what I did to you was disrespectful. Like, as a woman, I know that I shouldn't have been rude to you like that, and that's fucked up. Like, I apologize. But I know my bitches like Pockets, like, okay, you lucky if she don't cuss you out on my behalf. What you talking about? You lucky I'm actually cussing you out, because if I don't cuss you out, the girls will come behind me. fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, but that's just
so
like
it's
coke.
like a whole situation of being like,
and also too, just like
y'all as men feel like y'all are really banging the Charles and doing what you're doing. There are more men who take up for people like me, and also my girls who don't play that shit. So it's just like, yeah, I'd rather apologize to a nigga who I know like takes up for me, and it's like on that same type of shit. And I understand like how he understands like, okay, I'm not always on my shit, but like I'll be the best person I can be. Like I want to be the nicest person I can be.
You're better suited for a show like The View than like a philosophy circle. This sounds like gossip.
It's not about gossip. It's just like focusing the room on Dollface, right? Like we were talking about a philosophical topic, and now we're talking about Dollface, right? Which is what I was trying to like object to. I find people in these rooms try to do that a lot, where they try to center themselves or their feelings, right, and have everyone be discussing like what they think or what they feel, as opposed to like an actual genuine topic that like everyone.
Say I find. Are you doing the same thing right now?
What I'm doing is I'm trying to rail against it, right? Like if I say here's my opinion, that's not asking everyone to focus on me, right? But like we were clearly talking about some like a philosophical topic.
You brought yourself up.
Now
what are you doing?
Bring up your own beliefs. Do your own thing.
You brought yourself up. You were talking about like
nigga, you
subjectivity.
What the fuck are you talking about? Don't take me
because you're annoying.
Dirty ass nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, great.
Don't ever call me a nigga, you dirty ass piece of shit.
Yeah, okay.
Don't ever call me a word. Now go ahead and finish the conversation you were talking about with
then shut the fuck up. Then how about
bitch,
that?
I will shut you the fuck up. You want me to shut you up? Is that what you want?
Try your hardest, yeah.
Nah, I'll shut you up. It's never a problem.
Yeah, so Mike, there's a difference between like saying here's my opinion and saying like here's what like me and my what happens with like me and my girls.
I was fucking around.
I know. Yeah. I'm just trying to make the point like as clear as possible.
But I think it's your job if somebody brings up themselves, because sometimes people only have their opinion to add, right? If somebody brings up themselves, it's up to you to dig and see the value or the correlation. You're supposed to take them out of it, right? So with her submission, I took her out of it. You feel me? Because there's other people that feel like her. There's other people that she's representing when she speaks.
Yeah,
so that's for you. That's
what
for
do
you,
think she
Millicent.
said then? Like, give us your analysis by taking her out of it.
She was an example. I'm using her.
No, I'm saying, did you listen to her? Did you take her out of it though? Can you kind of
take her out of it? What was she saying?
I don't know what the fuck she was saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop leave my girls alone.
No, because I was in and out of what you were saying. But I'm saying that if someone gives their opinion and you're having a philosophical argument or whatever the case is, there's got to be some value in the opinion. You don't have to center the person because they offered something from their life. You can take them as an example and correlate it to the topic.
Period. And honestly, on that fact, I don't give a fuck what y'all think about. I love niggas. I don't care that y'all want us to hate niggas.
Don't call me no nigga. Don't call me no
nigga.
nigga.
I don't care. I'm sorry, Black American man. That's my king.
Yo, Chandler, can you say this shit or something like that?
Get niggas mad.
That's not bad. But no, hold on. Shut the fuck up.
Nah, I'm joking.
Honestly, I love Pockets. Me and Pockets have been cool. Me and Tally, it's a whole new thing where I'm like, okay, Tally,
don't give a fuck.
I like that
dude,
shit.
Dollface, you're not.
You don't give a fuck, nigga.
Like, no one,
you don't give a fuck.
Cares.
But I be hoeing you niggas every single fucking time.
No, you look like a hoe when you behave like that.
Oh, man.
You are a hoe ass nigga. I hoe you every single time. A big Black American woman, I hoe you. Like, it's not a problem.
Yeah, shut
like,
up.
yes, that's
Holy
my
fuck.
girl.
Yeah,
I don't have to shut up because I hoe you niggas.
It's not about you.
I hoe
It's not
both
about
you niggas.
Dollface.
I'm not gonna shut up. Both you niggas shut the fuck up so we can get back to the topic.
Okay, great.
Yeah, shut up so we can get back to the topic.
Yeah, cool.
Okay,
Both
what's
you
the topic, Dollface?
Shut up. You never gonna shut me up. Get up and shut the fuck up so we can get back to the topic,
You don't even
nigga.
speak proper English. What is the
Shut up,
topic?
nigga.
What is the topic?
Shut up. Shut
What
up.
is the topic? What is the topic?
Yeah, what's the topic?
You not my big sis. You not my big sis.
What's the topic?
What's the topic? Kylie, what's the topic? Tim, what's the topic? Spike, what's the topic? You hoes is nothing to me.
No, we
Shut
were
the
talking
fuck
about
up.
the topic before you interrupted.
Shut up. I don't care. Everybody else can
you're
talk. You
ignorant.
niggas Shut the fuck
ignorant, bro.
This is
know
what it looks like when someone centers themselves in a room.
You ugly ass niggas.
Yo, Nathan.
Hey, Monica.
Yo.
Hey, Monica.
Yeah, can you get rid of this fucking monkey?
Honestly,
Listen,
you
man,
niggas
y'all
ain't
ran
got
away,
no
man.
lip.
Finity.
That's why you're
I was
monkey.
enjoying that conversation he had, man, with
because
Mr.
you
Finity.
niggas ain't got no motherfucking lips.
Yeah, damn. Come on,
What do you
man.
mean? My lips are voluptuous.
Lipless.
I have delicious
Lipless.
lips.
Big
Yo, Tally.
monkey nigga.
Yo,
You ain't got no lips. We
Yo,
got you
Tally,
in
you there?
cages, and it's okay. It's okay. We got you in cages, and it's okay.
Why do you people
Big
come
Black
out here and
American
just, like,
will
behave
never
like
lose.
this?
Don't do that.
We'll
Put
never
a name
lose.
on it. You're talking to
We'll
one person,
never
not
lose.
people.
Why does
All y'all
Dollface
have
come
to
on here and behave
talk
like this?
A-A-A-B-E, because you speak of us.
Dollface is what we might call a coon.
Yeah, she is a
coons
coon.
out.
A
There's nothing
coon.
wrong with coons
She's like a
out.
porch monkey. If I ever met one.
I really am y'all niggas big brother. I've been thinking about that.
Are you drinking right now? Are you like drinking?
No, I don't have to.
So you just like naturally are this
Shut
retarded.
the fuck up. Hey,
No,
you
no,
keep
don't
using
blame
words like
your
the R
drinking
word
now.
and this and
Don't do
that.
that.
Like, honestly, you have to use all these bad words because you don't
Okay. Listen.
trash. You're white trash.
Pockets.
Wow,
I can't
do it, Pockets.
horrible.
I can't do it. Help me out.
Dollface, I'm begging you, love. Let's just like.
Right.
You don't know that inside joke, Nathan. Shut up.
No, I'm in there too. I'm in there too.
Seriously,
Honestly, I feel like the girls aren't saying nothing. Pockets, you know I'm being nice. Pockets, you know I'm being nice.
Oh my god.
Stop talking, please, Dollface. Please let the conversation continue.
Wait, what
No, but Pockets, dude, don't do that, Pockets. Don't do it.
I'm being nice.
Don't do that, Bruce. You're telling me you just got you.
No. She actually is being. She's been nice, dude.
Can we talk about the new Plus features and how even more
Yes.
careful?
Thank you, Monica. You see how nice and nice Monica is sometimes when she isn't being great.
Monica do be being nice.
Come on, guys. Don't try to take a light from her. Go ahead, shine, baby.
Monica's on that shit. Yeah, Monica.
Dollface, let Monica do her thing.
No. I think Dollface should talk more.
No, Monica, go do your shit.
Come on. No, don't let Dollface. Why do you don't want
No, let
Dollface to
Monica
talk?
speak. Monica is the OG. Let Monica be an OG. Shut up. Monica, speak.
Y'all making a shy. Go ahead, Monica.
Yo, no, let Monica have this. She doesn't.
You're all insane.
There are 4 features that come with the Plus package. You can pay by the month or pay by the year.
Go ahead, sister.
The first one is it'll tell you who's snooping on your profile. That's not a huge factor for me. And
Translation, that's who's peeking in your window. Go.
Yeah, who's talking, watching.
It'll also allow you up to 7 or 8 links on your bio. Apparently, if you're advertising or you have a different website you want to.
So you could drop those links, like the addies and all that, in your profile.
Can you let her speak, please?
Third one is you can snoop on rooms. There's one in the audience right now. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they're hearing and what they're recording, and we can't get rid of them.
So for the people that has like wires, that's for you guys. That's for y'all.
Can you let her speak?
Wait,
Monica, let her speak.
Hey, Monica,
Bruce, get a glass.
really quick. Hey, Monica, a question to Monica, really. Why the fuck is you talking about the fuck I'm talking? I'm trying to ask Monica a question. Hey, Monica, real quick, can you repeat what you just said? Because you went in the Matrix. When you were explaining the third point, I do apologize. I'm sorry. That's all I wanted to say.
You can snoop in rooms.
Hey, what kind of funny is this?
Yo, shut up, Millie.
You cannot join the stage. You cannot write in chat and know.
Yo, A-Walk, take a walk.
There's a one in the audience right now. You see Anon with the plus. that's somebody random that we don't know, or it could be someone that we hate and is here listening to us. We don't know.
Or it could be someone recording you. You just don't know.
It could be Edmund.
So what does he say about the person? And
wait, I'm actually looking at a fifth one right here in ChatGPT. It looks like you can actually find
Pockets, you're really laughing at that. You know
identity.
What? Talking about Pockets.
No, what?
Yo, why did dude? Just like
What
let
you
someone
said,
finish the sentence.
You know, the fact that no one let Monica finish is
Ladies and gentlemen, the final point about the Anon accounts, you cannot remove them from the room. They are here until they want to leave. Now, if they want to participate in the room, like writing in chat or joining the stage and speaking, they have to leave the room, change the sunglass setting in the top right of their profile, and then come back in the room as themselves.
Oh, so you can spy on a room anonymously. That's what somebody's doing down there.
Now, last question, Monica. How much is the premium?
It's $5 a month. You pay monthly or annually, and also, if your moderator has you blocked, you can't get in, even if you're in anonymous mode. It will block you from the room.
That's interesting.
Get out your blocking buttons, everybody. It's getting real.
Is this on Clubhouse or
So
what?
we should all block Edmund.
So they can't come on stage anonymously?
No, hold on. If this is just on Clubhouse, Pockets, add me. I guess we gotta be for the bitches now. Oh my gosh, we can't even be nice to the niggas now. This is crazy.
This is fucking.
So
I hate my life.
No, but for real, if we get blocked by somebody in a room, that means we can't come in there no more. That means we.
The moderator.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Please. Oh, Dollface.
Deal with it, Nathan.
You're giving too much information, man. This is like information overload.
I'm sorry.
Nigga, what do you expect that Dollface should be dealing? Alright.
Oh, you a bill,
Try again next time. Buddy.
Oh, shit. We got two of them.
No, leave Nathan alone. Nathan is big daddy.
Bruce came off mic and said, beep.
So why gotta you
don't be knowing. I didn't know
Yo,
they
stop
that
drinking them
serious.
Red Bulls, bro. They got
No, nigga, it's not Red Bulls, it's Hurricane.
It is Hurricane Harley. Stop playing. But
It looks
no,
like some
Nathan
trash
is correct.
alcohol.
Okay.
It's alcohol.
So we don't listen to these people no more. Honestly,
No,
like basically,
fucking
if we're not cool with people,
Mix and seven, baby.
we don't like these niggas no more.
Bruce, is a Hurricane a beer or a malt?
Fuck the shut your white ass up.
No, y'all, why can't y'all answer? So is it fuck them niggas? Is it fuck them niggas? If you don't know that no more on the app,
That's why no one's answering.
what we're hearing.
Nigga, go ask ChatGPT.
People don't understand the massive.
Hack up. I hope you know.
My credit score went up to 823. Let's go. We there.
So what happens when you
Did you
scam
turn
people?
white, Nathan? Did you turn white afterwards after you broke the 800s?
No, when I get to 850, that's when I'm white.
Oh, that's
I'm
when
almost
you're
there.
white.
Y'all was all going back and forth when I was talking.
823.
Why?
He got 850. That's when he's white.
Don't be pussy now. I don't like that. I don't like that. Ask me a question when y'all was all mixed up. Nah. Talk now.
What say it again?
I love Dollface.
I'm
Dollface
saying,
is shit.
listen, talk now. Because when
Co-sign for a vote.
y'all was all on y'all. Oh, she's saying this, she's saying that. Blah, blah, blah. But now
You can talk to yourself, couldn't you? You can like sit in a cave and ramble.
Preach.
Why do you even talk to me like that?
People who talk to themselves are actually more intelligent.
You're lazy.
Album. You can see multiple profile PTRs when you click on the person's PTR and you can scroll.
Wait, Pocket, did you say that's like a sign of intelligence? It's just like a blather?
I like Dollface.
Wait, but like, yeah, that's true, right? Like, people who are intelligent talk to themselves more, but like, it's not full-blown conversations. Like, with like a topic that's
you're a fruitcake. Whatever, dude.
You said intelligent people talk to themselves more?
Yeah, you're a drunk retard, Bruce.
Yes,
Why don't you say a sentence again?
Bruce. What was that?
And you're a white dude. Then you're a white dude that just.
I'm not even white, bro. Shut up.
Motherfucker ain't white.
Oh, well.
Not you're not white.
Yo, that's another thing about that. What makes y'all just based on their voice? Y'all just be calling people white, black, all types of shit.
I mean, nigga, you sound white.
Yeah, say that he sounds white. Don't call him white. You know you on the phone, right?
Yeah, he sounds white.
Y'all be assuming y'all know things about people, bro. This shit is weird.
I mean, but you the same way.
I am not the same way, brother.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Hold on.
What do you think? Where do you think I am? What do you think I am?
You're in the fifth dimension somewhere.
Bruce, I think you're whatever you said last time.
Hey, don't give Somali.
Yo, mods, this is a great way to run a room. Just have a bunch of drunk people ramble at each other.
But you guys got like people that got weed.
Why are you
Yeah, the mind is trusting with the room. This is what you got.
So all y'all weed heads. So all y'all weed heads though.
Me and my girls, like, you never make fun of us. You never make fun. I dog walk you.
What
That's a good impression, though. It's like a little bit Jewish, though.
Alright, I'm just gonna move down the troll, bro. Alright, Bruce, sorry for that, bro. You just making noise. Alright, let's get a conversation on the table.
There
try
we
this
go.
again. If you can't do it, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to move on, and we might leave you if you can't keep up. And I'm talking about you just can't say random stuff. You gotta add to the conversation. Alright?
That's crazy. You gotta get that statement. You can't just.
We're moving on.
Fuck it. Yo, you cannot just say random stuff.
Alright, Miller.
Yo.
God doesn't exist because.
God doesn't exist because.
Oh, hell no, I'm out.
I have a prior probability.
Y'all
It's
chill.
like a philosophy room, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Nah, chill. Let him go. Go ahead, boo.
Yeah.
Why don't you think it exists?
God doesn't exist because there's like a prior probability of like God of any particular thing existing, right? And the more features that a thing has, the less likely it is to actually like, the less likely it becomes like as a prior, right? So like, if I say there's something that was at the beginning of the universe, but it like I can't say anything about it, right? That has a certain amount of likeliness attached to it, right? And then if I say like there's something at the beginning of the universe, but it also is like a person kind of and has a mind, right? And it cares for you. Every time I add a predicate there, I make the prior probability of the thing, right, decrease significantly. So I think God has a lot of predicates attached, right? So I give God a specifically low, a really low prior, right? And then I don't think any of the posterior evidence, in any way, justifies the belief given the low prior.
Okay, and can I say something to you? And just like
oh my God! No. You gotta add to the conversation.
For God.
No, I want to add to the conversation. Listen.
You got one shot now. If you mess it up, listen. If you mess it up on this time, you can get moved down for 5 minutes. What's up, bud?
Can I start the all things?
Of course.
I'm gonna make this quick too. Okay, here's my thing. When you're saying we predicate based on what God is, we have to understand that God did come down. There is the Holy Spirit, there's God, and there's Jesus, right? So we have to understand, like, the way that even we move, we want to be as perfect as God, even though we fail every single day, right? So it's just like,
No, you failed.
You're not
You're not on topic.
Listen.
You're not on topic. I'm sorry. We're going to have to move on.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Can I
Coco.
not get back to what he's saying?
You off topic. I'm sorry.
He's basically saying
He didn't bring up anything with Jesus. He didn't bring up anything with the Father. I'm sorry.
But he's saying
I said that before. I said that if you can't keep up, we're going to move on.
Okay, there's no way for us to be like, oh,
Okay, circle back. Let Coco go. Go ahead.
Whatever. Okay.
So, and is it Miller? Matthias. Yeah. So now you said that God, like to you, God doesn't exist because what you said. I believe you said two things. Because first of all, my question is, when you think of God, are you thinking of just a actual physical character, or are you thinking a little bit beyond that?
Are you asking me?
Right.
I'm assuming that God is non-physical, right? Okay. God is like prior to physical things.
Okay. Okay. And you say you don't believe in the entity that is God because you said a P word, and I was
prior. Yeah. So
yeah.
The specific argument is called
the low priors.
The specific argument is called the low priors argument, right? And like all it means is that like okay, so here's what a prior probability is, right? So if you had a coin, right, you would say like a normal coin that you flip, you would say like there's a 50-50 chance, right, of it landing heads or landing tails, right? And that's before like you actually do any flips, right? You just like know that it's like if it's a fair coin, right, then the probability is going to be 50-50. And that's what a prior probability is, right? And then like you can start flipping the coin, right? And let's say like the coin just like comes up heads every time, like 1,000 times in a row, right? Like then you just know it's like not a fair coin, right? So like so there's two things you have to understand in that, right? There's your assessment of what the prior probability is, which is 50-50, right? And then there's the actual trials of flipping the coin, and we call that the like posterior evidence, right? So sometimes if the thing that you like, if you think that like there's a 50-50 chance, right, that the coin's going to land on heads, and then you actually start doing the trials and it lands on heads 100% of the time, right, you would like come to a conclusion that it's not a fair coin, right, because fair coins have the expected prior probability of 50-50, right, and only like coins that are unfair, that are stacked, right, that are like forcing themselves to land on heads every time, they're the only ones that come up 100% heads.
Miller,
right?
Can I ask
So
you a question?
you have to have like, yeah, sorry, 1 second. Let me just finish off you really quick. You have to have like the two things kind of like play into each other, right? You have your assessment of how likely the thing is, right, given no examples of trials, right? And then you have like the quote unquote examples of trials, the posterior evidence, right? And then you like compare those two things, right? And you see like, maybe like I thought the thing was really unlikely, right, when I had only the prior probability. But now that I have all the posterior evidence, I think it's likely, right? But like, you have to like overcome like what you initially conceived of as this low prior probability, right? So it's like if you have a low prior on something, it just means that you need more evidence in the posterior trials, right, in order for you to believe that thing. That's just kind of how that works.
And so here's my thing. Hold on, Coco. Real quick. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make this real quick, and I'm gonna move on. But like in your conversation, right? Hey, shut up. What I'm gonna say is, in your same conversation, you're basically being like, if we can show a short-term evidence, then it moves on to a long-term evidence, right? Okay. Here's me being a Black woman who is more conservative. Let's actually talk about it, right? If we're gonna say that these things are just something that happens and then we move on, then that would mean that I actually have a better leg to stand on than you would. Because yes, you may have these conversations that can, move past and have people to take up for you, but at the same time, it's just like, I know for a fact that I've been around people who do things and we fuck with each other, not because we are doing just shit. We are long-term evidence.
Yo, Nathan, right? There's different in the street. What do you mean?
Hold on. Hey, shut the fuck up. We're long-term evidence, right? If you're gonna say that, oh well, this is a problem, and let's
resolve
it.
He's talking about probabilities.
Hey,
like, it's not, like, hold on. Like I'm trying to be like cool here. Like you know what like a probability is? Like he's talking about like given the concepts. Okay, cool. So think about it this way. Given the concepts at hand, right? There's gonna be an assigned probability before you even examine the evidence on the table, right? Like like an overly complex object has a lower probability of existing because all of these things about the object have to be true. Right? And as you add those things that have to be true, the probability of it being true is less likely overall. Like, think about like a math equation. The more premises it has, right, the more complex it is. Okay. Cool. So,
hey, like honestly, I feel like you want to pop your pussy, and that's cool. I love that for you. But like, if we're gonna actually talk about math, honestly, truly, I can actually talk about people in this room. Right? Like I can.
No, that's your issue. You talk about people. You talk about people in your show.
I can be like, it's honestly truly bad.
One second. Doesn't that sound nice, dude? Doesn't that sound good?
What the fuck was that?
That sounds good.
I love that pocket.
Yeah, that was just a huge relief. Y'all never had one of those? Like a relief?
I don't know what I'm talking about, so I just want to stop them talking.
Yeah, that was just, that was beautiful. So, Mills, I have a question for Mills.
Sure.
When it comes to, like, the probability. Now, I'm not a fucking genius. I'm going to just put that out there. I don't know shit about math when it comes to that. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
But don't come from my bed.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, like, when it comes to stepping outside and seeing how nature works and how we work with nature and how just the whole world works, do you think that could be accident or if that's on purpose? How we all, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm explaining it correct.
Like, I think you're making some sort of, like, I don't know, like, inference, like design inference or something.
Right,
like that,
yeah. Like, do you believe that the design of this...
Like, everything works so well together?
Exactly, yeah. Do you think it could be accident or that's actual design, something greater than ourselves create?
Oh, I think it's, like, most likely accident.
Okay.
Right, so, like, yeah, so I think, like, there's a ton of stuff, like, if you look into it, like, really closely, there's, like, a ton of stuff that, like, just doesn't make a ton of sense about, like, how life works, right? Like, there's a ton of things that are just, like, just good enough to get by, right, where they could have been, like, a lot better. There's a ton of things that, like, what's a good example? Oh, so, like, there's a certain part of a giraffe, like, in the giraffe's neck, right, that, like, because of, like, of the way evolution worked, right, it was, like, easier for evolution to, like, create, like, this, like, I don't know, part in the neck, like, by, like, slowly adding, like, inches or whatever onto it. But, like, what it should have done, like, if you were to design a giraffe from the beginning, right, so what ends up happening is, like, because of the way evolution works, right, you end up having this, like, piece in a giraffe's neck that goes, like, all the way from the top, like, where their brain is, and, like, goes down through the neck and then, like, loops all the way back up again, right, and it's, like, the most inefficient design you could ever imagine. Like, no one was designing a giraffe. Sorry?
No, where are the giraffes from? I'm just asking. I'm sorry.
So they just evolved from, like, common ancestors.
And what?
Right, so there was something that was, like a giraffe. Giraffe, like,
I always wondered about certain, like, coincidences, right? When, like, we breathe CO2 and the trees around us. Hold on. Like, we breathe CO2 and the trees around us need that CO2 to, carbon dioxide to thrive, to build. Certain things I've always thought, can't just be happenstance or accidents, like, to the fact where, the entire creation needs each other to survive in a way. It just seems too divine to really question.
Most people use it wrong, right? So when someone says things came together randomly, it's not exactly how it works, because two hydrogens and an oxygen make water. There is no other random chemicals that can mix together to create water, so it's not a random thing.
Yeah, but I don't think they're not talking about that. Like, they're not talking about the actual, like...
No, we are talking about that, because Black Americans think...
Yo, don't face!
I'm trying to help you, ho. I'm trying to help you.
They're not talking about the fact that those things happen. They're talking about the laws that play, like,
How did they come from?
Holy fuck.
Hold on. Let me go.
Like, why is the case that, like, the kind of, like what do you call it? The force of, like, electron overpowers, like, the kind of, like, force of, like, gravity, right? Like, those things have to be true for you even to have chemistry function, right? And they're saying something like, well, it's not just the fact that those, like, molecules make water. It's like, why do those molecules even have the relations they do? What grounds the kind of, like, the labor for the actual law?
Hold on, because also AWOC, what's crazy is that these things would be here even without our knowledge of it. That's what's amazing, is that even before we put the actual label of this is hydrogen, this is oxygen, this is, it was already there before we even had that or put names on it or whatever. So
but that's like an epistemic fact, right? Like,
But why are the
it's the case that, like, it's the case that, like, I will go to work tomorrow, right? Even though I don't even need to, like, think about it. I don't even have to know that for it to be true. Like, it's just, but that's how facts function, I think, though. It's not like a feature of, like, intentionality or something. It's just, like, how the subject works in regards to facts and its accessibility.
So I'm not sure what you're saying there, Ace. So, like, from what I see, like, they're not making inference from, like, the fundamental constants of the universe or such. Yeah, like, building, they're not making that inference. They're making, like, a more, like, watchmaker, you know what I mean? Like, you see a watch on a beach.
Like a fine-tuning argument or something?
Not a fine-tuning. Like, I think they're making the design design, right? And not a fine-tuning. You're pulling them towards fine-tuning. Whereas I think they're really trying to make, like, the watchmaker.
No, I think A was responding to the molecules or the water thing coming together being the thing that
hold on, I will
say the lack of random. You say the lack of randomness is like besides the point.
No, face sucks. Correct. Yeah. So Mike, the only thing I'm saying is that, like, like, he was responding specifically to that, right? But, like, I think what Pockets was trying to say is that, like, it's, like, curious how, like, we breathe
everything works well together.
Right, we breathe in oxygen, right? It has nothing to do with, like covalent bonds between, like, hydrogen and oxygen.
No,
right? It's more to do with, like, we breathe in oxygen and trees breathe in carbon dioxide. We exhale carbon dioxide and trees.
That would be the case regardless.
Trees breathe in carbon dioxide. So
it's like that possible analogy.
Well, my point, hold on, y'all. My point was to prove the existence of God, a higher power, something beyond understanding. How do these things fit and work? So
we're kind of arguing about what method you're doing that by, right? Like, under my impression, I was responding to Tim, it was like, I don't think you're just specifically saying that hydrogen is hydrogen because of, like, whatever you're saying. I thought you were making a greater point about, like, all this stuff has this kind of functionality to it, and why are they functional? And Milt's just saying it's like, it's more so like an argument about, like, intentionality being found in, like, design.
Yeah.
More so than just, like.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was right. I think, I was maybe more contextualizing myself towards Tim and not, kind of focusing on the overall argument. I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's why I asked Millis if he believes in, like, accidents when it comes to, science and nature and all that. Are there accidents or is everything designed?
Well, so that's the interesting thing, right? So, like, it's kind of like both, right? So, like, the way people describe evolution, right, is like random mutation with non-random selection.
Thanks for all the stuff.
Right, so, like, how your genome mutates is completely random, right? You just get, like, random mutations, like, sometimes when people are being birthed, right? And that, like, changes their morphology in some way, or their, like, ability to do X, Y, or Z in some way, to their capacities, right? So the mutation part is completely random, right? But then what randomly changed organisms end up surviving in a given, like, ecosystem is completely non-random, because it has to do with which organism is the most fit for that ecosystem, right? So that's why it's non-random selection.
And Milith, one thing too, because I like that. I'm glad they used that word, because a big misunderstanding too is the difference of when we say, like, survival of the fittest, or when someone mistakenly says survival of the strongest. In the evolutionary science, word fit just simply means able to reproduce at, like, a high level. So a lot of times we look at humans as fit, but so are flies, and so are a ton of other insects. So
I definitely feel
fit just means fit for the ecosystem. And that can mean a whole bunch of different things.
I definitely feel like, even to you, Pockets, you know I lay you down, girl. I definitely feel like when we have, like, the fittest, especially when we have, like, these conversations, like, American conversations, like, a lot of people will be like, oh, like, you know, you're Black American, you're this, you're that, like, you're dark skinned, we don't even want you. I'd be like, why are you hoes on my ass? Leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, you're the only one talking. You see how everybody else I be cool with? I apologize. I have no beef with them. You want that drama.
About that, girl.
You see how he want that drama?
I know, but
chill. I'm trying to chill because I fuck with y'all. I fuck with the rest of y'all. Y'all be cool. It's just certain niggas. You say you don't fuck with me, and then I be making these white men beat you up. Is that what you want?
Getting into something
and
good,
I hate to be that black woman. Like, they be making me feel bad. Like, now I'm a dark black skin woman making the white man beat this nigga up. Like, it makes me feel bad.
Dollface. I need you to just mute up. Save it for the night.
I'm a lock in.
Yes, but stay muted up. Listen to the convo. All right.
I just don't like how certain people say certain things.
Baby girl.
The night shift doesn't condone said behavior.
Y'all are boring, ugly. I'm so sorry.
No, what's good? Because this is a good combo. Who was gonna? I think a couple people were trying to say something.
Yeah, because I'm trying to learn. Because like I said, you know, I did not listen to Bill Nye back in the day. I was snoozing through the classes, so I'm trying to understand the science. Hold on. I was trying to understand the science aspect of proving whether or not God exists. You know, because I always thought it was a higher power, something we don't understand. There's some things we'll never understand, and that's what I always thought God was something beyond us. And I don't think we could ever put science to it.
Can I ask you a question, no Pocket?
No, you're absolutely right about that. Science doesn't determine whether or not God exists. God is like a metaphysical, quote unquote, like postulate, right? And science has nothing to say about metaphysical postulates, right? It can only tell us about like quote unquote physical things and how they interact. It can't tell us about like whether or not a God exists.
The other thing too is, sorry, on that.
No, even like why, or even why a law is true. I think,
right. The purpose is not something science tells. Is like it doesn't give meaning or purpose. It's kind of it just tries to break down at the highest capacity of evidence to.
Well, there's just certain things that are like outside the domain of science, right? So like, think about like whether or not it's right or just or moral to like kill someone. Right? Like, there's no amount of science you can do there that's going to, like, actually decide that issue. Right? That's an issue for, like, philosophy. And it's the same with, like, God, right? Science is just not the thing we're going to look to adjudicate whether or not a God exists. We're going to look to things like philosophical arguments.
No,
science can be that. I mean, when you talk about science, the first thing you do when you conceptualize God, you use reference points of what God may be. So even to think about like the concept of God, you are bringing into like the reality of the situation where you are then using these reference points, how you describe God, like maybe what God may look like, what God may do. All this is conceptualized by your own mind. So therefore you can utilize science to just kind of like say, hey, God exists or not, right? So if you say you can't conceptualize God, then no one can actually know what God is, right? So how can you prove that at all? So therefore the end result, the conclusion is you are agnostic. You don't know if God exists or not. But if you say there is a God and you listen to scripture or whatever religion is out there, then it has been conceptualized. It's descriptive at that point. So therefore, it's now brought into the reality of like existence. So then you can look at science to kind of like, you know, determine whether it is there or not, or even philosophy.
No, but that doesn't seem right to me because like, think about it. Like God could exist and we could just be like not able to conceptualize it, right? Like those two things come completely apart. So like our epistemic limits, right, as like, you know, biological beings that like aren't omniscient, aren't like, you know, omnipotent, but omnibenevolent, right, don't have any of the omnis, right? It might just be like impossible for us to like fathom like a true, like a concept that actually maps on to like what God really is, right? Like we might just be like
we might not have those types of senses, kind of thing, right? Like we might just be limited in that way.
Why do people because I don't.
But it could still be true that God exists, even if we are limited in that way, right?
But why do people use and I've heard this. Hold on. I've used this I heard this maybe once or twice. I don't know, but why do people use the Big Bang Theory as a reason to prove?
Because they don't know what it is.
Well, no. I think so. Pockets you can use scientific evidence to support premises in philosophical arguments, right? So people will make arguments if the universe began to exist, the universe has a cause. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause, right? And then the people will say that cause is God, right? So
it has to be an uncause.
In order to support,
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it has to be uncause as well, right? Yeah, I was just adding that point because that's an important part of the premise is that the cause has to be uncause, and that's how you get the necessary.
Right.
But to specifically touch upon what you're saying, at least with the,
I just want to finish with
when they found out the Big Bang Theory
I just want to land it, so it's
let him cook, bro.
Yeah, so I just want to land it so it's very clear, and then I'll shut up, obviously. So, in that argument I just gave you, right? Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause, and that cause is God, right? In the second premise, right, the universe began to exist, someone might bring up the Big Bang as evidence of that fact.
Does God exist?
Right? But it's so the conclusion is God exists in that argument, right? But it's still a philosophical argument.
And here's my thing, Mila. Even in that conversation, God does still exist, and I feel like that's why y'all
I'm back.
Look, Dollface, you're just question begging. Think about the kind of argument we're having.
No, let me finish the conversation.
Let me explain. You're not engaging. And I'm trying to tell you why.
Let me finish what he's saying. Let me answer him.
Either you let me explain it, so Nathan will just
listen, you were talking to these other niggas. You was letting them be quiet. I want to answer him specifically.
You're not answering him.
I'm starting to enjoy
and I don't have to do that. Honestly, I don't have to figure out. Yeah, I don't have to do that. I literally don't have to do that. Honestly, and that's one of my favorite things about being around the whole ethnicity of people. I don't have to listen to you.
My people. I'm black.
I don't have to listen to you, nigga. I don't have to listen to you.
Everybody. So respectfully speaking, I think Dollface, this are speaking right after Miller. Even though it's a bad point, let's make.
No, Nathan said no.
She's been doing this all night, bro.
Yeah, Nathan said she has to be on topic, bro. Nathan said she has to be on topic.
Let's let the bad point come out, and then after the bad point, you can.
Nathan, this is why we gotta deport all Mexicans, bro. I'm voting for Trump.
And honestly, truly, honestly, I love y'all because honestly, I think it's so funny because
you see why
it's so crazy that. No, shut up. I'm only a little bit Mexican only because we used to be Blackfoot Indian, but they was yelling at us and they was like, "Y'all aren't Native American no more. You're Mexican." I was like, "Oh my gosh, what the fuck?" I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck no more. Like truly, I'm out here begging for time.
All right.
It is.
Nathan, can I count? Can we count that as her submission?
Someone just make a walk a mod.
I didn't finish my topic.
So I want to real quick too, because this is a subject I generally enjoy and read a lot on and watch a lot of stuff on. So a lot of times too, Pockets, people misunderstand what science say what the Big Bang is.
No, don't stop coming at Pockets because she was.
I'm just gonna move you down, Dollface. I'm just gonna move you down. There you go.
To the discussion of what, scientists wouldn't say really what started it. They don't really talk like that. But a lot of people take the Big Bang as that's when space and time started. So they think a mind had to start it. And some people even say a God could even have performed the Big Bang, which scientists does not say is when the universe started. And have left it alone from there too.
What do you think the Big Bang is, bro?
It's the expansion. It's the early expansion of the universe.
Oh my God, Miller. Yeah, Miller, your name is too, bro.
No, but
that's what the answer is. Yeah.
No, the stuff. What? It's the expansion. It only talks about the expansion of the universe, meaning that it expanded, not that it is the beginning.
Yeah, it's as far back as we can go to where time conceptually started.
And then what happened is, so like this is when we get into like, can science prove it? Well, science can prove it because we can watch the radiation. We can watch the
cosmic microwave background.
Yeah, we can watch the red light shifts. So, and then when you talk about, so here's what the problem is: when you talk about philosophy, it turns into, well, what started it, and science doesn't really claim that. But what a religious person will say, or maybe a philosopher will say, is that there had to be a first cause, and a lot of people attribute that to the Big Bang, like God, that was it. But so that's where it gets confusing for religious people and scientists. It's like, that's not what science is saying. Is exactly what, you know.
There are some like philosophers or some like especially religious people who think that like there's good arguments for there having to be a first cause, but like I don't think that's the case. Right. I think it's like silly to think.
You don't think there's any good arguments for there being a first cause, Millet?
Sorry, yeah, I think they're all really silly. The arguments for there like needing a first cause, like they all depend on like very, very, very philosophically dubious type of like assumptions or premises, right? So like the type of like regressive Aristotelian first cause that Tim argument that Tim was pointing out, right? Relies on something called like the principle of sufficient reason, right?
And what's wrong with that?
Well, nothing. But
like who dislikes many
people.
There's arguments against that.
Yeah,
there's like the big conjunctive effect.
Yeah, exactly. The PSR is like even like a weak PSR is like still too strong, right? Because like presumably a lot of people will. I think there can be brute facts, right? And if there's brute facts, then like those things don't need an explanation. So the PSR would just be false in a case like that. And I don't think there's any good arguments that are levied that like say
think about that idea of applied to God. It's like
I guess I was about to say the same thing.
I'm just thinking about, like, you could say God's necessary, but it's like, what explains the necessity? Like, is it a brute fact as well? Like, is it the bottom out of the necessity claim? There's no further necessity to explain this necessity? It just kind of gets weird, right? It seems like special pleading or something.
Hey, Walker.
Why aren't people better? Hold on. Y'all.
Dollface, shut up.
My God, why this? Why that? Why aren't people better?
Someone says to me,
if someone says that
in the
you
general
want to
terms that God is outside of existence, my first thought is something outside of existence doesn't exist.
Yeah, obviously.
How do you feel about that?
Why?
Existence is like the hardest thing to talk about philosophically.
But what do you think about that statement? Do you think I'm wrong right off the bat, or what would you say?
Dollface. Let me ask you this question. Why do you think you need to be heard?
I feel like, why are y'all having these conversations about...
You say you don't know how to answer, I'm just going to move you down, man.
I'm saying, like, why are we as Americans having these conversations?
Well, why do you think you need to be heard? Why should we listen to you?
You don't have to listen to me.
I must say, I haven't listened for an hour, but I do enjoy that knowledge is going to do what he typically does to me, to Nathan. And I'm here. I love it.
Yeah, I got a question for Tim. Tim, you're not one of the philosopher bros, so what does PSR mean? Something here. These philosopher bros.
I didn't understand the word you said. Say it again.
Yeah. What does PSR mean? This is a common philosopher term.
PSR?
Yeah.
I'm not a philosopher. Like, I'm more of a science guy. I enjoy listening to philosophy, but I don't know what that term means, PSR, no.
You're good. Yeah. PSR is just a philosophical term for principle of sufficient reasoning.
Oh, I might have heard the term before said like that. I don't know if I've heard
No, they don't speak like regular folks.
No, meaning that there should be like some kind of explanation to like some.
In the context of what we were talking about, Tim, it just means that like everything has every effect has a cause, right? That's what like the PSR in the sense that we were talking about it, which is like what you need to like run the type of Aristotelian argument you were pointing at before, right? So like sort of like, whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe begins to exist, so the universe has a cause. That causes
whatever begins to exist.
So the opposite is, so if someone says uncaused cause, is that a rebuttal to what PSRs?
No, that'll be like
So
like
they're
specific word that
gaslighting you. So when they say PSR, they're gonna say their version of specific reasoning. They're gonna try to like say, oh, this is what I think.
Principle of sufficient reason.
Sufficient reason.
Sufficient reason, yeah. So like, so so Tim, what you would want to say in that instance is you would want to say like, well, why can't I have brute facts, right? Which is to say that like there could be something that comes into existence or starts existing, right, as like a fact or whatever that doesn't have like a completely 100% described like a cause, right? And that's like that type of thing in the philosophical literature would be considered like a brute fact. That is a fact that doesn't need an explanation. And if there is a fact that doesn't need an explanation, then the principle of sufficient reason, which says that like all effects need an explanation in terms of a cause, which would be false.
Does the whole married bachelor thing fall into this?
Well, this is like analytic truth. It's like, something that's true by definition, like that, like, it's kind of separate from the PSR, right? Because like you can have those types of facts and still have brute facts, etc., right? It's just like the necessity relation kind of stops at God. And then God is just necessary without an explanation,
Well,
There's no cause to him.
Well, I find that if God is the answer for everything,
the uncaused cause.
No answer. Well, he's also there's no. So if he's the answer for everything, then there's no.
Kind of like this idea. It's like, can you think an object can explain itself? It's kind of weird,
Right. Yeah.
Like, do I explain myself? No, it seems like I'm explained by this causal history that my parents, etc. Those things explain me those facts.
But that's how you get out of the infinite regress, right?
Yeah, but you can almost break down any subject, and like you can always kill a conversation at least, or kill a thought, because with the infinite regress shit, because then we both just stop at, because you'll hear me say, well, scientists say they don't know what happened, and not knowing is not necessarily a position.
No, if you say that everything that begins to exist has a cause, right? Then it's going to be something that exists that doesn't have a cause, or something that began to exist that doesn't have a cause. Right? You got to stop. It got to be some starting point.
No, see that's
infinite regress. There was never the starting point.
See, like that's like a very common mistake kind of that people make too, right? Like another thing I could just say if someone says to me like, every single thing has a cause, right? Every single effect has a cause that like fully explains it, sufficiently explains it. I could just say something like, okay, absolutely, right? Every effect has a cause going back ad infinitum, right? So it's like there is no effect in the chain, right, of like cause and effect. There's no effect that doesn't have a cause, right? Because it's an infinite chain back. There is no starting point, right? So therefore there's no need for like a first effect that doesn't have a cause, right? So I can just like accept the PSR and then just say like, well, time stretches infinitely in the past, right? For the universe, the multiverse, or whatever.
Yeah, when we do over time, when we say there was a beginning for our expansion of our universe, right? There is a beginning. There was.
Yeah,
that's what we say.
Right. Yeah.
But you're saying there isn't a beginning.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what did you say, Mel? You said it's right that we have a beginning in our universe or something?
Yeah, like I think the scientific evidence, right, like the commonly adopted, understood scientific evidence is that like our universe started 14-point-something billion years ago.
That's when like the Big Bang started expanding, but it's like, that could be like an infinite cycle.
No, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
just saying, like I think you know what I'm saying, right?
No,
but like the point is that like you can just deny that like every effect, like you can accept the principle of sufficient reason that every effect needs a cause that like sufficiently explains it, and then just say, well, there was no beginning of the universe, so there's never a instance of an effect without a cause, right? Even though like there's a response to that, which is to say like, well, what explains the entire chain, right, of cause and effect? Even if it goes infinitely back, if the principle of sufficient reason should say that there's something that explains the entire chain, because everything has an explanation. So like that's a response to.
Why is that a problem? Everything does have an explanation. Everything does come from
What explains God?
What explains God? In which way?
The way you just said everything has an explanation, that way. The way you said.
So, for example, like me personally, as someone who doesn't, experience privilege, I definitely feel like even when people come at me and they're like, "Oh,
no, I don't need that. Like, no, I'm asking about your account for like what explains God."
Can I explain the situation to you?
No, because you're not talking about what I asked you.
Okay. You want me to explain it like raw, right?
No, I want you to explain it in the way that you give
I can do it raw. As a Black American, I'm better than you. I'm prettier than you. I make
that's not true. What is this like racism? I'm Black. You fucking idiot.
You're a fucking hoe. You're a weird ass nigga. And honestly, truly, you have to fight for your stake in these rooms. Honestly, they kick me down, bring me back up. They know I be wildin', but they know I'm their nigga. So
what do you mean? They like you more than you.
Is that what you?
That's
false. Is that the answer you wanted?
Well, that's false.
Is that the answer you wanted?
I'm sure I'm more like.
Is that the answer you wanted?
That's not the answer to anything.
I can hold you out.
Talking out of your ass.
I can hold you out anyway. They're saving you.
Oh my god, you're just like a retard.
The whites save you. The whites save you and be like,
"Can we just get rid of this fucking brain?"
My girls got me. Walk all my girls.
Okay, but when I came back, period, I still came down and talked shit. Like, it's no problem. It doesn't. It's
not.
Every time she centers the room on herself.
You're a hoe.
Talks about it herself.
Yo, Eric, get rid of this fucking dumb retard.
I can talk to you. Asked me a question, I answered.
Yes, your answer was talking about yourself, not answering his fucking.
Okay, so what is your question about other people? Go ahead, explain it.
What?
No. How was it? Like, honestly,
you might have brain damage.
Ask her to repeat the question that was asked her.
Yeah, your cognitive faculties are just broken.
Ask that question.
Oh, no, look. What did I ask you originally?
No, let him ask his question. I don't care about you.
You're fucking
question.
I asked you the question, right?
Okay, what's your question?
No, what did I ask you? How do you know that you answered my question if you don't know what I asked you?
I feel like I answered your question because I was like, okay.
You just feel like it? Yeah, I feel like you didn't.
So
I feel like you didn't answer my question. No, I feel like you didn't.
Okay, so go back with your question again. We can laugh at you again.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one more time, and if you don't answer this question, you have to admit that you're like not tracking, okay? And then we can kind of like work on your reasoning faculties.
Okay.
Like, look. Okay, what explains God in the way that everything else has an explanation? Because it seems as though you would appeal to everyone else's explanation to be God causally, right? So then how does God explain himself?
No, I'm not
causally?
God. Here's my thing. Okay, so here's the thing. We're gonna take it step by step for you because we know you're slow. Okay, so I'm gonna take it step by step for you because like you got your pen and paper. So I'm gonna take it from the top to the bottom.
Yeah. So answer my question. I'm waiting. Yeah.
Okay. So the beginning is how do you know that you believe in God, right?
No, you can't answer a question with a question. You simply give me like.
No, I'm answering your question.
Are you asking me that, or are you like? I feel like
Papas, I'm telling you to get your pencil and paper.
Yeah, I was like wondering, was that a rhetorical question, or was that
I'm telling you to get your pencil and paper.
Okay, never mind. Keep answering.
Okay, get your pencil and paper. Okay, right, period. So I know that I do support a God because honestly, truly, if I was really a type of person who y'all believed was wants to be a victim or this and that.
She's not answering the question.
No, listen, get your pencil and paper.
No, you're not answering. I'm done.
Why are you talking?
Talk about herself.
Why are you talking?
Let her talk about herself.
Shut up. Exactly. I would know for a fact that's not true because quite honestly, we have our pencil and paper, get that out, of what the Lord wants for us. Okay? The Lord wants for us to be peaceful. Write that down. The Lord wants for us to be understanding.
What happens?
The law give it, the law take it away.
Thank God.
Nah, one of the hosts got mad. Y'all just be getting mad because
No, you just talk. You just rambling. I warned you. I told you. I told you that if you keep rambling, I'm gonna move you down. No. If you keep rambling, I'm gonna move you down. This is me, Nathan. Please.
How was me saying something to him rambling?
Because you're just using words. And using words in the room, but with words of meaning, isn't cool. That's not cool. That's what, by definition, what cooling is.
He asked me to answer to him why I felt the way that I did, and I was like, okay, cool.
That's not what I asked you. You fucking insane woman. No, I asked you what explains God.
Okay, and I was answering that to you.
Okay, you explain God by talking about what He wants. How's that work? You know? Okay. Oh, how do I explain the sun?
You think
I explain the sun because I want ice cream. Fucking idiot.
And ghetto and yelling at each other and like calling us idiots. You think you're calling me an idiot and doing something? Do you think that makes me like?
No, it makes me feel good. No, it makes me feel good.
You think I give a fuck if some loser is calling me an idiot?
When I go have sex tonight, I'll be like, there's this retarded woman.
I care about
people
like I care about people like Tim. I care about people who actually have like helped my life and want more from me.
Yeah, because you're fucking selfish. Clearly, you're a selfish person.
You're a fucking loser. I don't give a fuck about some fucking loser feeling mad about me.
I'm a beautiful motherfucker.
Who cares?
You could never put me down.
If you say so, I don't care. You're not that to me. You're a fucking loser.
Yeah, you know what it means to be to you, bro?
You can't even take me being like, oh yes, I respect these people, blah blah blah, because you're like, no, it's not me. You're not talking about me, so it's a problem. That's loser shit. You're a lame ass shit. I don't have to protect.
Are you mentally ill?
You're a loser.
At this point, she's just like repeating words that she's heard in the room.
Probably.
You're a loser. I hate that for you. I hate that you're a fucking loser. Because honestly, there are so many people who are fucking cool. Like, there are so many people, like, even like
the Cheetos man. That guy's
cool. He's fucking cool.
He looks like he smokes weed.
Mr. Marlboro.
Oh, that's a cool nigga.
No, that's one cool camel.
Yo, Pocket, that's your friend? Pocket, why are you hanging out with people like that, for real?
She's either plastered out of her mind, or she's like quite possibly the dumbest person on the app.
Let's not talk about people when they're not on the stage. Let's leave it.
Yeah, you're right.
Listen, she's not usually like this. Right now, she's trolling. Let's don't troll. Anyways, Miller, I think you gave a poor argument for the non-existence of God, and that's okay.
Okay. Well, what was poor about it? You can also, like, there's other arguments too, right? Like, you can play like an abductive game with saying things like, you know, most religious professions about a god, right? Even like you, Nathan, you take most of them to be wrong, right? Like every other religion that isn't your religion, their gods you take to be incorrect. Basically, even people in your religion that don't have like the same view of God as you, you take to be incorrect, right? So there's way more God concepts like that you reject than there's God concepts that you accept, right? So it's just like more likely that any specific God concept, right, is going to be non-veridical. That is like not tracking the like truth of ontological truth of what actually exists. Than any specific one being true, like more likely actually vertical, right? So that's just like an abductive or inductive way to think about like God claims. So that's another argument for atheism. Are there any other good ones, A-Walk, and I'm missing?
You think Nathan's gonna respond to?
No, he doesn't have to. Doesn't have to. Are there any other good ones that you think are good that you think I'm missing?
No, I think like the low priors is my favorite, to be honest.
Yeah.
I used to be like more agnostic until I heard that actually. I mean, like I think there's like arguments against like Christianity. Like I think like the logical problem of evil is fine, but it's like an issue contextualized towards certain religious institutions that.
Oh yeah, is that what you think? Oh really? So you think it's like an at-home kind of thing when you're presenting it? You have to.
Yeah, dude, but not in the way like. Christian. Yeah, but not in the way you want to fucking.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I
Oh, by the way, Sasha came in and backed me on the stuff I was saying with Cleb.
About the idea that like yeah, but like I think Cloud's point is still true that like that's arguments are only ever going to be forceful if someone accepts the premises of it, right? And that's what makes it contextualized.
No, but like the whole point is that like if they accept the premises, right? That's where I can draw out the like.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So of course, right? Like I know, like when you have an ad hom argument, right? They have to accept the premises, right? But it's their acceptance of the premises that allows you to draw the tension. Right? So just pointing out that they have to accept the premises,
but I always the ad hom
not to be like deflationary point.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, but I think the ad hom to kind of be like, it's not necessarily a function or a part. I guess it's a function argument, but it's not a part of the argument. Yeah, how it comes in when you have like this kind of like understanding of their background beliefs too, on top of the premises subjects, right?
But that's how
I think I agree with you there.
Yeah.
But the point that I think I agree with Albedo is that like all arguments are head hom in the way you describe it. It's just the fact that they have to accept the premises to even be motivated. Like an argument doesn't function if they don't accept the premises. I think that's true of every argument. So ad hom is just the idea that like there's going to be background tension.
No. They don't have to accept the premises for arguments to be forceful. Like you can have a specific argument for a premise, right? And they can like think that argument for the premise is like generally successful or whatever, right? But like they don't have to like accept the premise before you like start talking to them about the argument. But that is a requirement for an ad hom argument, right? Because an ad hom argument, when you're creating it, right, when you're like, like determining what it's going to be addressing, right?
Motivational.
You're only addressing a certain subset.
No, I agree with you there, but like by motivational there, you just mean that like persuasive intuition wise or something, right? Like, I mean, I can agree there, but I think like in terms of it's like being applicable functionally, right? Or to have the motivation that like, the conclusion does follow in the way that should persuade the person. I do think that is a function of the perceptive premises.
Well, only in deductive arguments.
Well, I mean, that's going to be true for inductive ones. Just be like, you're going to say it's like probably true or something,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but like that's fine. I mean, that's still motivational.
Like you can get like more likely than not premises, right? That are like
no, that's fine. But the idea there is that like
likely, right? They're determined on like more likely than an alternative in an abductive.
Yeah, but the idea there is that like that probability claim is going to follow in some function, right? Given the argument.
I'm not sure what do you mean by follow, given like what?
Okay, like even an inductive argument, right? It's like I don't mean follow inductively. I mean like it's gonna like the conclusion is true given those things. If the premises 1 and 2 are true, conclusion is likely true, right? Like
yeah, but
that's like a function of the argument.
I can just be comparing A to B.
I know.
Yeah,
I know what induction is, bro. I'm just saying inductively. That's why you said likely. I was picking out the language you use. I'm saying, but that is like the function of the argument is that motivation. It's supposed to illuminate that for the person, right? Like I agree with you that like I could give someone an argument. They cannot even think about the premises being true, but they can have an intuition about it or something. Like whatever. That's fine, right? But like I think the point Vito was saying is that like that relation or that motivation is like the kind of function of why we give arguments in the first place.
Like, okay, so, like, I look at it like this. Like, you can tell me where you get off this ship, right? I look at it like this. If, like, me and you have a disagreement, right, I can do, like, one of two things, right? Like, I can give you an argument, right, that I think I have, like, support for the premises that you may or may not agree with, right? And we can discuss, like, what I think is my support, and then we can discuss, like, whether or not you think, like, the thing's valid and sound kind of thing, right? So that's one way I could go. The other way I could go is I could very narrowly tailor an argument to your specific professed beliefs, and I could show a contradiction.
Yeah, and that's like an ad hom,
Yes, and they're two different, they're completely different. That's all I'm trying to point out
I don't think it's completely different, but I do think like in the sense that you're saying is that especially the evidential problem of evil, that clearly isn't addressing the person's personal beliefs, right? More so like about their like kind of like that's why I say it's like about their Christian commitments. And like it necessarily like seems to be engaging with background beliefs. But there are gonna be forms of arguments that don't need that, right? I think we agree there. So yeah.
No,
well, the point I'm saying, yeah. But I think Alvito's point was that like the motivational part is like true of any argument given the premise he's being accepted or something. But like I don't know, he was just being overly combative with you. I can give you that too.
No, it's fine. Like shit happens.
He was doing that shit where like he's like I'm a black belt, so I'm gonna like wrestle.
But I did make a bunch of mistakes. I did say some stupid stuff.
Yeah, that propositional one was silly, bro.
Yeah. The propositional stuff is really bad.
I got a question for you two then, or a statement, and I want to hear your opinion on it. So someone says, and this is the argument like I would make. Well, I wouldn't make this. I would oppose it. You'll see. Someone says, believes in the creation story, right? Everything's created. Earth is created. Humans are created. And they always bring up, everything takes a mind. So they'll bring up like a computer. But I would say, if you can't distinguish what's uncreated
claiming. So, for instance, they're claiming that the ice just showed up because. Okay, you were there. What are you saying occurred again? One more time.
This happened in DC. We're literally on Capitol Hill. It's a whole block that has restaurants, and my bakery is amongst the businesses that's on that. All the businesses on the block, just one. And when they went to that business, this was them trying to find out who works there, etc., etc. And the backstory is this person used to work for the Republican Party, and he left because of the January 6th, what happened, so it's a personal vendetta. So it doesn't, and this is what's currently going on, because everybody is thinking, oh, you get the news from CNN. No, people have personal stories and personal encounters.
Yeah, but you don't know for sure what lead they were operating on. You're not on the inside of what the ice about.
But the lead is false, is what I'm trying to say.
How do you know it's false? If you don't know what lead they're operating on, whatever brought them to that, but you don't know what actually brought them to that establishment. You don't know what lead they were working on. You don't know who they had under surveillance. You're just operating off of your vantage point as a person on the outside.
But I just told you he's my business neighbor, and he doesn't have anybody working for him that is not American.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you don't know what brought ICE to his establishment. You don't know what information they were operating on. Yeah. Whether the information be false or not, people get false information. What I'm saying is, how do you know that ICE didn't go there on the basis of something that was legitimate? That's my question to you.
But it's not.
The answer is you don't know.
No, but it's not legitimate, because if it was legitimate, they would have gotten who they're looking for. It's not legitimate.
So, no, wait a minute. You can operate on a legitimate basis and then get there and then the person is not there, or get there and maybe you got misinformation. It doesn't mean that they made it up and said, oh, we're just going to hunt down people who are here illegally. That's what you're trying to conclude?
Okay,
you don't have enough information. You don't have enough information to make that strong conclusion.
Okay, so then if we're doing raids, right, how come of all the businesses, and there are several businesses on the strip, more than 40 businesses, why did they only go to one establishment?
That's a question for ICE, not a question for Manfinity. And for you to make a strong conclusion to the opposite, that, oh, they went there because they were a target, that's also premature. You don't have enough information to make any strong conclusion. That's what I'm trying to suggest.
But we have the information that this is something that's happening all across the board. They're grabbing people left and right, even grabbing American citizens like, oh, sorry, my bad. They grabbed a vet the other day. We spoke about this. He's like, I'm a vet. I served. I'm a citizen. If we have the resources to go after them, we shouldn't be making errors like this, wasting taxpayer dollars. Going to a business.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but I don't have any I never had the expectation that this effort, deportation effort, was going to be executed flawlessly. And that's not to leave them off the hook. They should be held accountable. Anytime they frustrate the life of an American citizen who's just minding their own business, they should be held accountable. They should have to explain for themselves. All of that. But if you had the expectation that this execution was going to be 100% perfect and flawless, I've got a Brooklyn Bridge to sell you. Okay, there's going to be errors. There's going to be mistakes. And I agree with you. There shouldn't be. But I'm a project manager. We can have the best of intentions, but when the rubber hits the road, things happen. And we got to... The problem is they continue to do the problem after they're made aware of it. That's another one. Another issue. But once they're made aware of an issue, if they try to correct it, give people the grace. Stop acting like they're this Gestapo. They're not.
Yeah, but they're moving like a Gestapo, bro. They grabbed a kid in Harlem the other day. People are like, "Who are you? What is going on?" They grabbed a guy coming from court just 2 days ago, went viral. Coming from court, the judge gave him a stay. They still took his ass. He looked like a white man. He looked European. So it's this Gestapo attitude. They're not listening to judges. They're not doing due process. They're just not fucking following the Constitution. Everyone should have a problem with this. They could grab your black ass to say, "We don't want to hear shit. We're taking it." Yeah, you might get out.
Did you hear? Sorry, I can't speak loud.
Go ahead.
Did you hear what he said? That Manfinity said, if anything that frustrates the life of an American citizen unnecessarily, we should trash them for that. And I know that you guys don't like that we make a distinction between an American citizen and a legal alien who jumped over the border, but that's where my mind makes a clear delineation. And as a project manager myself, a manager of project managers, we try and implement things to the best efforts that we can. It doesn't mean that you're always looking for the worst intentions, projecting the worst intentions onto these people. Maybe they are trying to do the mission, and these people get caught up in it. That happens. That's okay. And you're going to have that, especially when, think about if you're working at the local Blockbuster Video in 2000 or 1999, and your manager has been letting you smoke weed and shoot smack in the basement of Blockbuster for the last 10 years, and all of a sudden you get a boss who actually cares and knows how to do his job. Of course people are going to be mad. They're like, what the fuck? We used to be able to shoot dope between our toes at the register, and now you're telling me I got to show up to work on time? Like a new boss is in town, a new sheriff is in town. That's going to be uncomfortable for people and make them upset. It's a great analogy.
It's a horrible analogy. I think it proves the point that people are upset that we're finally implementing a level of, we're just...
I'm not upset. What's wrong with that? No, I'm not upset about that. Enforce the laws in the book. But, again, when people are afraid and people are getting caught up and people that were allowed to stay and all of a sudden like, no, your TPS, please don't scroll. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that?
What does the T stand for? TPS.
To admitting,
yes, temporary.
They need, hang on, how does that,
I'm with you, Kat. I'll finish the statement again. You don't just throw your temporary protected status out the window and say, get the fuck out of America. Give them due process, especially if they're individuals that are contributing to the economy, working their jobs, and they're not the people that cross the border illegally. Go after them. Why are you going after the people that are actually trying to live out the American dream, are getting up every day and going to work and following the law? Why go after them?
Because we don't have infinite resources, and we don't have the luxury of just going after people. Excuse me, I don't want to talking though. We don't have the luxury. We don't have the luxury of just going after this group of people and leaving this group of people alone. It's an all of the above approach because we're in crisis mode. And you don't get that. And you don't understand that. You're not in a position of governing a country. You can sit back on this chair and hold your arms and make all the criticisms that you want. When you're actually in charge of running a country of over 350 million people and there's finite resources and you have to make tough decisions, okay? This is what you get. Bold leadership who's not afraid to make... You can ask me anything with that. thought that accent, girl.
Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll.
Yeah, you can ask a question anytime.
Let me ask you a question. Do you fully understand how the immigration process
Dominating the
works
headlines.
in the US?
No, not fully.
Okay. Do you know that when somebody comes here, and I'm talking about when somebody comes here
Outlining the
legally,
roads to use.
right? They have no access to public recourse. Contrary to what you guys believe, nobody takes any benefit that is not for an American. Under any circumstances.
I understand that's what it says on paper.
No,
That's
it's
not how it actually plays out.
yes, it is. Please don't. I wasn't born here. I wasn't raised here, right? I came here 14 years ago. I paid taxes when I wasn't even supposed to pay taxes from day one. Because the law in the book says if you're working for a company as a non-US citizen, you don't get to pay tax unless you become a permanent resident or a U.S. citizen. I paid tax into your system for 17 years.
What kind of company? Demons have no.
It doesn't matter because I'm not going to.
It does matter because if you're a landscaper, it's different.
I'm not a landscaper because I came here because I got 3 college degrees, 2 undergrad and 1 postgrad. So no, I'm not a landscaper.
That's my point.
Right? Okay, so
you have a different experience than the vast majority of people who come across the southern border or any border.
No, hold on 1 second. But the point that I'm trying to make is this, right? This is the point that I'm trying to make. You have to have an American citizen that is willing to tell the American government that they will sponsor you for 10 years of your life in these United States, including their families. So when you're saying when you're saying these people are relying on the system, that is not accurate because somebody who's American that already has their own family, let's say it's 2.4, right? Let's say it's a 2.4. Now they've got you and somebody else that they've got to show that they're above the poverty line to support you whilst you're here because they don't, like guys, if there's anything, listen, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. I'm for the right thing. Right? One way or the other. You can't just rely on people. I don't wake up in the morning saying, oh, you know, I've lived in America 17 years. I support what this. No, I support the right thing. That's how I live my life. Even when I lived in England, same situation. One thing you guys need to do is go really study your immigration laws and fully understand it before you have these conversations. Because a lot of Americans don't understand the system when it comes to immigration.
I understand the system.
The system's broken, guys. It's broken. It's been broken since I came here. And I've not made it a secret. I've never made it a secret. I've told you guys how much money I spent with getting to just a green card holder. It's a broken system. And you guys don't have an immigration system. You have a labor issue. It's a labor issue.
Let's not get off the immigration system because you just spent a few minutes talking about it.
No, don't do that, Doctor.
We believe you. No, we got to go with what you just said. We believe you. Right? I have family members who have gone through the legal immigration system. It is cumbersome. It doesn't make 100% total sense. And I believe the things that you're saying. Well, we're just trying to say, instead of just now lumping all these groups of people together, we're talking about delineating between somebody like you or even somebody else. We have Ukrainians that work for us. We have Polish that work for us. It's a different situation. Going through the legal immigration process is very difficult, and it doesn't make 100% sense to me. You do have to be sponsored, and it is for 10 years. And there's a lot of other requirements that you have to go through in order to do that. What we're talking about is not you. You are a legal immigrant to this country, and it's harder to do it that way. A lot harder to do it your way. I hope that you get some sort of presidential decree that says you're now a citizen. It's a lot harder to go through the system. So we need to change the legal immigration system to be less cumbersome, number one. And number two, we need to not try and lump you in with the 8 to 12 million people that crossed the border, southern border, and overstayed their visas in the last 5 years. You're not the same people group. Please don't put yourself in that people group because you're not. That's all we're asking.
I think, but the point was, Manfredi's making it seem like everyone that comes here is bleeding the system, and that's not the case. Everyone that comes here doesn't get food stamps, doesn't get free health care. You said it's overwhelming the system. Then what did you mean?
We have finite resources, and there are some instances where people who come into this country illegally, and they do.
What do you mean by that?
No, don't do that, Doctor.
We believe you. No, we got to go with what you just said. We believe you. I have family members who have gone through the legal immigration system. It is cumbersome. It doesn't make 100% total sense. And I believe the things that you're saying.
What do you mean?
We're just trying to say, instead of just now lumping all these groups of people together, we're talking about delineating between somebody like...
can get over flooded with people who are here illegally. Emergency rooms, so that means doctors and resources in hospitals in your favorite city along the border or your favorite city anywhere in the country. If you have a population of illegal immigration that's just popped in, some of their sick will end up in emergency rooms, taking resources away from citizens who need medical attention. Now they got to wait longer. There's got to be more BS in the emergency room. Also, schools. People are here illegally. They have children. Their children are taking up space in the classrooms that could be going to American citizens. Now they're learning in a more crowded environment, making it harder for children to learn. Another resource that it's taken advantage of are some of the social benefits that you said don't happen, like food stamps, like Section 8, like these other things. There are emergency programs. I'm not saying that they're just given to them willy-nilly, but there are emergency programs that if they meet certain statuses, if they meet certain priorities and preferences, there are priorities and preferences of these various housing authorities, these food stamp, the food stamp. If you meet certain priorities and preferences, regardless of your immigration status, especially in places like Boston, especially in places like New York that are overrun with Democrat, liberal, left-leaning government leadership, okay, they want these people to be absorbed into the system and supported. And I understand what it says, that these people shouldn't be... I wasn't done talking, though. I wasn't done talking, though. Let that check. Wait a minute. They're going to American citizens now. They're learning in a more crowded environment, making it harder for children to learn. Another resource that is...
Yeah, come on now. So the thing is that I understand your point, Divine. The letter of the law may say, illegal immigrants, they don't get this and they don't get that. But when you look under the hood and you see how things are actually in practice, like, for instance, voting, okay? You're not supposed to vote if you're not a citizen. But in certain places, now that you're an illegal immigrant, you can get a driver's license. Now the system can't delineate between someone who has a license versus a citizen, and they're being allowed to vote. Just because the letter of the law says one thing, the implementation is being done differently at the under the hood level. And I want you guys to understand that there are illegal immigrants in this country receiving federal, state, and city benefits and using it to the degree that it's taking away from American citizens who deserve it more. Thank you, Jesus.
I'd like to clarify a point with regard to your driver's license that you just mentioned. While sanctuary cities will give a driver's license, right? Those licenses are actually labeled. They're different to the license you get as an American citizen. So no, you cannot vote.
Not here in Massachusetts.
Not in New York.
No.
It's no different at all, and it automatically registers you.
Not in California either. Anyone can vote in California. Anyone can vote in any state. Stop telling us what's true. We're going to send it to Grok and do a fact check.
We live here. We're telling you. And you think this is no. And you've got your fingers.
It's called absentee ballot. Absentee ballot, love.
Arguing with people committed to misunderstanding you, and Reiki.
Because that's what we do. This is where we live. This particular issue in New York, California, and Massachusetts is completely and 100% true. This is the way.
Bullocks, that's not true. She knows the truth. You're not listening.
Okay, it's not true
Okay, they can go to jail for voting, and that's the quickest.
It's called absentee ballot.
Sent up out of hell, even locked up. Illegal immigrants cannot vote.
Divine, there was a motion in New York State, or I think it was in New York City, that allowed them to be a part of local elections.
No,
illegal.
not true.
I can give you the headline.
Not
so
true.
they can be in. Okay, it's not true.
So now we believe news. Oh, we believe news now.
All the news is fake news, love.
This is on the state. The state
It's
of
all
New York
spam, including this room, except for Manfitini. He's telling you the truth, and you're all just spamming us with your lies.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on
Not
here.
true.
Oh, stop with your spam and your lies. It's all communication is spam, and all you're doing is spamming us with your fucking lies.
I don't understand.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Sounds like you believe the propaganda.
You believe the propaganda?
What did I say that was propaganda?
No, not you, Manfitini. You're telling us the truth. These other non-native English speakers, these non-Americans are lying and spamming us with their propaganda, wasting our fucking time.
I don't like I can't move people to the audience.
Firstly, you don't even know if you're Scottish, Irish, Scouse, Australia, South Africa. But go ahead.
I can't move anyone to the audience. I can't mute individual people. This is terrible.
Yeah, it's because it's public. Let's play fair, guys. You can mute
the whole stage. You can mute the whole stage if you want to mute. I can mute the whole stage, but I can't mute the individuals, and I can't move people to the audience.
Oh, what a shame, Manfitini. Well, now I can always come back under an anonymous account and continue listening to all the spam and lies that this app generates, minute to minute.
I'm sorry. We're going to give the microphone. We're going to give the microphone to Monica. And if you keep interrupting, I will have to remove you from the room, and I don't want to do that to anyone. Monica, what were you saying?
The three dots to the top right, just change the settings of the room to anyone can join the stage. You have it set to no one needs an invite. You change it.
Turn hand raising on. Yeah, that'll change it for you. No one can. Everyone, hold on. Hand raising. Speaker, what should I put it? Everyone can, speakers, friends can, or no one can?
Everyone can.
Everyone can. It's boring. It's just your friends stuff.
Okay,
And
so now I'm going to change it.
Move down without having to remove people.
Oh, this is great. I love me some Monica. Thank you, Jesus.
He's like, he figured out the goo. He figured out the goo.
I got control of the room. Y'all keep messing with me, I'm kicking you down.
I just Googled it, Manfinity. It's not true in New York. They cannot vote. They cannot register to vote. They cannot vote in New York.
They can't vote in any state, full stop. So I'm not even wasting time acknowledging that. You can't do it.
They only changed that in the last year. They literally changed that in the last year. Where did they change it to?
I can't.
In New York. New York made it a law that they when they said that you could vote on for the state and local elections. They meant it. They made it a law. It got changed back again last year.
Yes, they did.
Crazy.
Really?
Speaker.
Really? It's not. Put up a shut up. Show me the law.
So I will tell you, according to Reuters, I posted, New York City law allowing non-citizens to vote has been struck down by the court. But that was the case for at least 2 or 3 years there in the administration. I'm gonna listen. I didn't make it up, man. I just read it to you.
They tried to make a law, and
it happened.
It never happened. It never happened.
But why do you? Okay, so you think the people that wanted to do it, you think they went away? Those crazy people that want illegal non-citizens to vote are still alive and well, and they're living in your government.
They never have been allowed to vote, and they never will.
Okay.
Yes, they were.
True. Let's read it.
No, they were not. They were not allowed to vote.
Okay, does it trouble? Let me ask you a question. Does it trouble you that they wanted to?
Show me when they were allowed to vote, and I'll shut up. Because you guys. New York City. Not true. Well, saying it's not true doesn't mean it's not true.
So prove that it's true.
Prove it. It's literally reading you a Reuters freaking article because it was a law. It got hold on. See, you're not. Let me finish my sentence. You're not. Let me finish my sentence. Well, they made it a law, and then they put it on the books, and then it got contested, and it took them 2.5 years
for it to go through the Court of Appeals for them to strike it down. But for that time that it was on the books, people were allowed to vote on local and state levels. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, bro.
It was never on the book. Divine. All right, we're gonna wait a minute. No one else should be speaking. I want to hear how Divine responds to what Doc just said. No one else should speak.
I'm in New York. Quick Google search. It was never on the books. It never happened.
Okay, Alan would like to say something. Everyone, please be quiet. Alan?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Rachel. Please allow Alan to speak.
Hey, how are you? And
my friend Alan.
I ask Grok, non-citizens are generally not allowed to vote in U.S. federal or state elections as voting in these elections, blah, 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 blah. However, some local jurisdictions in the U.S. have passed measures allowing non-citizens to vote in specific municipal elections, such as for city council, school boards, or local ballot measures. Okay, California, San Francisco, since 2016, non-citizens who are parents of or guardians of children in the school system can vote in school boards. This was reaffirmed by voters in 18 and 20. Oakland, I'll just read off the cities. Berkeley, Maryland, Tacoma Park, Hyattsville, College Park, Monterey County, Vermont, Burlington, Montpelier, and Winooski, New York. In 2021, the New York City Council passed a law allowing non-citizens with legal permanent residency or work authorization to vote in municipal elections. For instance, for mayor, city council, and local ballot measures. This would apply to approximately 300,000 non-U.S. citizens. However, the law has faced legal challenges in the state appeals court ruling unconstitutional in 2022 as of 2025. So from 21 to 22, it was allowed. Washington, D.C. also allowed it in 22.
Stop for a second. Alan, what is your source? What are you reading from? Excuse me. I want to know where Alan... Excuse me. Alan, where were you reading that from?
Grok on X.
What is that?
Grok. Their AI. Instead of Google, I use that.
Grok? I've never heard of Grok.
Yeah,
Go on X.
Yeah, it's the X version.
So Divine, I want no one else to respond. Divine, how do you respond to
legal, he said it, legal permanent residency. You guys said illegal immigrants are voting. That's what you said.
No, I said non-citizens.
Let me read it again. However, again, the synopsis. However, some local jurisdictions in the U.S. have passed measures allowing non-citizens. Whether you have legal residency does not make you a citizen. You can.
Okay, but the part you read was under New York. You're applying
that
to
and
the
I
whole
read.
thing.
Well, if you're
read the New York part again. I was listening.
Okay, all right. I'll read the New York one. Let me go. In 2021, the City Council passed a law allowing non-citizens with legal permanent residency. They're still still not citizens. That means we're letting you stay, but you're not a citizen. The law says if you are not a citizen, you can leave at any time. You want to vote in this country, commit to this country and the Constitution, and then you can go in that ballot box. Until you make that commitment, go away, you don't get to vote.
But you'll take the tax that they pay, right? They can go away.
Yeah, are you getting the benefit of working in this country? Are you getting the benefit? Then pay the tax.
Okay, so Divine, do you concede to the point that there's an effort? Wait a minute, let me ask the question. Don't tell me no when I didn't ask the question yet. I didn't get to ask you the question. You concede to the point that there is an effort to allow non-citizens to vote in this country.
You're changing the question. You're changing it, but yeah. You said 5 minutes ago, illegal immigrants are voting.
Now you're changing it to non-citizens with legal status. Like, if they're paying taxes, yes, they should be allowed to vote. If they have legal status, and they're going to get due process, allow them to vote in local elections. Why not? City council, city council, school boards, things of that nature, things that affect their day-to-day life. We say it all the time on these stages. Local elections matter. That's what really matters.
So let me ask you a question, Alan. In what you read, does that allow for? I know in New York it was the permanent legal status, but like in San Francisco, I didn't grasp what you mentioned there. Is that the same thing, or did that allow for illegal immigrants?
Okay, in San Francisco. There was non-citizens who are parents or guardians of the children in the school system can vote in school board elections. That in Oakland, they approved a measure that non-citizens, including legal residents and undocumented immigrants, to vote in local elections for city council, mayor, school board, starting in 24. And in 22, Berkeley voters approved a measure to allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections, though implementation is pending legal clarifications. So in all cases, they're saying non-citizens. As far as they're working in this country, congratulations. You are now in a country that gives you greater opportunities. If you would like to participate fully, first of all, come here legally, because there are plenty of people who are willing to wait their turn to come here legally. And just because you can walk across the border doesn't give you the right to cut in line and take jobs from the people who want to obey the law. And second of all, again, working here, you're participating in the country, you can pay taxes, and when you fully commit to being a citizen and upholding the Constitution and obeying the laws, well, then you should get to vote. And local elections do make a difference. And if a county suddenly gets, as Biden did this, suddenly gets a wave of immigrants from pick any country, and they get to vote in local elections and school boards, well, suddenly you're going to see school boards that don't reflect the actual citizens that are in that county or local area.
Can we? That is not conjecture.
So how many of you?
Divine, can I go?
Hold on one second, please. I'll give it right back to you. How many of you Americans are actually standing in line for the minimal jobs that these foreigners come here and do?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, no, it does.
We can talk about it afterwards.
It does.
We're discussing the value of
stand in line for those minimal jobs, so it does matter.
Why?
We are discussing
matter.
Relax yourself, preparation. I would say,
Doctor,
I'll go after you.
Yeah, so, all of this could have been alleviated, because I remember there was a bill that wanted to hire enough border agents, enough judges, and enough manpower to sort all of this out. But they chose to not vote on that bill, and they chose to give money to Ukraine. They chose to give money to Israel. They chose to do everything but deal with this crisis, because they did not want Joe Biden to have the win of securing the border and having enough judges to process these cases. And now we're dealing with this conundrum of a catastrophe right now. With that, I land.
Okay, thank you. Manfinity,
and after you doctor responsible, do the honors. Please, just sweep that under the rug right now. Jesus
Thank you so much. Divine, it might make a fantastic headline to see this bill that I would puke all over and then throw it in the garbage, to see that be repelled by Republicans. It might make a great headline, and listen, You guys have been working off of that headline for about 8 months at this point, right? And that's fine. You think it's a great bill. You think that adding more judges is going to fix the problem. You think that shortening the time of the people's stay, of the time that they have to wait before their hearing will fix something. You feel that adding more border agents for that sole purpose will fix something. I don't think that will fix anything. The only thing that will fix anything is the Remain in Mexico policy, which I've been touting like a fucking parrot on this stage for 2 fucking years. Because of our illegal immigration laws, because of our immigration laws, I should say, once a person's pinky toe, no matter what color it is, white, black, ching chong ching, purple, Asian, whatever it is, once that pinky toe touches American soil, that person is afforded a gigantic amount of rights under our asylum law, right? So they're untouchable at that point. So the only way to fix that problem is to stop them from putting the pinky toe on the soil of the United States in the first place. That is the only way to fix the problem, because we are outdone. Once the person steps over the U.S. border, there's nothing a president can do to fix this. This is now in the realm of the bureaucracy, where that person will be given the court date. That court date will be 6 months away, or if the bill that you love so much got passed, maybe it's 4.5 months away. That is not a win. And that is why the Republicans, among many reasons, maybe it was to stay loyal to Trump. Fuck if I know. Happy if we did. That is why they didn't vote for it. Because we've had 35 years of this nonsense from Republicans. No, I'm not even talking about the Democrats. I'm talking about Republicans. The Republicans that are America First stood up and said, I'm not voting for that shit because it isn't going to fix dick. Now, in your own mind, you can have fun and explain that as, they're in a cult and they're just, praising the master and they're doing blood sack, whatever you want to say about it. You can say, and I'm okay with that. I'll deal with the repercussions. Hold on a second, chill. Hold on a second. White convalescents are all. I'll tell your black ass to go to the audience. Respect yourself. What? Anyway, stop interrupting Raven, if you would. So anyway, that gets down to that point. We don't see it the same as you. There was no great, beautiful immigration bill. This was just another attempt, a bill written by Republicans in the first place, who were pieces of shit, brought to the House by other piece of shit Republicans and Democrats, and now you expect us to just go ahead and sign it. No.
The link sharing thing can be useful, but it's just a troll to a yoga account.
Yeah, I mean, I signed up for the anonymous ability, and I could care less. It's, in fact, if I get kicked from a room, generally the mods are saving me the time. So I don't know why I would pay $5 to live stream chillism all day, but the fact that people are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, gives you some consistency if you are looking to essentially scrape content.
Well, the feature that I think I'm surprised you don't like is the fact that you can now link to different URLs. So that's valuable to the people who are in the service industry in some capacity as entrepreneurs, or make products or something. That's where.
Yeah, you can promote your OnlyFans.
That too.
I keep breaking the servers on my OnlyFans.
Okay, so Edmund, how does this screw you up or help you?
It's pointless. I mean, I'm just consuming spam like you. I mean, this app is literally just spam, and it doesn't help me or hurt me. I'm wasting my time here, but I don't know. It's funny today. I was thinking, I'm like, if it was the end of the world, I'd still probably prefer to listen to random people have random conversations than turn the television on, or just there's so many alternatives to what you're listening to on a 24-hour cycle. So I don't know. I find it interesting content to live stream because YouTube, I have, 10 YouTubes going, and sometimes they pop and you get, thousands of views. Um, but again, there's no interest as to like what app is that, or who
Yeah,
are
but
they? What are they
Edmund,
talking
if
about?
you're in a room under anonymous, if I'm understanding what Jasper told me, you can't be removed, right?
Yeah, so it throws I'm probably one of the most thrown out people in all the rooms. So if there's like a big room, I mean, that's the thing is I have 5 accounts. I would rather just spend the $15 to get a new account on a new burner phone than even sign up for the monthly. It's like I would just rather invest in a new Clubhouse account. So their model doesn't impact me as a consumer and user of their model. I would rather just create a new Clubhouse account than do any kind of subscription for these fuckers. One
Okay,
account.
so there's like an anon in the room. I don't know who this is. But the person can't even put in the chat like they're testing it. So
Yeah,
no, that person just will live in the room.
Yeah, and this is the thing.
You can't click on them. You can't do nothing. Just click on this.
No. But honestly, haven't all of the most dramatic conversations already happened? I mean, if there's a war or something, major conflict escalation, I mean, there's times where certain speakers here may have interesting insight. And as someone, it's like you got to do all the work. You got to go through the hallway, try to find, what you think is the high value content. And all this shit on this app and all these other rooms are so, I hate to say it, but, it's not even I hate to say it. I don't know. It's low value content. It's not intelligence. It's just, it's a certain demographic.
Well, I get to go spy on people with the anonymous thing.
I'm thinking this could be interesting. I'm going to try it now. All right, I'll be back.
It does like force people to clean up their speech, I think, which is probably the best component of it. But it's also can it create some like legal problems? I mean, to have this anonymous listener where there's no, like tracing or sourcing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think
people having anonymous listeners is I think it's gonna end the app because people are just gonna be too cautious.
Not really. There are people on here who love to throw shit to the wind or throw shit to the wall, see what sticks. I mean, because that's the I proved that the premise of anonymous is redundant because you can just create an infinite amount of very agnostic accounts where no one can identify it. And the thing is, I've listened to all of the interesting conversations or all the supposed interesting people. It's all just spam. So there's no reason to, invest in a monthly or annual subscription to this stupid platform. I mean, there's just not, because you can create a new burner for $15 and create an agnostic profile that the mods can't necessarily detect unless they cross-reference and go to my live and confirm it's me and they say, yep, that's fucking Edmund. That's the thing. It's like, but I'm the only loser doing it. So how many people are going to sign up for this stupid shit? A couple hundred people? Wow. Moving fucking mountains with hundreds of subscribers at $5, $7 a month. Wow.
Well, wait, isn't this good for you? The fact that you could have these anonymous accounts, you can go in and no one will remove you?
No, well, that's my point is I would rather just spend the money on creating a new account and not attaching it to anything and play that game again. Because for me, it's a game.
All right.
It's like a game for me. So when somebody detects me and they say, that's fucking Edmund, kick him. I mean, but I'm just who they assume every time. I've conditioned people on this app in this little micro universe. And
Evan, you made no true statement, because every troll I see, no matter what, I believe it's you. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I definitely you're the number one suspect of everybody.
Yeah, I mean, and so this is my point is like this isn't gonna move a mountain. This isn't gonna move a needle. Well, wow, they're making like say they get 1,000 people to even sign up monthly. It's like $7,000 a month. Do you know how much they spend in fucking server costs on this stupid app a day compared to seven? Like, the model doesn't work. If they don't empower the creators here and give them a revenue share, fuck them and fuck their stupid platform and fuck their stupid business model. Like, make this an economy. They don't make this an economy. I mean, make this a fucking economy, a place where people can actually earn a living, and then it'll get some fucking traction. They need to turn it into Patreon or something, it's totally pointless.
We were getting traction. Somebody changed the title, which is totally fine, but we were getting traction with my title.
Hey, I'm guilty, and you definitely right. When I changed it, I thought it might help, but it definitely hurt the room.
Oh, okay. It's fine. I was just curious.
Yeah, I just thought, like, since we were talking about that.
No, I think that was right.
I felt, no, it was actually wrong. It was a good thought, but it was the wrong move.
Edmund, the one advantage of using the anonymous option as it is like access to houses. So if someone opens rooms that are only for house members, you can go into a room anonymous if you're a house member. You can't otherwise, but it doesn't really matter for a bunch of the houses that don't have any limitations on who can join.
Yeah, I mean, if you could just fully automate the scraping of this stupid app and then have it auto post to YouTube, that would be cool. It's kind of complicated to do, but I'm sure it could be done. But it always requires a manual entry of some sort, so it's just not worth it.
Club Deck wasn't I haven't used it in 3 years, but Club Deck wasn't that hard to use.
Yeah, I have there's a guy on here who, records rooms and posts it to a YouTube channel called How to Waste Your Time. And it's got all of the rooms, like a lot of big rooms. I mean, he has captured a lot of big rooms, but there's the thing, it's just like, it and I know it, that this app is just a drop of water. I mean, it's totally insignificant. It's just fucking chatter. That's all it is. It's spam.
Spam with feelings.
I mean, going into the election, there was more value in the app. Absolutely, at that point, going into the election with Kamala and Trump, like that was the. After that, it's like, see, this app does have this like propaganda social aspect to it, but it's only more relevant and important at like peak times. So, what does that tell you? I mean, that it's all spam.
I don't know. It was more entertaining, in 2020 and 2021. It was humorous when there's late night rooms with 6 people and Matt Gaetz in a room.
Yeah. Lex Fridman was funny on here. I was recording him, and he got furious with me that I was recording his conversations. He was messaging, "Not cool, bro. Not cool to record me without my permission, bro."
He was ultra sensitive, and I don't know why people deified him so fucking much on this app. It was so goddamn annoying. I found him absurdly dull conversationally.
So is Pink Taco gonna make an appearance? Because I do like Pink Taco's rooms. Those are fun rooms.
This is his room.
Do you think it's rude, Dr. Jordan, if a woman demands that you wear a condom, but she also demands that you provide oral sex to her? Like, as a man, what's more valuable? The tip of your penis or your throat?
I think it's unfair, but I don't think it's rude.
It's unfair, yeah. But all is fair in love and war. So, what do you think about Trump saying, I'm talking to Putin and he's gone crazy, and he's launching these attacks while we're talking? So, how do you view,
Well, actually,
that
what
statement?
I think is funny is, I don't mean to change the subject, but I was on the treadmill today when I saw breaking news scroll across CNN that Barron Trump did not apply to Harvard, and it just, the way it was taken out of context, or I took it out of context, but it was hysterical. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, why people think Harvard is all that great. I mean, but anyways, it's just that brand name recognition, and I guess that Rolodex, because I was thinking today, even if I were to go through, I have like these alumni directories, and I was like, man, I could probably raise a lot of money out of this alumni directory, for a political campaign. So there is a certain aspect to having an Excel sheet of contacts, but that's like if you even work it. I mean, most people never even retroactively, I mean, how how do you use your networks, like, outside of this app? I mean, have you ever, done alumni stuff or mass communication to people?
Well, I mean, I like LinkedIn. I mean, I don't really get involved in alumni affairs. I probably should, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't use LinkedIn anymore. They deleted my account. At one point, I think I had like almost 20,000 connections on there because I was just like every day going through, going add, 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 add. And, but again, it's just like all spam, you know? That's what it comes down to. I mean, if you were to, tell us like how much communication you've had to spend on there, how much revenue you've generated from there. I mean, you'd probably be like, yeah, it hasn't been as great as I thought it would be, or maybe you have a big success story. I don't know, or you have consistent, revenue growth on there. But is that even happening for you?
LinkedIn has been helpful recently, but they're all saturated, and they're all it just becomes more and more competitive as a rat race to kind of get your brand out there and get the visibility and get opportunities. So
Yeah, LinkedIn is kind of annoying in the sense that so many people's lives are just like dedicated to, managing that LinkedIn, adding new things, new activities, new prestige, new, I mean, and then they're always forward looking to their future job prospects. If this corporation lays me off, I can now represent myself as an information, advertising technology lawyer who's worked at Yahoo, worked at then you got to find the new corporation, the new job, start working on all their work. I mean, maybe bring new business, basically. So everybody ends up becoming a business consultant, um, or a chief revenue officer to a certain extent. It's like fundraising, basically. So I don't know. There are some people who are very personable, and if you happen to go to their event and you're worth a couple $100 million, you might become a donor.
Well, you're right at LinkedIn. They've come up with every kind of way for people to funnel clients, but everybody's doing the same thing, and they're these newsletter things. Everybody's got people signed up on their newsletter. I mean, there's no way that people have the amount of time to
to read other people's newsletters and create their own, and like it's just too much information. It's voluminous, in my opinion. And then you've got groups. You've got private and like Facebook. You've got private and public groups, and you've got this. I mean, it's a lot.
I agree. It's just information overload. I'm using X a lot, and I've been asking Grok a lot of questions, and that has been an interesting form of content generation.
How's the Adrian Dittman stuff going?
I've rebranded everything Republican, because I figure that's like a brand that's never going away, and so to have like a bunch of Republican digital assets is, basically a political consulting and spamming business. But the Adrian Dittman stuff, he does still hold. He holds private rooms for subscribers only on X, and then he's also doing like sometimes a Saturday room. But
well, wait a second. You just told me you weren't going to pay for this app, this new thing.
Not here. I'm saying on X. If you want.
No, but you're not. You told me you weren't going to pay for this on Clubhouse.
I did. Yeah, I just signed up for it to test it, and then I canceled the subscription.
I see.
Yeah, it's stupid. I mean, I've had a lot of fun with this app and bouncing around, but I have they took down one of my YouTube accounts recently, which had thousands and thousands of Clown House recordings, but I don't know. I have approaching 20,000 videos on YouTube, 15,000 videos on Instagram. It would be so nice if YouTube had a way to.
What about how often you record on Twitter?
I've been recording a lot of anti-Semitic, racist, low IQ pieces of shit on there in a room called JQ Radio, which is Jewish Question Radio. And all they do is talk about Adolf Hitler, his speeches, the Jews, everything and anything. And they have weird guests come in. I don't know if you know Brother Nathaniel. He's this like Russian Orthodox. He's Jewish, and he's from Brooklyn, and he's a self-hating Jew. He hates Jews, and he's a self-professed. He's insane. But the point is, these are little like hot spots of hate and extreme hate and racism and toxic communication. Total waste of time. But I like to go in there, ring my bell, and just remind them how they're all wasting their time and just spamming each other. So, doing that type of social audio activism, I feel like is fun because people recognize it and they go, fuck, he's right. I'm wasting my time here. Fuck. People start questioning what they're doing in these rooms and why they're listening or talking or posting shit in the chat. I mean, so I don't know. It's just fun to like troll people who have really bad ideas and takes. And I don't know. I think they're like living in their own little universe of misery. Again, essentially, misery loves company. That's what happens in a lot of these toxic communication rooms.
Why don't you educate people? Why don't you?
I do on YouTube. I have millions of views of people that have listened to me reading books on YouTube. I create shorts, 1 minute, 3 minute clips of me reading books, and that's my educational contribution.
You should post that on Clubhouse.
It's all just algorithm, No, nobody here is ever going to see it. I mean, you could go to my YouTube and actually look at my YouTube and listen to me reading a variety of wisdom-based books.
Don't take this wrong. What are some of the titles?
Of the books?
Yes.
Look at my PTR, A Treasury of Polish Aphorisms. I'm not being facetious or actually joking. I mean, this book is really pretty amazing. And I was reading it to Al Normo yesterday, and I told him that it was Jewish aphorisms. You can't tell the difference. They're just aphorisms. I don't know. They're Polish, but because they come from Polish translations, but the aphorisms. I have a couple books on aphorisms, and a lot of these things are like universal knowledge, basically.
You'd get following if you would on Clubhouse. Not that you needed it. If you'd read a book like Black Rage or White Rage, racist shit. Oh, sorry, racist book.
Yeah, I don't know. This racist communication industry is. I saw this one African American lady give like a 4 hour seminar um, on structural racism and white guilt, and it was just. And I don't have the video anymore. It was like a Google talk or whatever. But basically, it's just the communication industry. I mean, all this DEI stuff and all these education scams are It's like it's toxic communication, and it's just it's political and it's business and it's sick, but it's what people do, because communication is like a commodity, and I talked to my mom today. She's like, I've heard everything. I've seen everything. So people do feel like they have, not seen anything new. And I think DEI and critical race theory and all this communication industry and the educational industrial complex is spam. And it's, you can witness it here on this app, and it's just racist, toxic communication. And
yeah, but the academics eat that crap up.
well, I heard these people talking about white guilt. Well, not people, but it was Bill Maher and Tim Pool talking about the reason why like North Chicago voted for um, Brandon Johnson is because the Loyola North Shore snobs of Chicago experienced white guilt. And I'm thinking like I don't even know if that's true. I mean, it's just another it's like another reframe. It's like talking about you know trans and genders or even gay. I mean, everything is political. So all communication is spam, and it's almost all political. There's very little actual wisdom ever. It's like 0.001%. So
At least you moved away from hypnosis. That was a healthy move.
yeah, but when I say hypnosis, it's more of like saying it's just propaganda. That's all I'm really saying. All communication is propaganda. It's all political. It's all spam. It's all hypnosis. I mean, but it's not hypnosis. Hypnosis is, it's something in a neurolinguistic programming book I read, that the Society of NLP declared in 1985 that all communication is hypnosis. And what that means is the brain doesn't reject whatever it's listening to, and it's sitting there storing it, processing it. So in a way, it's like essentially giving you a program. So that's why if you read a book, it's basically a program, and you actually have to read it, and that's why an app like this is like propaganda real time. I mean, imagine if Joseph Goebbels had Clown House and all of Germany came on the cell phone at the same time to listen to his messaging. Well, they did. It was called the radio, but there was no feedback. The audience can't talk back. The audience can't troll. The audience can't come in and just ring a bell. I mean, it's all push information. So it's group versus crowd, communication.
In the game is being played, and he wants to find her before she learns how to read. But it's a compliment for her, even though she never got the opportunity to really see what she deserves in life. A lot of times women get with a man where if she grew to her full potential, she would have never accepted him. He would be a man where he, like, whatever he became, she actually would have been like, nah, he's my type. So it's almost like predatorial. So even though you say it's a compliment for a woman to get married as young as possible, to dedicate her life towards a family, if that were universally true, then how come the man is 40?
Hello?
Well, okay, so you said, okay. What I'm saying is, it looks like, I'm just looking, again, as an observer, looking at that dynamic, I don't see it negative. Because, again, we're talking about... Thanks, yeah.
So, would you like to end your, are you finished up? Yeah, Mike,
No,
I think Jarl would like, is it Jarl or is it Jarl? I'm sorry, Jarl?
Technically it's Jarl, but whichever, yeah.
You see, even the name Jarl is a little bit of a pansy name, I must say.
Right.
But Mike Moon would like to finish his input.
For the benefit of Doctor, I want to say that I'm pleasantly surprised by things Trump's doing in his second administration. I see him as an agent of change, a change that was necessary to the status quo of the United States of America. Whether or not you like him personally, we have been doing much of the same thing for a very long time, and increasingly so, countries, especially European countries, decide somehow that they're our fucking equals, and they're not our fucking equals. We've always been their fucking daddy. We've always taken care of them. We've always been the fucking leader. We still are the fucking leader, and when we hear that America is somehow losing favor, it doesn't matter if America's not losing power. If they're losing favor, if people are going to whine more about us than they used to, they're still going to rely on us when shit hits the fan. They always have. They always fucking will, at least for the near future. And the reality is we haven't gotten weaker by standing our fucking ground, turning inward, and paying more attention to ourselves for a little bit. And there's a lot of things Trump's doing that make a lot of fucking sense to me. Taking money away from Harvard and putting it into fucking trade schools sounds like a great idea, okay? Tariffs on the movie industry to start freaking coming back to the United States, making their movies here. I live in Atlanta, right? We built giant studios for Marvels to film their shit, and then they ran off to fucking England as soon as they got 5% more royalties or paid over there, or discounts. So the reality is this: get them the fuck back, or they can go pay twice as much to go overseas. It's the same with Canada, by the way. Canada's 35% fucked up. So there's a lot of shit he's doing to basically say, listen, let's reevaluate and figure out what the fuck to do in America. He's doing things, okay? Now, whether or not these things pan out, whether or not these things end up being good or bad for America, a lot of this shit, I'm almost done.
Congress, let this American citizen speak, you fucking dirt napper. Go ahead.
A lot of this shit that's going on is new.
Congress, you can go. Congress, I will allow you to go, but you just have to wait your turn. You can't jump the line. You can't cross the border that way. Please allow Mike Moon finish.
I apologize, please.
But there's a lot of shit. I'll wrap it up. There's a lot of shit he's doing that it remains to be seen how it's going to pan out. We don't know. But the fact that something's being done to look at these things from a new perspective is very important to me, that it gets done. And if he's an agent of change to start the process, and now we think a little more about things in ways we haven't considered before, I'm totally good with that. Whether we end up with another Republican or Democrat in the White House doesn't really make a difference to me. I just want something that will continue focusing on America. And it appears that he kind of knows what he's doing this time around a hell of a lot more than he knew the first time. The first time he's a little bit like a fucking, what do you call, I don't know. He was out of his league. He didn't know what the fuck to do but the first time. The second time he kind of got it figured out, and he's doing some shit now, and he's being very deliberate about it, and he's being strong. And if people don't like that strength, or they say they don't like it, in the end, when shit hits the fan, they want it. So fuck the rest of the countries that have a problem with it. Let's kick ass. Go America.
All right. Jarl, Congress, you're up next, but I want to give second for Jarl, or I think it should be Jarl, but since you want to be a pansy, we'll say Jarl.
Can I say 10 seconds? Can I say 10 seconds?
Yeah. Sure.
Bro, I will just say this. Mike has been very anti-Trump, as he would tell you, for 5 years at this point. At least
I don't remember that. I don't remember Mike Moon.
He's a guy who puts his heart on his sleeve. He believes, and then he goes and puts it out there. And he didn't even say anything that Trump is good or Trump is great or anything like that. But just him giving a chance to let the guy do his thing, and then we can judge him on the basis of the results. I mean, this is like breaking my heart right now in a good way, and I appreciate
it. It's called having a wait and see attitude rather than the left who has an I already know attitude, arrogant, and that's the difference.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know, and I'm open-minded. That's what it is.
Absolutely. So, Jarl, if you'd like to respond, or Jarl, if you'd like to respond, very quickly, we'd like Congress to voice his concerns.
Sure, I'll be super brief. So obviously I disagree with Canadians being pansies, but you guys are allowed your opinions. Just really quickly, the Hollywood thing I think is interesting because Hollywood to me is like the industry that America, like movies specifically, that America like dominates. There's not a single country that comes close to making entertainment like America. So it's just like crazy to me. I don't see how terrifying like American movies made in other countries is going to help, right? iPhone or Apple was the largest company in the world without making their phones in America, and I think that like I just don't see why bringing back production is going to help America. That's not like what America's strong at. America's good at innovation and technology, not manufacturing. But anyways.
Thank you, Congress.
Can I just say really quick? It's going to bring back jobs. I'm in the industry, and the jobs have been decimated here from all this shit. So it's going to bring back jobs in that case.
Yeah, let me go out to Congress. Yeah, before we go back to Congress, Jarl, it's going to bring back. I understand you can do two things at once. You can innovate while at the same time employing your people to the point where we're not living in parts of the country were devastated when industries left. So you've got to have a balance, and I understand that you think that innovation is the only way, but it's not the only way. It's a both and approach. But let's move to Congress. Congress, you'd like to provide. I'm sorry. Please wait your turn. We have Congress up next, and then Alan, and then maybe Cry Rachel, and then Abby. Congress, what would you like to say?
So, all right, thank you much, of course. Being called names here, that's absolutely right. But then when we talk about President Trump coming into the picture, when we look at his history and what he's done, see, US, of course, is a state which will poke nose into situations when they're not having anything to do with. I mean, these guys come into the picture when they talk about India and Pakistan. And then they say that, no, India did the right thing. Yet, your premier is okay signing a deal with Pakistan, with a lot of other countries when they so just to give you an idea, trade policies, Trump's, when we look at him, bigger picture.
I'm sorry. I'm going to let you finish, but you have to. I want you to be clear. What is your input? What point are you trying to establish? Because I'm getting lost in what you're saying.
See,
what is your main point? And then I need you to try to establish it. What are you trying to get across?
U.S. has seen better leaders who've actually helped the entire global hemisphere. But then when we talk about Trump, someone who is a menace in his own life, it's weird. And
so
then,
your point is that Trump is not a good leader?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and what's the strongest example of Trump not being a good leader? Something that he's done in the last 100 days or so.
Him saying that India is a very good friend, blah, blah, blah. And the recent attack in Pahalgam, what happened?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding you. What did he say that I'm having a hard time understanding your English. So tell me, what did he do that makes him such a bad leader? One more time.
Simply put through, him funding Pakistan, him funding Turkey, and India being very vocal about the fact that we've had these situations and we're sharing that Turkey is involved, Pakistan is involved, and yet US signing a deal with Turkey for
But this is an example of his poor leadership to you. Can anyone translate to me what's happening? What did he do in Turkey or in Pakistan that makes him such a... I don't understand. Alan, wait a minute. I'm appointing Alan to translate what Congress is saying in very short, brief terms. Please, Alan.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what he's saying, and I actually, on this point, I agree. I don't like Trump's position when it comes to his support of Turkey, and I understand if he's making, I didn't know this, if he's making deals with Pakistan, no, I don't like that either. And that's one of the things I had to consider when I was voting. So, yeah, I mean, Turkey has been instrumental in, though it doesn't get any press, it's been instrumental in a lot of the unbalance and problems in the Middle East, and Trump is supporting them. So I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah,
it looks like Congress appreciates your...
I'm sorry, dot heads. We should be supporting the dot heads. The Indian people are a great market. They're great people who love our country. And Trump tried to do this in his first term. He tried to really make deals with India. And we should continue on that path. The Pakistanis.
Congress seems to be saying that
dot heads in India.
Yeah, Congress seems to be saying that he's upset with Trump's leadership as it relates to him poking his nose into other foreign affairs, namely support of Turkey and support of Pakistan. Thank you for your input. Let's move on to Alan. Alan wanted to say something, and then I want to see what Cry Rachel and Abby would like
I just wanted to echo.
I'm sorry, Congress wants to finish. Congress, can you please complete your input? I may have cut you off. Really quickly, just finish your statement, Congress.
Yeah, absolutely. See, you're very well put through. You're not able to understand what I'm saying here. And obviously, your language, my language, we're different. But then everyone else is able to understand what I'm saying. So you're a racist piece of...
Shit. Thank you. Yeah. I'll be a racist piece of shit. I just didn't understand what you were saying. Honestly, it was sincere. But I appreciated Alan explaining it to me. Just because we don't understand each other all the time, I still want to understand and see what you're trying to say. There was nothing underhanded with what I did there. But anyways, Alan would like to say something. Alan has an input.
Yeah,
and we're moving to Cry Racial and then Abby. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just say quickly, Mike is right, and talking about the tariffs on Hollywood. We have seen in the entertainment industry in California, jobs were going away since, the late 80s. And there's been a steady movement from that. And I can't tell you the number of TV shows. You look at the end credits, it says filmed in Canada. So they might hire some American actors, but everything below the line, the directors, the assistants, the sound people, the sound houses, the special effects, all of those have to be done by Canadians. And it's a problem. We've lost a lot of work in Hollywood because of it. So yeah, Trump saying that, I don't know if it'll work, but yeah, I'm for it.
And Alan, you know what else? You know what else I came to the conclusion of, which is that all of those reasons that they go elsewhere in order to film for like different aesthetics, basically, it's the reason we don't have large backlots anymore. It's the reason we don't have the construction people anymore to build these giant sets and things. We're doing less and less sets because we're bouncing around the world and saving money at the same time. If we can't save money by bouncing around the world, then we'll start building more sets and backlots back in the United States again, both in Georgia and California, potentially even places like Texas. And then we'll start having all of that below the line labor hired again. I can tell you right now that about 80% of the people that I know below the line in IATSE are struggling to find jobs right now. Georgia has about 2/3 less projects than they had 2 or 3 years ago. And even though we invested all that money into there, even Marvel, the last shit they filmed, they went to fucking England for it because England offered 35% and Georgia offers 20 or 25%.
Yeah, and let me explain what that means. That means if they spend $10 million, or if the budget is $10 million, and a country like Canada or someplace else is giving incentives, they will get $3.5 million back from the, I don't know what the correct term is, the federal Canadian government, and then the provinces have their own incentives as well. So it can be something like almost, 45% of a budget that a production company gets back. Now, if you're filming and you're going to say, well, instead of it costing me $10 million, it's only going to cost me $5 million. They can't resist that, and American companies can't compete with those kind of incentives.
Okay. Thank you, Jesus. We're going to move on. I wasn't calling Alan Jesus. I was just saying thank you, Jesus. All right. Cry Racial. You've been waiting patiently. I want to see what you have to say. Before I ask you to speak, Mike Moon, how did you get your hair and your beard to do that? Is that a real picture of a man?
That's a real picture of a man from actually 1918, and there was a brief period in the United States when that was a popular haircut.
What the fuck?
What did they call that?
I don't know what it was called, but it's in the pre-1920s, and there was actually multiple people that used to do their hair that way.
We don't really care.
Does that have anything to do with the moon? I'm gonna look it up. All right, thank you. Cry Racial, what would you like to contribute to the conversation?
So how did he win? He didn't win shit. What are you talking about?
How did who win?
Your lover Trump.
I don't have a lover named Trump, but Trump won on a number of Trump has won. First off, Trump won on November 5th when he wiped. Excuse me, ma'am. Trump won on November 5th when he wiped the floor with one Kamala Harris.
No, he didn't.
He a radical.
Oh, that's why he your president today, ma'am. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that. He won on election day, and he won on a number of issues since then. So we can first talk about the election. That's how he won. And did you want to dispute that?
He didn't win shit. The fuck?
Oh, so why is he your president today?
When men clean up after activities,
I'm sorry, Rachel. Why is he your president then? Thank you. All right, we'll move on. Moving on to Abby. Abby, how would you like to contribute to the conversation?
Two things. First, to what Alan and Mike are saying. Hey, guys. And I've talked to them about it before. My daughter's a filmmaker, too. And with respect to Hollywood, we're building in Nevada a huge studio right now and picking up. We just created tax incentives, state tax incentives. Her last films, one was filmed in Italy, one in South Africa. And the price for production was so substantially less. Also, she has a project in New Mexico and in Georgia. These are states that they're building facilities, or they have facilities. So I agree with these guys, and that's what's happened to the industry. What I think is, I'm also in a state where 1 in 5 people are taxed or tipped employees. 1 in 5 are tipped, and the no tax on tip that was his plan, which now has gone through Congress, hopefully will clear through both chambers of Congress and get signed. Is incredible incentive where I am, and a game changer for our economy, for people to have that extra income and not have the tax on their tipped wages. So that's a big issue where I am, and I want to say that's a win-win for him.
Thank you. I want to go around the room, starting with Anthony. I would like for you to name, since Trump has been in office, his biggest win and his biggest loss. Starting with Anthony, what would you put out there for Trump's biggest win as president since January 20th and his biggest loss in your perspective? Anthony?
Let's see. Trump's biggest win. Since he's entered office, I think that, honestly, I think that...
I'm so Tom. Hi, I'm so Tom.
No, he got it.
Biracial, really? That's what we're going to do? Like, why did you do that, man? Respect yourself, biracial.
What did she even say?
It's really sad, man. Nah, she called me Uncle Tom. Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Anyway, exactly. You know, I just came in the room, and here she comes, coming at me.
Yeah, Uncle Tom.
All she knows how to do is biracial.
Yeah, so, you know, I'm not a fan of the bill, so I don't want to say that, you know, this bill is his biggest accomplishment. You know, what he's been doing in terms of the illegal immigrants, I think, and if I had to point to one thing, it's the border crossings. The attempted border crossings are like all-time lows. So I'd say that was his biggest win. Biggest loss is the situation in Ukraine. You know, I genuinely believed that he would have had this thing squared away.
Okay.
And
that's very good.
Can I give mine too?
Hold on, we're coming around. I'm coming around the mountain. Thank you, Anthony. I think that's a very fair and good assessment. I'll go next to Abby. Abby, what would you say for his biggest win and biggest loss at this point?
So biggest win, I might also echo what he said with respect to the border and the amount of crossings on the border, and also what's personal to me, his seizing the problem with anti-Semitism and going at these colleges and really trying to get them to control it. And he's just taken the bull by the horns in an incredible way. And with
so you're coupling that with the biggest one, with the border. You're coupling the border with his fight against anti-Semitism.
So for me personally, I would put anti-Semitism first because it affects my life directly.
I see.
So I'm going to put that as a win. The biggest loss, that's an interesting one. You know, it's probably also in some of the foreign policy. I don't think it's all gelled yet. I don't know if I'd say it's a loss, but I think on Ukraine, that's probably within the foreign policy, something that's just got to get harnessed more. And
other than what he mentioned, Anthony mentioned on the Ukraine, he thought he'd have it handled by now. Is there another thing on the foreign policy front that you can point to other than
I think he's handling the Middle East well, with strength and with conviction. So I'm comfortable with that. But I gotta circle back around on the loss with me, because there's probably some other things that are concerning.
Okay, Congress, a vocal Trump. I don't want to call you a hater, but you oppose Trump. What would you say is his biggest win and his biggest loss through his presidency, Congress?
Biggest win, sir? There's none.
I'm sorry?
There is none.
There is none. Okay. And what is his biggest loss in your eyes?
So, come to think of it, and practically, and I know you would time me and you'd give me one opportunity, of course. See, at the end of it all, when you talk about America is not built around just Americans. I mean, it's a country.
I'm sorry, you're rambling again. I need you to be clear. What is the biggest loss?
Rambling. His loss.
I need you to just be very succinct.
The fact that he is helping, terrorists, paying them and helping them with technology.
Okay, so you're echoing what you mentioned the first time about Turkey and Pakistan. Okay, but wait a minute. When Abby and Anthony say that he's helped through his policies, his strength on the border, bringing illegal border crossings down over 90%, why don't you view that as a win? Before I move on to the next person, I need you to answer that quickly, please.
So real quick, for them, for a country, yes. When you look at US, of course, it's been a power through and through. But then what US and what Trump is doing is playing a dual policy. He's a freaking piece of shit who's to make sure that the war happens.
So I ask you a question. Why don't you view the border crossing reduction as a win?
I just answered it, sir. if he's helping Turkey, if he's helping Pakistan, and still saying that no, I'm with India and Modi is.
I can't follow you. I said, why don't you think it's a win that the border crossings have gone down? Why is that not a win to you? Yes or no? Or not yes or no, but tell me quickly why.
Am I living in states?
Okay, thank you. All right, so you're saying because you're not in America, that's not a win to you. Okay. Moving on to Mike Moon. What would you like to say Trump's biggest win is and his biggest loss?
First, I like this question a lot. I like this question a lot because it really challenges me to think about it.
Congress, your turn is over, Congress. I need to move on.
Hang on a second, sir. So simply put through, you're living in a particular country and so am I. Right?
Okay.
What's happening with your country is a different thing altogether.
I got it. So Congress, so you should listen more and have less opinions about the United States because you're clearly saying that you can't have those opinions because you're not here. So let's just listen now, okay? You listen.
Thank you, Congress. Now we're moving on to Mike. Moving on to Mike Moon to tell me.
I like the question. It really challenged me to think. The biggest wins are DEI attack
Give me one big win. Give me one big win and one big loss.
One big win attack on DEI.
I'm sorry, Congress. If you can't control yourself, I'm going to move you to the audience. Please go on mute. Go on mute, Congress. Congress, go on mute. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Moving to the audience. All right, go ahead, Mike.
The attack on DEI across the board, transgender issues, big business DEI programs and departments, the laying off of DEI positions in general. I think DEI has been a tremendous win for him. I'm not going to say the border has been a big win, and the reason why is that I'm not clear we even know the truth about the border. I think that there was a lot of deportations done before he was president as well, and I'm not convinced that we even fully know.
What about the border crossing?
Yeah, the border crossing is just because people are afraid of him. But that's not really any policy thing. That's just him being president already defaults by having way less border crossings. It was the same way in his first term.
So you don't give him the credit for that?
Yeah, I don't give him the credit for it because I think it's a nice I think it's a bonus that we get in having him a president. I don't think it has anything to do with his policy really. It has to do with more of what he says about the policy about them in general.
And what's his biggest loss?
The biggest loss, hands down, no question about it, is his support of Putin and the Ukraine. He just said the other day, I thought I really knew Putin, but what's he doing? I'm like, wake up, motherfucker. We all know he's a fucking scumbag. So if he starts coming to that opinion, finally, he might know the real Putin. He is a scumbag. So the idea that he supported Putin and that Putin is now showing his true colors and that Trump is somehow surprised by that, and the fact that Trump said he would solve Ukraine in a day, and right now it's his biggest failure, hands down. I think he's doing a horrible job by siding with Putin and bashing Ukraine all the time. That said, I don't think we should give any more money to Ukraine.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that. Jarl, biggest win, biggest loss for Trump?
Yeah, I'm being generous calling it a win, but I think the fact that the rest of the world is building up their military could be an indirect win for Trump or for America or for the world. And I don't know, there's so many losses, I can't pick one. I think Ukraine is definitely,
Okay, Ukraine. Alan?
Well, people have echoed a lot of what I think are wins and losses, so I'll just say, yeah, I agree. His biggest loss is probably Ukraine and Russia in that he didn't solve it as quickly as he wanted. And his biggest win is Ukraine in that if we're not sending money to Ukraine the way we did, then I'm okay with that. Let Ukraine and Russia work it out and let Europe work it out, and they can solve their own problems. So there.
Thank you. Dr. Responsible. Dr. Responsible going once. Dr. Responsible going twice. We'll be back. Cry Racial. Can you tell me what you believe Trump's biggest win and his biggest loss is so far?
His biggest win was seeing that he could relate to black men because he, that mugshot seen.
Mhm.
Yeah, he had the black experience. Yeah.
That's his biggest win.
Yeah, he said he's a criminal like y'all.
Okay. And what's his biggest loss so far?
Having sex with a porn star. Yeah, that's the biggest.
Okay. You are exposing your Trump derangement on full display, and we're moving on to Bill. I don't even know how to say your last Asian name. But Bill, are you within the sound of my voice?
I am here. Yeah, I would agree with Anthony and Abby. That was absolutely immigration is his biggest win, and the loss so far I think has been about great because he has been like a yo-yo up and down. He's been inconsistent on his messaging.
Inconsistent on what front is he inconsistent?
The tariffs. So all good about bringing manufacturing back to the States. Absolutely correct. But just the gamesmanship on trade and tariffs has been inconsistent and has caused a lot of chaos, especially not even for big businesses, but for small businesses, which we all know employ most Americans in this country. So that's my input. Thanks.
Man, can I say one thing about that too? Yeah. The tariffs. So I did the research, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong because I did do the research. Not many people can answer this question. The question is, what were the tariffs on China and U.S.? How did they compare to one another before? Like for the last, basically, 15 years? And what are they now today, as of now, in this 90-day period initially? And I looked it up, and it's pretty shocking. And so it sounds like he's going all over with tariffs, and he is, by saying, 130, 145%. But what he did is he successfully scared the Chinese, right? And when he went back and settled with them for this 90-day period initially, and it might extend, hopefully it will, the before and after numbers, I wish that people talked about them because I don't hear anybody talking about them, but it's a win. Before, it was 2019. We were getting 19%, they were getting 20%. Now, it's 10-30. We're getting 30%, they're getting 10%. So he literally flipped it around and cut ours in half and cut theirs by 2/3 and made us the leader in the equation. And those numbers, I'm not hearing anybody talk about it. They talk about the flip-flop, but that's his MO. He goes out there and he says something bombastic, huge, to freaking stir the pot, make it real extreme, and then he's hoping that they're going to back down and get scared, which China apparently did. And I think that's a win too, by the way. But I just want to say the numbers themselves, it's fair. He should be getting more credit for that. Thanks.
Any reaction from anyone? What he just said.
That's it's good to know those numbers. I didn't know that. Thank you. Also, it's nice to hear you laugh about this. You have a good laugh.
There you go. Well, Alan, if you didn't know, now you know. Thanks to the microphone. Moving on to a new voice on today. His name is Paul. Paul, are you approaching us from the right or the left? Paul, no one. The right. You're approaching us from the right. Can you explain what you believe his biggest win is since he's been in office, and what you perceive to be his biggest loss? The border, that
I would say, playing with our man, he just involved.
I love your New York accent. It's very strong. Thank you. Moving on to Wesley. Wesley, are you within the sound of my voice?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Thank you, sir. Are you approaching us today from the right or the left of the political spectrum?
I'm definitely right. I've been a Trump fan since, when he was running against Hillary, and wearing the MAGA hat would get you beat up.
So
when
can you
everybody
explain
said,
to us what you think his best move has been since being in office and his worst move since being in office?
I'd say best move is I've never seen anything like it when he signed all those executive actions on live television, like day one. That was the best thing. That's how you make change happen. Worst, Well, I mean, nothing really comes to mind right off the top of my brain. Maybe I can get back to you. Let me rack my brain.
I need your critical thinking.
I suppose his dependence or his aversion to calling out Israeli influence in American politics.
That's a meaty issue that we can get to, especially with some of the people we have on stage. Yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah, I'd like for you guys, maybe once we get through this round robin, maybe Abby and Wesley can engage on that a little bit. But moving on, thank you for your input, Wesley. Moving on to comedian, I want to get the last name if I can find it, comedian comedy. Can you share with us, first off, if you're approaching us from the right or the left of the political spectrum, Mr. Comedian?
I would say I'm probably approaching the from the center right.
Thank you. So this should be quite easy for you. You call balls and strikes. What can you name as his best move or win, or worst move? I mean, and worst move and loss. I'd like
his best moves and his worst moves.
Yeah, just one of each. I don't need more than one of each.
I'd say his best move is not being hyper reactionary, meaning that there's so much communication every day generated by the media and him also, but his response has been, I think, great, meaning he hasn't been vitriolic. He has. I like this. I like the inauguration. I don't know about you, but I was.
You're saying in comparison to his first presidency, his response to
100%,
the media framing of things has been a lot more measured.
Oh yeah, he spent way too much time combating the media daily, insulting journalists, getting his feathers ruffled. Now he really seems, in my opinion, to be in his element, in his historic frame and control. So I would say I'm just, really pleased with his demeanor as an American, and a voter. Very professional, very businesslike, very pragmatic, and he's not spamming us. He's.
So what about the other day, just to push back a little bit, the other day when he had the South African government in his Oval Office, he referred to, cannot remember his name, the NBC reporter as an idiot and a jerk. Called him an idiot twice and called him a jerk once. I'm just curious, how do you when you know that happened, how do you integrate that into what you just said about
Yeah, I mean, the South Africans are doing drill music on their people. They're doing the same type of propaganda.
No, he wasn't talking to South Africa when he said that. He called an American, I remember his name now, Peter Alexander, an NBC reporter, Oval Office, White House correspondent. He referred to a White House correspondent in the Oval Office with all the cameras rolling, a jerk, an idiot, and then an idiot again.
Good.
I'm asking, how do you integrate that in your framing that he's a lot more measured in his response with the media?
That's great. Let him be authentic and say what he feels and feels what he says. That's why we voted for him. And if he thinks that journalist is...
You don't want that brand of him to be out there.
Listen, I'm just saying that it's night and day compared to the first time around. I mean, he's controlling... Okay. Yeah, he's controlling the communication now, which is a great thing.
Gotcha. So you're saying you're fine with him doing it. It just needs to be a lot less than it was in the first time.
Meaning he wasted so much of his energy communicating with the media. He needs to just give us the entree, and we don't need to read the menu anymore. We want the entree. We're ready for the filet mignon. I mean, give us Trump steaks is what I'm saying.
Got it. All right, so that's his best move. More measured approach. What is his worst move? What's his biggest loss? Comedian going,
yeah.
I really want to hear.
I don't know. His biggest loss, I think, is probably not enacting the Doge cuts or fully supporting thrift and frugality and making that a major communication message to the American people. Because all these taxpayers, if you're driving an Uber and you're only making, $45,000 a year and you're paying taxes on that, and you see how this money gets spent and this woke spending through the Doge exposure, you have to be pissed off, because that we've been sold down a river. The devaluation of the dollar, the $40 trillion debt, the $100 billion a month in interest payments, and you see what they're spending the money on. And there's so much coming out with Doge with regards to even government money printing computers. I mean, these things sound ridiculous, but they're not. We know that they're wasting money and shipping it overseas for all types of waste, fraud, and abuse. So, as a taxpayer, as an American, I mean, this has to be the uniting issue that this uniparty Democrat Republican bullshit, the spending and what they're spending it on is so egregious and so stupid. We should all be sick to our stomach that no senator, no congressman even exposed any of this shit prior to Elon Musk having the ability to actually technically even go in and do this type of auditing. So I'm complete.
Whoa. Comedian was still finishing his input, and then we can move on. He's almost there. Comedian, I know you're rounding the. I just need you to land.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the X platform.
So your biggest win, his biggest win is his new and improved demeanor, and his biggest loss is the fact that he's not fully embracing a uniting issue, which is this being more thrifty in government spending. Is that
meaning that we're borrowing all this money when we should be cutting spending, lowering taxes, raising tariffs, and really just doing pragmatic things, eliminating government. The government is huge.
What do you say to people who say that cutting spending removes vital services for people who depend on it to survive?
Listen, I'm on the treadmill next to a doctor. He's talking about how to scam Medicaid Advantage. So these doctors aren't doctors. They don't provide medical services. Maybe a therapist is what a lot of people need, but I'm talking physical therapy. Going to the gym, reading books, eating right. Stop getting vaccinated with 2 vaccines and triple boosters and eating Pfizer for dinner. I mean, we all know that the COVID-19 and the vaccine.
Pfizer for dinner. All right, I want to stop there. I want to stop there and get some more voices involved. But I do want to just say, excuse me.
Can I give my worst? I didn't do that.
That's pretty. You want to do what?
I gave you my best. I didn't give you my worst. Can I give you the loss? Or what I think is
give me a quick. Before you give me your quick loss, I just want to say, is there anyone who's been, before Abby gives us her loss, was there anyone? I wish I had reached for a pen to write these things down because I'd like to review them after. Has anyone been keeping note? I'm just curious. Yeah. Anyone? Can I do my thing? Before you go, 80s baby. Before you go, we want you to go. I'm just curious. Has anyone been writing down what they've been hearing so far? Yes or no?
Please, I'm not your secretary.
All right, cool. Thank you, Cry Ratio. All right, nobody's done that, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, I didn't know there would be a test later.
Yeah, I like what I'm hearing so far, especially some of the things that comedians said. But anyways, Abby, before 80s baby goes, because 80s baby is dying to go, I'd like for Abby to finish her submission by providing to us. Providing to us what she's saying is Trump's biggest loss since he's taken office.
So I was thinking about this. I told you I need a minute to put it together. So from a legal perspective, I don't like the fight on the birthright citizenship. I think it's a losing battle with the Supreme Court. I think constitutionally it's not a strong case, and I really wish he wouldn't put a lot of his emphasis on it. It's different than the immigration issues that he's dealing with in closing the border and deporting criminals. But I think that the birthright one probably loses in the high court and with SCOTUS, and I just think it's probably not a good use of the energy. That's my loss.
I do want to push back a little bit on that. So why wouldn't you want to try to close a loophole where right now the status quo is that people are coming here with their status being questionable or illegal and they marry a citizen or whatever they're doing? Why not try to force the courts or force the Supreme Court to clarify what they mean? What does birthright citizen truly mean? And let's clarify that. Even if he doesn't get everything that he wants, at least there'll be more clarity around the issue, because right now you have women who are coming here pregnant taking advantage of a loophole. So to the extent that it closes the loophole, why do you think that's wasted effort? And then we'll move on to 80s baby.
I think it's wasted effort because you could end up, I don't know if you'll get clarity if they lose at the high court. You may end up with more floodgates on it. I just don't see the constitutional strength.
What do you mean we end up with more floodgates
on it?
What
I think that if the Supreme Court rules that in fact there is the birthright, then I don't. Floodgates is the wrong way to say that. I think that you don't close that loophole. I just think that there may be another way to approach it. I just think that the going through the 14th Amendment argument and looking at
it's basically free, and so it's like, okay, well, how can you use that in the best sense for basically the hardest fields in the world, right? It's like, how can we speed this up and sort of just like this reminds me of a paper Google released. Did you see Alpha Evolve, I think? Did you hear that? Just gone.
Yeah. By the way, Alda, did you watch the thing that I tagged you on in the group chat? The video, the Transformers thing.
I saw that. Yeah.
Was that the sound of Elliot learning how to drive a manual?
No, that's the sound of me sitting inside of my car and it just beeping for no fucking reason, because it's like it's on and the door is open, right? It's like it's on, but not entirely on. It's like on before the engine on, because I have like one of those, those cars, the ones that you just like, you press the button, you don't even like to have to insert the key or anything, you just like press the button and it goes, and it's an automatic. So yeah, you have to like turn it on, leave it there. I like the aesthetic of like having a car where you have to physically keep the key inside of it. Like that was nice. I don't know about you, but there's like something about that I quite enjoy. Like an old little fucking like a manual what are those things called?
Ignition switch.
No. Fucking there's a company, the Toyota. There was not a Land Cruiser. It's the other one. It's a Hilux. Yeah, you have those little guys with a fucking manual turnable key and like the manual fucking transmission, manual everything, fully fucking almost entirely analog, save for the fact that you got like this thing that's at the center there with like where you put the disc in. But you can't put the disc in there, because if you do that, the disc is fucked and the internals are fucked, because it's a work machine, which means that all the dust gets in there, so you're cooked by default. That's why they decided, hey, we're gonna have these little latches that we can like open up so we can put the disc inside of it. You have to like hold it as the disc goes in, and it's like, yes, nice. And then sometimes they moved away from that. They said, hey, we're just gonna like put the USB and Bluetooth, and then you can be satisfied. And then you have the most retarded innovation of all kinds, which is you have this like physical thing that you put inside of the car, this like center screen thing, which then can connect to the internet. I'm like, why the fuck would I want my car having proprietary ass technology like this connect to the internet when I don't know its security? Like with Tesla, I can kind of understand that one does work, but like with this, nah, fuck that shit, man. Absolutely fuck that shit. I don't want internet inside of my car, save for the phone, and that's bad enough. Oh, and you know what the latest thing is that people have done? They're starting to like get those batteries that have like these little electronic regulators on top of them, and it operates by Bluetooth. Who the fuck? Like, huh? Why? What? Oh, this is like the lack of intelligence that is required to like come up with. It escapes me. It physically, it's like it hurts and disgusts me. I can't explain what that feeling is. It's a feeling where it's like just no. Can I please beat you up? Type of feeling is it? It's like, just please let me beat you up so you can learn from this and never do that again. We don't need Bluetooth batteries. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? Please, just let me beat you. Just this once. Just this once, okay? I don't even want to do it, but you need it. That's how I feel about that thing. That's how I feel about this type of like weird bullshit.